Section 19 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. 19. The little fisher town of Port Stephen comprised two strings of houses facing each other at the bottom of a narrow valley, down which the merest trickle of a stream decanted into the harbour. The street was so narrow that it was at intervals alone that sufficient space was accorded for two-wheeled vehicles to pass one another, and the roadway was for the most part so narrow that each house door was set back in the depth of the wall, to permit the foot passenger to step into the recess to avoid being overrun by the wheels of a cart that ascended or descended the street. The inhabitants lived upon the sea and its produce. Such as were not fishers were mariners, but a small percentage remained that were neither, the butcher, the baker, the smith, and the doctor. And these also lived by the sea, for they lived upon the sailors and the fishermen. For the most part, the seafaring men were furnished with large families. The net in which they drew their children was almost as well filled as the seine in which they trapped their pilchards. Jonas Ray, however, was an exception. He had been married for 10 years, and had but one child, and that a son. "You've a very poor haul, Jonas," said to him his neighbour, Samuel or Carnsole. "I've been married so long as you, and I've 12. My wife has had twins twice." "It's not a poor haul for me, Samuel," replied Jonas. "I may have but one child, but he's a buster." Jonas had a mother alive, known as Old Betty Ray. When he married, he had proposed that his mother, who was a widow, should live with him. But a man proposes and a woman disposes. The arrangement did not commend itself to the views of Mrs. Ray, Jr., that is to say, of Jane, Jonas's wife. Betty had always been a managing woman. She had managed her house, her children, and her husband, but she speedily was made aware that her daughter-in-law refused to be managed by her. Jane was, in her way, also a managing woman. She kept her house clean, her husband's clothes in order, her child neat, and herself the very pink of tidiness. She was a somewhat hard woman, much given to grumbling and finding fault. Jane and her mother-in-law did not come to an open and flagrant quarrel, but the fret between them waxed intolerable, and the curtain lectures, of which the text was topic was Old Betty, were so frequent and so protracted that Jonas convinced himself that there was a smoother water in the worst sea than his own house. He was constrained to break to his mother the unpleasant information that she must go elsewhere, but he softened the blow by informing her that he had secured for her residence in a tiny cottage up an alley, that consisted of 2 rooms only, one a kitchen, above that a bedchamber. The old woman received the communication without annoyance. She rose to the offer, for she had also herself considered that the situation had become unendurable. Accordingly, with good will, she removed to her new quarters, and soon made the house look keen and cosy. But so soon as Jane gave indications of becoming a mother, it was agreed that Betty should attend on her daughter-in-law. To this Jane consented. After all, Betty could not be worse than another woman, a stranger. And when Jane was in bed and unable to quit it, then Betty once more reigned supreme in the house and managed everything, even her daughter-in-law. But the time of Jane's laying upstairs was brief, and at the earliest possible moment she reappeared in the kitchen, pale, indeed, and weak, but resolute, and with firm hand withdrew the reins from the grasp of Betty. In leaving her son's house, the only thing that Betty regretted was the baby. To that she had taken a mighty affection, and she did not quit till she had poured forth into the deaf ear of Jane 1,000 instructions as to how the babe was to be fed, clothed, and reared. As a devoted son, Jonas never returned from the sea without visiting his mother, and when on shore saw her every day. He sat with her by the hour, told her of all that concerned him except about his wife, and communicated to her all his hopes and wishes. The babe, whose name was Peter, was a topic on which neither weaned of talking or of listening, and often did Jonas bring the child over to be kissed and admired by his grandmother. Jane raised objections. The weather was cold and the child would take a chill. The grandmother was inconsiderate, and upset its stomach with sweet stuff. It had not a tidy dress in which to be seen. But Jonas overruled all her objections. He was a mild and yielding man, but on this one point he was inflexible. His child should grow up to know love, and reverence his mother as sincerely as he did himself. And these were delightful hours to the old woman, when she could have the infant on her lap, croon to it, and talk to it all the delightful nonsense that flows from the lips of a woman when caressing a child. Moreover, when the boy was not there, Betty was knitting socks or contriving pin cases or making little garments for him, and all the small savings she could gather from the allowance made by her son, and from the sale of some of her needlework, were devoted to the same grandchild. As the little fellow found his feet and was allowed to toddle, he often wanted to go to Granny, not much to the approval of Mrs. Jane. And later, when he went to school, he found his way to her cottage before he returned home so soon as his work hours in class were over. He very early developed a love for sea and ships. This did not accord with Mrs. Jane's ideas. She came from a family that had ever been on the land, and she disapproved of the sea. "But," remonstrated her husband, "he is my son, and I and my father and grandfather were all of us sea dogs, so that, naturally, my part in the boy takes to the water." And now an idea entered the head of old Betty. She resolved on making a ship for Peter. She provided herself with a stout piece of deal of suitable size and shape, and proceeded to fashion it into the form of a cutter, and to scoop out the interior. At this Peter assisted. After school he was with his grandmother watching the process, giving his opinion as to shape, and how the boat was to be rigged and furnished. The aged woman had but an old knife, no proper carpentering tools, consequently the progress was slow. Moreover, she worked at the ship only when Peter was by. The interest excited in the child by the process was an attraction to her house, and it served to keep him there. Further, when he was at home, he was being incessantly scolded by his mother, and the preference he developed for Granny's cottage caused many a pang of jealousy in Jane's heart. Peter was now 9 years old, and remained the only child, when a sad thing happened. One evening, when the little ship was rigged and almost complete, after leaving his grandmother, Peter went down to the port. There happened to be no one about, and in craning over the quay to look into his father's boat, he overbalanced, fell in, and was drowned. The grandmother supposed that the boy had returned home, the mother that he was with his grandmother, and a couple of hours passed before search for him was instituted, and the body was brought home an hour after that. Mrs. Jane's grief at losing her child was united with resentment against old Betty for having drawn the child away from home, and against her husband for having encouraged it. She poured forth vials of wrath upon Jonas. He it was who had done his utmost to have the boy killed, because he had allowed him to wander at large, and had provided him with an excuse by allowing him to tarry with old Betty after leaving school, so that no one knew where he was. Had Jonas been a reasonable man and a docile husband, he would have insisted on Peter returning promptly home every day, in which case this disaster would not have occurred. "But," said Jane bitterly, "you never have considered my feelings, and I believe you did not love Peter, and wanted to be rid of him." The blow to Betty was terrible. Her heartstrings were wrapped about the little fellow, and his loss was to her the eclipse of all life, the death of all her happiness. When Peter was in his coffin, then the old woman went to the house, carrying the little ship. It was now complete with sails and rigging. "Jane," said she, "I want Thicky Chip to be put in with Peter. 'Twere made for he, and I can't let another have it, and I can't keep it myself." "Nonsense," retorted Mr. Ray, Jr. "The boat can be of no use to he now." "I wouldn't say that. There's not revealed upon them matters, but I am cruel certain that up aloft there'll be a rumpus if Peter wakes up and don't find his ship. You may take it away. I'll have none of it," said Jane. So the old woman departed, but it was not disposed of to accept discomfiture. She went to the undertaker. "Mr. Matthews, I want you to put this here boat with my grandchild Peter. It will go in fitty at his feet." "Very sorry, ma'am, but not unless I break off the bowsprit. You see the coffin is too narrow." "Then put it in sideways and longways." "Very sorry, ma'am, but the mast is in the way. I'd be forced to break that so as to get the lid down." Disconcerted, the old woman retired. She would not suffer Peter's boat to be maltreated. On the occasion of the funeral, the grandmother appeared as one of the principal mourners. For certain reasons, Mrs. Jane did not attend the church and grave. As the procession left the house, old Betty took her place beside her son and carried the boat in her hand. At the close of the service at the grave, she said to the sexton, "I'll trouble you, John Hext, to put this here little ship right on top of his coffin. I made 'n for Peter, and Peter'll expect to have 'n." This was done, and not a step from the grave would the grandmother take until the first shovelfuls had fallen on the coffin and had partially buried the white ship. When Granny Ray returned to her cottage, the fire was out. She seated herself beside the dead hearth, with hands folded and tears coursing down her withered cheeks. Her heart was as dead and dreary as that of the hearth. She had now no object in life, and she murmured a prayer that the Lord might please take her, that she might see her Peter sailing his boat in paradise. Her prayer was interrupted by the entry of Jonas, who shouted, "Mother, we want your help again. There's Jane, took bad, with the worrit and the sorrow. It's come on a bit earlier than she reckoned, and you're to come along as quick as you can. 'Tisn't the Lord gave, the Lord hath taken away, but topsy-turvy the Lord hath taken away and is given again." Betty rose at once and went to the house with her son, and again, as 9 years previously, for a while she assumed the management of the house, and when the baby arrived, another boy, she managed that as well. The reign of Betty in the house of Jonas and Jane was not for long. The mother was soon downstairs, and with her reappearance came the departure of the grandmother. And now began once more the same old life as had been initiated 9 years previously. The child carried to its grandmother, who dandled it, crooned, and talked to it. Then, as it grew, it was supplied with socks and garments knitted and cut out and put together by Betty. There ensued the visits of the toddling child and the remonstrances of the mother. School time arrived, and with it a break in the journey to or from school at Granny's house, to partake of bread and jam, hear stories, and finally to assist in the making of a new ship. If, with the increase of years, Betty's powers had begun to fail, there had been no corresponding decrease in energy of will. Her eyes were not so clear as of old, nor her hearing so acute, but her hand was not unsteady. She would take this time to make and rig a schooner and not a cutter. Experience had made her more able, and she aspired to accomplish a greater task than she had previously undertaken. It was really remarkable how the old course was resumed almost in every particular. But the new grandson was called Jonas, like his father, and old Betty loved him, if possible with a more intense love than had been given to the first child. He closely resembled his father, and to her it was a renewal of her life long ago, when she nursed and cared for the first Jonas. And, if possible, Jane became more jealous of the aged woman, who was drawing to her so large a portion of her child's affection. The schooner was nearly complete. It was somewhat rude, having been worked with no better tool than a penknife, and its masts being made of knitting pins. On the day before little Jonas's 9th birthday, Betty carried the ship to the painter. "Mr. Elway," said she, "there be one thing I do want your help in. I cannot put the name on the vessel. I can't fashion the letters, and I want you to do it for me." "All right, ma'am. What name?" "Well now," said she, "my husband, the father of Jonas, and the grandfather of little Jonas, he always sailed in a schooner, and the ship was the Bold Venture. The Bonaventura, I think. I remember her. I'm sure she was the Bold Venture." "I think not, Mrs. Ray. It must have been the Bold Venture or Bold Adventurer. What sense is there in such a name as Bonaventure?" "I never heard of no such venture, unless it were that of Jack Smithson, who jumped out of a garret window, and sure enough he broke a bone of his leg. No, Mr. Elway, I'll have her entitled Bold Venture. I'll not gainsay you. Bold Venture she shall be." Then the painter very dexterously and daintily put the name in black paint on the white strip at the stern. "Will it be dry by tomorrow?" asked the old woman. "That's the little lad's birthday, and I promised to have his schooner ready for him to sail her then." "I've put dryers in the paint," answered Mr. Elway, "and you may reckon it will be right for tomorrow." That night Betty was unable to sleep. So eager was she for the day when the little boy would attain his 9th year and become the possessor of the beautiful ship she had fashioned for him with her own hands, and on which, in fact, she had been engaged for more than 12 months. Nor was she able to eat her simple breakfast and noonday meal, so thrilled was her old heart with the love for the child and expectation of his delight when the bold venture was made over to him as his own. She heard his little feet on the cobblestones of the alley. He came on, dancing, jumping, fidgeted at the lock, threw the door open, and burst in with the shout. "See, see, Granny, my new ship! Mother has give it me, a real frigate, with 3 masts, all red and green, and it cost her 7 shillings at Camelot Fair yesterday." He bore aloft a very magnificent toy ship. It had pennants at the mast top and a flag at the stern. "Granny, look, look, ain't she a beauty? Now I shan't want your dashy old schooner when I have my grand new frigate." "Won't you have your ship, the Bold Venture?" "No, Granny, chuck it away. It's a shabby bit of rubbish, Mother says, and see, there's a brass cannon, a real cannon that will go off with a bang on my frigate. Ain't it a beauty?" "Oh, Jonas, look at the Bold Venture." "No, Granny, I can't stay. I want to be off and swim with my beautiful 7-shilling ship." Then he dashed away as boisterous as he had dashed in, and forgot to shut the door. It was evening when the elder Jonas returned home, and he was welcomed by his son with exclamations of delight, and was shown the new ship. "But, Daddy, her won't sail. Over her will flop in the water." "There is no lead on the keel," remarked the father. "The vessel is built for show only." Then he walked away to his mother's cottage. He was vexed. He knew that his wife had bought the toy with the deliberate intent of disappointing and wounding her mother-in-law, and he was afraid that he would find the old lady deeply mortified and incensed. As he entered the dingy lane, he noticed that her door was partly open. The aged woman was on the seat by the table at the window, lying forward, clasping the ship, and the 2 masts were run through her white hair. Her head rested, partly on the new ship and partly on the table. "Mother," said he. "Mother!" There was no answer. The feeble old heart had given way under the blow, and had ceased to beat. I was accustomed, a few summers past, to spend a couple of months at Port Stephen. Jonas Ray took me often in his boat, either mackerel fishing or on excursions to the islets off the coast in quest of wild birds. We became familiar, and I would now and then spend an evening with him in his cottage, and talk about the sea and the chances of a harbour of refuge being made at Port Stephen, and sometimes we spoke of our own family affairs. Thus it was that, little by little, the story of the Bold Venture was told to me. Mrs. Jane was no more in the house. "It's a curious thing," said Jonas Ray, "but the first ship my mother made was no sooner done than my boy Peter died. And when she made another with 2 masts, as soon as ever it was finished she died herself, and shortly after my wife Jane, who took a chill at mother's funeral, it settled on her chest, and she died in a fortnight." "Is that the boat?" I inquired, pointing to a glass case on the cupboard in which was a rudely executed schooner. "That's her," replied Jonas, "and I'd like you to have a close look at her." I walked to the cupboard and looked. "Do you see anything particular?" asked the fisherman. "I can't say that I do." "Look at her masthead. What is there?" After a pause I said, "There's a grey hair. That is all, like a pennant." "I mean that," said Jonas. "I can't say whether my old mother put a hair from her white head there for the purpose, or whether it was caught and fixed itself when she fell forward grasping the boat, and the masts and spars and shrouds were all tangled in her hair. Anyhow, there it be, and that's one reason why I've had the Bold Venture put in a glass case, that the white hair may never be by no chance get brushed away from it. Now look again. Do you see nothing more?" "I can't say I do." "Look at the bows." I did so. Presently I remarked, "I see nothing except, perhaps, some bruises, a little bit of red paint." "Ah, that's it. And where did the red paint come from?" I was, of course, quite unable to suggest an explanation. Presently, after Mr. Ray had waited, as if to draw from me the answer he expected, he said, "Well, no, I reckon you can't tell. It was thus. When Mother died, I bought the Bold Venture here and set her where she is now, on the cupboard. And Jonas, he had set the new ship, all red and green, the Saucy Jane it was called, on the bureau. Will you believe me, the next morning when I came downstairs the frigate was on the floor, and some of her spars broken and all the rigging in a muddle. There was no lead on the bottom, it fell down. It was not once that it happened, it came to the same thing every night. And what's more, the Bold Venture began to show signs of having fouled her." "How so?" "Run against her. She had bruises, and had brought away some of the paint of the Saucy Jane. Every morning the frigate, if she weren't on the floor, were rammed into a corner and battered as if she'd been in a bad sea." "But that's impossible." "Of course, lots of things is impossible, but they happen all the same." "Well, what next?" "Jane, she was ill, and took wuss and wuss, and just as she got wuss, so it took wuss as well with the Saucy Jane. And on the night she died, I reckon there was a regular pitched sea fight." "But not at sea." "Well, no, but the frigate seemed to have been rammed, and she was on the floor and split from stem to stern." "And pray, has the Bold Venture made no attempt since?" "The glass case is not broken." "There's been no occasion. I chucked what remained of the Saucy Jane into the fire." End of 19. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com.
Section 20 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crln. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 20. Mustapha, Part 1. 1. Among the many hangers-on at the Hôtel de l'Europe at Luxor, donkey boys, porters, guides, antiquity dealers, was one, a young man named Mustapha, who proved a general favourite. I spent 3 winters at Luxor, partly for my health, partly for pleasure, mainly to make artistic studies, as I am by profession a painter. So I came to know Mustapha fairly well in 3 stages during those 3 winters. When I first made his acquaintance, he was in the transition condition from boyhood to manhood. He had an intelligent face, with bright eyes, a skin soft as brown silk, with a velvety hue on it. His features were regular, and if his face was a little too round to quite satisfy an English artistic eye, yet this was a peculiarity to which one soon became accustomed. He was unflaggingly good-natured and obliging. A mongrel, no doubt he was. Arab and native Egyptian blood were mingled in his veins. But the result was happy. He combined the patience and gentleness of the child of Mizraim with the energy and pluck of the son of the desert. Mustapha had been a donkey boy, but had risen a stage higher, and looked, as the object of his supreme ambition, to become some day a dragon man, and blaze like one of these gilded beetles in lace and chains, rings and weapons. To become a dragon man, one of the most obsequious of men till engaged, one of the veriest tyrants when engaged. To what higher could an Egyptian boy aspire? To become a dragon man means to go in broadcloth and with gold chains when his fellows are half naked, to lounge and twist the moustache when his kinsfolk are toiling under the water buckets, to be able to extort backsheesh from all the tradesmen to whom he can introduce a master, to do nothing himself and make others work for him, to be able to look to purchase 2, 3, even 4 wives when his father contented himself with 1, to soar out of the region of native virtues into that of foreign vices, to be superior to all instilled prejudices against spirits and wine, that is the ideal set before young Egypt through contact with the English and the American tourist. We all liked Mustapha. No one had a bad word to say of him. Some pious individuals rejoiced to see that he had broken with the Koran, as if this were a first step towards taking up with the Bible. A free-thinking professor was glad to find that Mustapha had emancipated himself from some of those shackles which religion places on august, divine humanity, and that by getting drunk he gave pledge that he had risen into a sphere of pure emancipation which eventuates in ideal perfection. As I made my studies, I engaged Mustapha to carry my easel and canvas, or camp stool. I was glad to have him as a study, to make him stand by a wall or sit on a pillar that was prostrate, as artistic exigencies required. He was always ready to accompany me. There was an understanding between us that when a drove of tourists came to Luxor, he might leave me for the day to pick up what he could then from the natural prey, but I found him not always keen to be off duty to me. Though he could get more from the occasional visitor than from me, he was above the ravenous appetite for baksheesh which consumed his fellows. He who has much to do with the native Egyptian will have discovered that there are in him a fund of kindliness and a treasure of good qualities. He is delighted to be treated with humanity, pleased to be noticed, and ready to repay attention with touching gratitude. He is by no means as rapacious for baksheesh as the passing traveller supposes. He is shrewd to distinguish between man and man, like this one, and will do anything for him unrewarded, and will do naught for another for any bribe. The Egyptian is now in a transitional state. If it be quite true that the touch of England is restoring life to his crippled limbs, and the voice of England bidding him rise up and walk, there are occasions on which association with Englishmen is a disadvantage to him. Such an instance is that of poor, good Mustapha. It was not my place to caution Mustapha against the pernicious influences to which he was subjected, and, to speak plainly, I did not know what line to adopt, on what ground to take my stand, if I did. He was breaking with the old life, and taking up with what was new, retaining of the old only what was bad in it, and acquiring of the new none of its good parts. Civilization, European civilization, is excellent, but cannot be swallowed at a gulp, nor does it wholly suit the Oriental digestion. That which impelled Mustapha still further in his course was the attitude assumed towards him by his own relatives and the natives of his own village. They were strict Muslims, and they regarded him as one on the highway to becoming a renegade. They treated him with mistrust, showed him aversion, and loaded him with reproaches. Mustapha had a high spirit, and he resented rebuke. Let his fellows grumble and objurgate, said he. They would cringe to him when he became a dragon man, with his pockets stuffed with piastres. There was in our hotel, the second winter, a young fellow of the name of Jameson, a man with plenty of money, superficial good nature, little intellect, very conceited and egoistic, and this fellow was Mustapha's evil genius. It was Jameson's delight to encourage Mustapha in drinking and gambling. Time hung heavy on his hands. He cared nothing for hieroglyphs, scenery bored him, antiquities, art had no charm for him. Natural history presented to him no attraction, and the only amusement level with his mental faculties was that of hoaxing natives or breaking down their religious prejudices. Matters were in this condition as regarded Mustapha, when an incident occurred during my second winter at Luxor that completely altered the tenor of Mustapha's life. One night a fire broke out in the nearest village. It originated in a mud hovel belonging to a fellah. His wife had spilled some oil on the hearth, and the flames leaping up had caught the low thatch, which immediately burst into a blaze. A wind was blowing from the direction of the Arabian desert, and it carried the flames and ignited the thatch before it on other roofs. The conflagration spread, and the whole village was menaced with destruction. The greatest excitement and alarm prevailed. The inhabitants lost their heads. Men ran about rescuing from their hovels their only treasures, old sardine tins and empty marmalade pots. Women wailed, children sobbed, no one made any attempt to stay the fire, and above all were heard the screams of the woman whose incaution had caused the mischief, and who was being beaten unmercifully by her husband. The few English in the hotel came on the scene, and with their instinctive energy and system set to work to organize a corps and subdue the flames. The women and girls who were rescued from the menaced hovels, or plucked out of those already on fire, were in many cases unveiled, and so it came to pass that Mustapha, who, under English direction, was abblessed and most vigorous in his efforts to stop the conflagration, met his fate in the shape of the daughter of Ibrahim the farrier. By the light of the flames he saw her, and at once resolved to make that fair girl his wife. No reasonable obstacle intervened, so thought Mustapha. He had amassed a sufficient sum to entitle him to buy a wife and set up a household of his own. A house consists of 4 mud walls and a low thatch, and housekeeping in an Egyptian house is as elementary and economical as the domestic architecture. The maintenance of a wife and family is not costly after the first outlay, which consists in indemnifying the father for the expense to which he has been put in rearing a daughter. The ceremony of courting is also elementary, and the addresses of the suitor are not paid to the bride, but to her father, and not in person by the candidate, but by an intermediary. Mustapha negotiated with a friend, a fellow hanger-on at the hotel, to open proceedings with the farrier. He was to represent to the worthy man that the suitor entertained the most ardent admiration for the virtues of Ibrahim personally, that he was inspired with but one ambition, which was alliance with so distinguished a family as his. He was to assure the father of the damsel that Mustapha undertook to proclaim through Upper and Lower Egypt, in the ears of Egyptians, Arabs, and Europeans, that Ibrahim was the most remarkable man that ever existed for solidity of judgment, excellence of parts, uprightness of dealing, nobility of sentiment, strictness in observance of the precepts of the Crln, and finally Mustapha was anxious to indemnify this same paragon of genius and virtue for his condescension in having cared to breed and clothe and feed for several years a certain girl, his daughter, if Mustapha might have that daughter as his wife. Not that he cared for the daughter in herself, but as a means whereby he might have the honor of entering into alliance with one so distinguished and so esteemed of Allah as Ibrahim the farrier. To the infinite surprise of the intermediary, and to the no less surprise and mortification of the suitor, Mustapha was refused. He was a bad Moslem. Ibrahim would have no alliance with one who had turned his back on the Prophet and drunk bottled beer. Till this moment, Mustapha had not realized how great was the alienation between his fellows and himself, what a barrier he had set up between himself and the men of his own blood. The refusal of his suit struck the young man to the quick. He had known and played with the farrier's daughter in childhood till she had come of age to veil her face. Now that he had seen her in ripe charms, his heart was deeply stirred and engaged. He entered into himself, and going to the mosque, he there made the solemn vow that if he ever touched wine, ale, or spirits again, he would cut his throat, and he sent word to Ibrahim that he had done so, and begged that he would not dispose of his daughter, and finally reject him, till he had seen how that he, who had turned in thought and manner of life from the Prophet, would return with firm resolution to the right way. 2. From this time Mustapha changed his conduct. He was obliging and attentive as before, ready to exert himself to do for me what I wanted, ready also to extort money from the ordinary tourist for doing nothing, to go with me and carry my tools when I went forth painting, and to joke and laugh with Jameson; but unless he were unavoidably detained, he said his prayers 5 times daily in the mosque, and no inducement whatever could make him touch anything save sherbet, milk, or water. Mustapha had no easy time of it. The strict Mohammedans mistrusted this sudden conversion and believed that he was playing a part. Ibrahim gave him no encouragement. His relatives maintained their reserve and stiffness toward him. His companions, moreover, who were in their transitional age, and those who had completely shaken off all faith in Allah and trust in the Prophet and respect for the Koran, were incensed at his desertion. He was ridiculed, insulted. He was waylaid and beaten. The young fellows mimicked him, the elders scoffed at him. Jameson took his change to heart, and laid himself out to bring him out of his pot of scruples. "Mustapha ain't any sport at all now," said he. "I'm hanged if he has another para from me." He offered him bribes in gold, he united with the others in ridicule, he turned his back on him, and refused to employ him. Nothing availed. Mustapha was respectful, courteous, obliging as before, but he had returned, he said, to the faith and rule of life in which he had been brought up, and he would never again leave it. "I have sworn," said he, "that if I do I will cut my own throat." I had been perhaps negligent in cautioning the young fellow the first winter that I knew him against the harm likely to be done to him by taking up with European habits contrary to his law and the feelings and prejudices of his people. Now, however, I had no hesitation in expressing to him the satisfaction I felt at the courageous and determined manner in which he had broken with acquired habits that could do him no good. For one thing, we were now better acquaintances, and I felt that as one who had known him for some more than a few months in the winter, I had a good right to speak. And again, it is always easier or pleasanter to praise than to reprimand. One day when sketching, I cut my pencil with a pruning knife I happened to have in my pocket. My proper knife of many blades had been left behind by misadventure. Mustapha noticed the knife and admired it, and asked if it had cost a great sum. "Not at all," I answered. "I did not even buy it. It was given to me. I ordered some flower seeds from a seedsman, and when he sent me the consignment, he included this knife in a case as a present. It is not worth more than a shilling in England." He turned it about with looks of admiration. "It is just the sort that would suit me," he said. "I know your other knife with many blades. It is very fine, but it is too small. I do not want it to cut pencils. It has other things in it, a hook for taking stones from a horse's hoof, a pair of tweezers for removing hairs. I do not want such, but a knife such as this, with such a curve, is just the thing." "Then you shall have it," said I. "You are welcome. It was for rough work only that I brought the knife to Egypt with me." I finished a painting that winter that gave me real satisfaction. It was of the great court of the Temple of Luxor by evening light, with the last red glare of the sun over the distant desert hills, and the eastern sky above a purple depth. What colours I used! The intensest on my palette, and yet fell short of the effect. The picture was in the Academy, was well hung, abominably represented in one of the illustrated guides to the galleries as a blotch by some sort of photographic process on gelatine. My picture sold, which concerned me most of all, and not only did it sell at a respectable figure, but it also brought me 2 or 3 orders for Egyptian pictures. So many English and American go up the Nile and carry away with them pleasant reminiscences of the land of the Pharaohs, that when in England they are fain to buy pictures which shall remind them of scenes in that land. I returned to my hotel at Luxor in November to spend there a third winter. The fellaheen about there saluted me as a friend with an affectionate delight, which I am quite certain was not assumed, as they got nothing out of me save kindly salutations. I had the Egyptian fever on me, which, when once acquired, is not to be shaken off. An enthusiasm for everything Egyptian, the antiquities, the history of the pharaohs, the very desert, the brown Nile, the desolate hill ranges, the ever blue sky, the marvellous colorations at rise and set of sun, and last, but not least, the prosperity of the poor peasants. I am quite certain that the very warmest welcome accorded to me was from Mustapha, and almost the first words he said to me on my meeting him again were, "I have been very good. I say my prayers. I drink no wine, and Ibrahim will give me his daughter in the second Jumada, what you call January." "Not before, Mustapha?" "No, sir. He says I must be tried for 1 whole year, and he is right." "Then soon after Christmas you will be happy?" "I have got a house and made it ready. Yes, after Christmas there will be one very happy man, one very, very happy man in Egypt, and that will be your humble servant, Mustapha." End of section 20. Section 21 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crln. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 21. Mustapha, Part 2. 3. We were a pleasant party at Luxor this third winter, not numerous, but for the most part of congenial tastes. For the most part we were keen on hieroglyphics, we admired Queen Hatasou, and we hated Ramses II. We could distinguish the artistic work of one dynasty from that of another. We were learned on cartouche, and flourished our knowledge before the tourists dropping in. One of those staying in the hotel was an Oxford don, very good company, interested in everything, and able to talk well on everything, I mean everything more or less remotely connected with Egypt. Another was a young fellow who had been an attaché at Berlin, but who was out of health. Nothing organic the matter with his lungs, but they were weak. He was keen on the political situation, and very anti-Gallican, as every man who was in Egypt naturally is, who is not a Frenchman. There was also staying in the hotel an American lady, fresh and delightful, whose mind and conversation twinkled like frost crystals in the sun, a woman full of good humour, of the most generous sympathies, and so droll that she kept us ever amused. And alas, Jameson was back again, not entering into any of our pursuits, not understanding our little jokes, not at all content to be there. He grumbled at the food, and indeed that might have been better, at the monotony of the life at Luxor, at his London doctor for putting the veto on Cairo because of its drainage, or rather the absence of all drainage. I really think we did our utmost to draw Jameson into our circle, to amuse him, to interest him in something, but one by one we gave up, and the last to do this was the little American lady. From the outset he had attacked Mustapha, and endeavoured to persuade him to shake off his squeamish nonsense, as Jameson called his resolve. "I tell you what it is, old fellow," he said. "Life isn't worth living without good liquor, and as for that blessed prophet of yours, he showed he was a fool when he put a bar on drinks." But as Mustapha was not pliable, he gave him up. "He's become just as great a bore as that old Ramses," said he. "I'm sick of the whole concern, and I don't think anything of fresh dates that you fellows make such a fuss about. As for that stupid old Nile, there ain't a fish worth eating comes out of it. And those old Egyptians were arrant humbugs. I haven't seen a lotus since I came here, and they made such a fuss about them, too." The little American lady was not weary of asking questions relative to English home life, and especially to country house living and amusements. "Oh, my dear," said she, "I would give my ears to spend a Christmas in the fine old fashion in a good ancient manor house in the country." "There is nothing remarkable in that," said an English lady. "Not to you, maybe, but there would be to us. What we read and make pictures of in our fancies, that is what you live. Your facts are our fairy tales. Look at your hunting." "That, if you like, is fun," threw in Jameson, "but I don't myself think anything, save Luxor, can be a bigger bore than country house life at Christmas time, when all the boys are back from school." "With us," said the little American, "our sportsmen dress in pink like yours, the whole thing, and canter after a bag of anise seeds that is trailed before them." "Why do they not import foxes?" "Because a fox would not keep to the road. Our farmers object pretty freely to trespass, so the hunting must of necessity be done on the highway, and the game is but a bag of anise seeds. I would like to see an English meet and a run." This subject was thrashed out after having been prolonged unduly for the sake of Jameson. "Oh, dear me," said the Yankee lady, "if but that chef would be persuaded to give us plum puddings for Christmas, I would try to think I was in England." "Plum pudding is exploded," said Jameson. "Only children ask for it now. A good trifle or a tipsy cake is much more to my taste, but this hanged cook here can give us nothing but his blooming custard pudding and burnt sugar." "I do not think it would be wise to let him attempt a plum pudding," said the English lady. "But if we can persuade him to permit me, I will mix and make the pudding, and then he cannot go far wrong in the boiling and dishing up." "That is the only thing wanting to make me perfectly happy," said the American. "I'll confront monsieur. I'm sure I can talk him into a good humour, and we shall have our plum pudding." No one has yet been found, I do believe, who could resist that little woman. She carried everything before her. The cook placed himself and all his culinary apparatus at her feet. We took part in the stoning of the raisins and the wasting of the currants, even the chopping of the suet. We stirred the pudding, threw in sixpence apiece, and a ring, and then it was tied up in a cloth and set aside to be boiled. Christmas Day came, and the English chaplain preached us a practical sermon on goodwill towards men. That was his text, and his sermon was but a swelling out of the words, just as rice is swelled to thrice its size by boiling. We dined. There was an attempt at roast beef. It was more like baked leather. The event of the dinner was to be the bringing in and eating of the plum pudding. Surely all would be perfect. We could answer for the materials and the mixing. The English lady could guarantee the boiling. She had seen the plum pudding on the boil, and had given strict injunctions as to the length of time during which it was to boil. But alas! The pudding was not right when brought on the table. It was not enveloped in lambent blue flame. It was not crackling in the burning brandy. It was sent in dry, and the brandy arrived separate in a white sauce boat, hot indeed, and sugared, but not on fire. There ensued outcries of disappointment. Attempts were made to redress the mistake by setting fire to the brandy in a spoon, but the spoon was cold. The flame would not catch, and finally, with a sigh, we had to take our plum pudding as served. "I say, chaplain," exclaimed Jameson, "practice is better than precept, is it not?" "To be sure it is." "You gave us a deuced good sermon. It was short, as it ought to be, but I'll go better on it. I'll practice where you preached, and have larks too." Then Jameson started from the table, with a plate of plum pudding in one hand and the sauce boat in the other. "By Jove," he said, "I'll teach these fellows to open their eyes. I'll show them that we know how to feed. We can't turn out scarabs and cartouches in England that are no good to anyone, but we can produce the finest roast beef in the world, and do a thing or two in puddings." And he left the room. We paid no heed to anything Jameson said or did. We were rather relieved that he was out of the room, and did not concern ourselves about the larks he promised himself, and which we were quite certain would be as insipid as were the quails of the Israelites. In 10 minutes he was back, laughing and red in the face. "I've had splitting fun," he said. "You should have been there." "Where, Jameson?" "Why, outside. There were a lot of old moolahs and other hokey-pokeys sitting and contemplating the setting sun and all that sort of thing, and I gave Mustapha the pudding. I told him I wished him to try our great national English dish, on which Her Majesty the Queen dines daily. Well, he ate and enjoyed it, by George. Then I said, 'Old fellow, it's uncommonly dry, so you must take the sauce to it.' He asked if it was only sauce, flour and water. 'It's sauce, by Jove,' said I. 'A little sugar to it. No bar on the sugar, Musty.' So I put the boat to his lips and gave him a pull. By George, you should have seen his face. It was just thundering fun. 'I've done you at last, old Musty,' I said. 'It's best cognac.' He gave me such a look. He'd have eaten me, I believe, and he walked away. It was just splitting fun. I wish you had been there to see it." I went out after dinner to take my usual stroll along the river bank, and to watch the evening lights die away on the columns and obelisk. On my return I saw at once that something had happened which had produced commotion among the servants of the hotel. I had reached the salon before I inquired what was the matter. The boy who was taking the coffee round said, "Mustapha is dead. He cut his throat at the door of the mosque. He could not help himself. He had broken his vow." I looked at Jameson without a word. Indeed, I could not speak. I was choking. The little American lady was trembling, the English lady crying. The gentlemen stood silent in the windows, not speaking a word. Jameson's colour changed. He was honestly distressed, uneasy, and tried to cover his confusion with bravado and jest. "After all," he said, "it's only a nigger the less." "Nigger?" said the American lady. "He was no nigger, but an Egyptian." "Oh, I don't pretend to distinguish between your blacks and whitey browns any more than I do between your cartouches," returned Jameson. "He was no black," said the American lady, standing up. "But I do mean to say that I consider you an utterly unredeemed black—" "My dear, don't," said the Englishwoman, drawing the other down. "It's no good. The thing is done. He meant no harm." 4. I could not sleep. My body was in a boil. I felt that I could not speak to Jameson again. He would have to leave Luxor. That was tacitly understood amongst us. Coventry was the place to which he would be consigned. I tried to finish in a little sketch I had made in my notebook when I was in my room, but my hand shook, and I was constrained to lay my pencil aside. Then I took up an Egyptian grammar, but could not fix my mind on study. The hotel was very still. Everyone had gone to bed at an early hour that night, disinclined for conversation. No one was moving. There was a lamp in the passage. It was partly turned down. Jameson's room was next to mine. I heard him stir as he undressed and talk to himself. Then he was quiet. I wound up my watch, and emptying my pocket, put my purse under the pillow. I was not in the least heavy with sleep. If I did go to bed, I should not be able to close my eyes. But then, if I sat up, I could do nothing. I was about leisurely to undress when I heard a sharp cry or exclamation of mingled pain and alarm from the adjoining room. In another moment there was a rap at my door. I opened, and Jameson came in. He was in his nightshirt and looking agitated and frightened. "Look here, old fellow," he said in a shaking voice. "There's Musty in my room. He has been hiding there, and just as I dropped asleep he ran that knife of yours into my throat." "My knife?" "Yes, that pruning knife you gave him, you know. Look here, I must have the place sewn up. Do go for a doctor, there's a good chap." "Where is the place?" "Here, on my right gill." Jameson turned his head to the left, and I raised the lamp. There was no wound of any sort there. I told him so. "Oh, yes, that's fine. I tell you I felt his knife go in." "Nonsense, you were dreaming." "Dreaming? Not I. I saw Musty as distinctly as now I see you." "This is a delusion, Jameson," I replied. "The poor fellow is dead." "Oh, that's very fine," said Jameson. "It is not the 1st of April, and I don't believe the yarns that you've been spinning. You tried to make believe he was dead, but I know he is not. He has got into my room, and he made a dig at my throat with your pruning knife." "I'll go into your room with you." "Do so, but he's gone by this time. Trust him to cut and run." I followed Jameson and looked about. There was no trace of anyone beside himself having been in the room. Moreover, there was no place but the nut-wood wardrobe in the bedroom in which anyone could have secreted himself. I opened this and showed that it was empty. After a while I pacified Jameson and induced him to go to bed again, and then I left his room. I did not now attempt to court sleep. I wrote letters with a hand not the steadiest, and did my accounts. As the hour approached midnight, I was again startled by a cry from the adjoining room, and in another moment Jameson was at my door. "That blooming fellow Musty is in my room still," said he. "He has been at my throat again." "Nonsense," said I. "You are labouring under hallucinations. You locked your door." "Oh, by Jove, yes, of course I did. But hang it, in this hole neither doors nor windows fit, and the locks are no good, and the bolts nowhere. He got in again somehow, and if I had not started up at the moment I felt the knife, he'd have done for me. He would, by George. I wish I had a revolver." I went into Jameson's room. Again he insisted on my looking at his throat. "It's very good of you to say there is no wound," said he. "But you won't gull me with words. I felt his knife in my windpipe, and if I had not jumped out of bed—" "You locked your door. No one could enter. Look in the glass, there's not even a scratch. This is pure imagination." "I'll tell you what, old fellow, I won't sleep in that room again. Change with me, there's a charitable buffer. If you don't believe in Musty, Musty won't hurt you maybe. Anyhow, you can try if he's solid or a phantom. Blow me if the knife felt like a phantom." "I do not quite see my way to changing rooms," I replied. "But this I will do for you. If you like to go to bed again in your own apartment, I will sit up with you till morning." "All right," answered Jameson. "And if Musty comes in again, let out at him and do not spare him. Swear that." I accompanied Jameson once more to his bedroom. Little as I liked the man, I could not deny him my presence and assistance at this time. It was obvious that his nerves were shaken by what had occurred, and he felt his relation to Mustapha much more than he cared to show. The thought that he had been the cause of the poor fellow's death preyed on his mind, never strong, and now it was upset with imaginary terrors. I gave up letter writing, and brought my Baedeker's Upper Egypt into Jameson's room, one of the best of all guidebooks, and one crammed with information. I seated myself near the light, and with my back to the bed on which the young man had once more flung himself. "I say," said Jameson, raising his head, "is it too late for a brandy and soda?" "Everyone is in bed." "What lazy dogs they are! One never can get anything one wants here." "Well, try to go to sleep." He tossed from side to side for some time, but after a while either he was quiet or I was engrossed in my Baedeker, and I heard nothing till the clock struck 12. At the last stroke I heard a snort and then a gasp and a cry from the bed. I started up and looked around. Jameson was slipping out with his feet onto the floor. "Confound you!" said he angrily. "You are a fine watch, you are, to let Mustapha steal in on tiptoe whilst you are cartouching and all that sort of rubbish. He was at me again, and if I had not been sharp he'd have cut my throat. I won't go to bed any more." "Well, sit up, but I assure you no one was here." "That's fine. How can you tell? You had your back to me, and these devils of fellows steal about like cats. You can't hear them till they're at you." It was of no use arguing with Jameson, so I let him have his way. "I can feel all the 3 places in my throat where he ran the knife in," said he. "And, don't you notice, I speak with difficulty." So we sat up together for the rest of the night. He became more reasonable as dawn came on, and inclined to admit that he had been a prey to fancies. The day passed very much as did others. Jameson was dull and sulky. After déjeuner he sat on at table when the ladies had risen and retired, and the gentlemen had formed in knots at the window, discussing what was to be done in the afternoon. Suddenly Jameson, whose head had begun to nod, started up with an oath and threw down his chair. "You fellows," he said, "you are all in league against me. You let Mustapha come in without a word, and try to stick his knife into me." "He has not been here." "It's a plant. You are combined to bully and drive me away. You don't like me. You have engaged Mustapha to murder me. This is the 4th time he has tried to cut my throat, and in the salle à manger too, with you all standing around. You ought to be ashamed to call yourselves Englishmen. I'll go to Cairo. I'll complain." It really seemed that the feeble brain of Jameson was affected. The Oxford Don undertook to sit up in the room the following night. The young man was fagged and sleep-weary, but no sooner did his eyes close and clouds form about his head than he was brought to wakefulness again by the same fancy or dream. The Oxford Don had more trouble with him on the second night than I had on the first, for his lapses into sleep were more frequent, and each such lapse was succeeded by a start and a panic. The next day he was worse, and we felt that he could no longer be left alone. The 3rd night the attaché sat up to watch him. Jameson had now sunk into a sullen mood. He would not speak, except to himself, and then only to grumble. During the night, without being aware of it, the young attaché who had taken a couple of magazines with him to read fell asleep. When he went off he did not know. He woke just before dawn, and in a spasm of terror and self-reproach saw that Jameson's chair was empty. Jameson was not in his bed. He could not be found in the hotel. At dawn he was found, dead, at the door of the mosque, with his throat cut. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 22. Little Joe Gander, Part 1. "There's no good in him," said his stepmother. "Not a muscle." With these words she thrust little Joe forward by applying her knee to the small of his back, and thereby jerking him into the middle of the school before the master. "There's no making nothing out of him, whack him as you will." Little Joe Lambole was a child of 10, dressed in second-hand, nay, third-hand garments that did not fit. His coat had been a soldier's scarlet uniform, that had gone, when discarded, to a dealer, who had dealt it to a carter, and when the carter had worn it out, it was reduced and adapted to the wear of the child. The nether garments had, in like manner, served a full-grown man till worn out. Then they had been cut down at the knees. Though shortened in leg, they maintained their former copiousness of seat, and served as an inexhaustible receptacle for dust. Often as little Joe was licked, there issued from the dense mass of drapery clouds of dust. It was like beating a puff-ball. "Only a 7-month child," said Mrs. Lambole contemptuously, "born without his nails on fingers and toes. They growed later. His wits have never come right, and a deal of larruping it will take them to make them grow. Use the rod. We won't grumble at you for doing so." Little Joe Lambole, when he came into the world, had not been expected to live. He was a poor, small, miserable baby that could not roar, but whimpered. He had been privately baptized directly he was born, because at the first Mrs. Lambole said, "The child is mine, though it be such a creature, and I wouldn't like it, according, to be buried like a dog." He was called Joseph. The scriptural Joseph had been sold as a bondman into Egypt. This little Joseph seemed to have been brought into the world to be a slave. In all propriety he ought to have died as a baby, and that happy consummation was almost desired, but he disappointed expectations, and lived. His mother died soon after, and his father married again, and his father and stepmother loved him, doubtless, but love is manifested in many ways, and the Lamboles showed theirs in a rough way, by slaps and blows and kicks. The father was ashamed of him because he was a weakling, and the stepmother because he was ugly and was not her own child. He was a meagre little fellow, with a long neck and a white face and sunken cheeks, a pigeon breast and a big stomach. He walked with his head forward, and his great pale blue eyes staring before him into the far distance, as if he were always looking out of the world. His walk was a waddle, and he tumbled over every obstacle because he never looked where he was going, always looked to something beyond the horizon. Because of his walk and his long neck, and staring eyes and big stomach, the village children called him Gander Joe, or Joe Gander, and his parents were not sorry, for they were ashamed that such a creature should be known as a Lambole. The Lamboles were a sturdy, hearty people, with cheeks like quarrender apples, and bones set firm and knit with iron sinews. They were a hard-working, practical people, who fattened pigs and kept poultry at home. Lambole was a road-maker. In breaking stones one day, a bit of one had struck his eye and blinded it. After that he wore a black patch upon it. He saw well enough out of the other. He never missed seeing his own interests. Lambole could have made a few pence with his son had his son been worth anything. He could have sent him to scrape the road and bring the manure off it in a shovel to his garden, but Joe never took heartily to scraping the dung up. In a word, the boy was good for nothing. He had hair like tow, and a little straw hat on his head, with the top torn, so that the hair forced its way out, and as he walked the top bobbed about like the lid of a boiling saucepan. When the whortleberries were ripe in June, Mrs. Lambole sent Joe out with other children to collect the berries in a tin can. She sold them for 4d. a quart, and any child could earn 8d. a day in whortleberry time. One that was active might earn a shilling. But Joe would not remain with the other children. They teased him, imitated ganders and geese, and poked their necks out and uttered sounds in imitation of the voices of these birds. Moreover, they stole the berries he had picked, and put them into their own cans. When Joe Gander left them and found himself alone in the woods, then he lay down among the brown heather and green fern, and looked up through the oak leaves at the sky, and listened to the singing of the birds. O wondrous music of the woods! the hum of the summer air among the leaves, the drone of the bees about the flowers, the twittering and fluting and piping of the finches and blackbirds and thrushes, and the cool soft cooing of the wood-pigeons, like the lowing of aerial oxen. Then the tapping of the green woodpecker, and a glimpse of its crimson head, like a carbuncle running up the tree-trunk, and the powdering down of old husks of fir cones, or of the tender rind of the topmost shoot of a Scottish pine. For aloft a red squirrel was barking a beautiful tree out of wantonness and frolic. A rabbit would come forth from the bracken and sit up in the sun and clean its face with the forepaws and stroke its long ears, then, seeing the soiled red coat, would skip up, little Joe lying very still, and screw its nose and turn its eyes from side to side, and skip nearer again till it was quite close to Joe Gander. And then the boy laughed, and the rabbit was gone with a flash of white tail. Happy days. Days of listening to mysterious music, of looking into mysteries of sun and foliage, of spiritual intercourse with the great mother soul of nature. In the evenings, when Gander Joe came without his can, or with his can empty, he would say to his stepmother, "Oh, Steppy, it was so nice. Everything was singing." "I'll make you sing in the chorus too," cried Mrs. Lambole, and laid a stick across his shoulders. Experience had taught her the futility of dusting at a lower level. Then Gander Joe cried and writhed and promised to be more diligent in picking whortleberries in future. But when he went again into the wood, it was again the same. The spell of the wood spirits was on him. He forgot about the berries at 4d. a quart, and lay on his back and listened. And the whole wood whispered and sang to him, and consoled him for his beating. And the wind played lullabies among the fir spines, and whistled in the grass, and the aspen clashed its myriad tiny cymbals together, producing an orchestra of sound that filled the soul of the dreaming boy with love and delight and unutterable yearning. It fared no better in autumn, when the blackberry season set in. Joe went with his can to an old quarry where the brambles sent their runners over the masses of rubble thrown out from the pits, and warmed and ripened their fruit on the hot stones. It was a marvel to see how the blackberries grew in this deserted quarry, how large the fruit swelled, how thick they were, like mulberries. On the roadside of the quarry was a belt of pines, and the sun drew out of their bark scents of unsurpassed sweetness. About the blackberries hovered spotted white and yellow and black moths, beautiful as butterflies. Butterflies did not fail either. The red admiral was there, resting on the bark of the trees, asleep in the sun with wings expanded, or drifting about the clumps of yellow ragwort, doubtful whether to perch or not. Here, hidden behind the trees, among the leaves of overgrown rubble, was a one-story cottage of wood and clay, covered with thatch, in which lived Roger Gale, the postman. Roger Gale had 10 miles to walk every morning delivering letters, and the same number of miles every evening, for which 20 miles he received the liberal pay of 6 shillings a week. He had to be at the post office at 6:30 in the morning to receive the letters, and at 7 in the evening to deliver them. His work took him about 6 hours. The middle of the day he had to himself. Roger Gale was an old soldier, and enjoyed a pension. He occupied himself, when at home, as a shoemaker, but the walks took so much out of him, being an old man, that he had not the strength and energy to do much cobbling when at home. Therefore he idled a good deal, and he amused his idle hours with a violin. Now when Joe Gander came to the quarry before the return of the postman from his rounds, he picked blackberries, but no sooner had Roger Gale unlocked his door, taken down his fiddle, and drawn the bow across the strings, than Joe set down the can and listened. and when old Roger began to play an air from the Daughter of the Regiment, then Joe crept towards his cottage in little stages of wonderment and hunger to hear more and hear better, much in the same way as now and again in the wood the inquisitive rabbits had approached his red jacket. Presently Joe was seated on the doorstep, with his ear against the wooden door, and the blackberries and the can, and stepmother's orders, and father's stick, and his hard bed, and his meagre meals, even the whole world, had passed away as a scroll that is rolled up and laid aside, and he lived only in the world of music. Though his great eyes were wide, he saw nothing through them. Though the rain began to fall, and the north-east wind began to blow, he felt nothing. He had but one faculty that was awake, and that was hearing. One day Roger came to his door and opened it suddenly, so that the child, leaning against it, fell across his threshold. "Whom have we here? What is this? What do you want?" asked the postman. Then Gander Joe stood up, craning his long neck and staring out of his goggle eyes, with his rough flaxen hair standing up in a ruffle above his head, and his great stomach protruded, and said nothing. So Roger burst out laughing, but he did not kick him off the step. He gave him a bit of bread and a drop of cider, and presently drew from the boy the confession that he had been listening to the fiddle. This was flattering to the postman, and it was the initiation of a friendship between them. But when Joe came home with an empty can and said, "Oh, Steppy, Master Roger Gale did fiddle so beautiful," the woman said, "Fiddle? I'll fiddle your back pretty smartly, you idle vagabond." And she was a truthful woman who never fell short of her word. To break him of his bad habits, that is, of his dreaminess and uselessness, Mrs. Lambole took Joe to school. At school he had a bad time of it. He could not learn the letters. He was mentally incapable of doing a subtraction sum. He sat on a bench staring at the teacher, and was unable to answer an ordinary question what the lesson was about. The school children tormented him, the monitor scolded, and the master beat. Then little Joe Gander took to absenting himself from school. He was sent off every morning by his stepmother, but instead of going to the school, he went to the cottage in the quarry, and listened to the fiddle of Roger Gale. Little Joe got hold of an old box, and with a knife he cut holes in it, and he fashioned a bridge, and then a handle, and he strung horsehair over the latter, and made a bow, and drew very faint sounds from this improvised violin, that made the postman laugh, but which gave great pleasure to Joe. The sound that issued from this instrument was like the humming of flies, but he got distinct notes out of his strings, though the notes were faint. After he had played truant for some time, his father heard what he had done, and he beat the boy till he was like a battered apple that had been flung from the tree by a storm upon a road. For a while Joe did not venture to the quarry, except on Saturdays and Sundays. He was forbidden by his father to go to church, because the organ and the singing there drove him half crazed. When a beautiful touching melody was played, his eyes became clouded, and the tears ran down his cheeks, and when the organ played the Hallelujah chorus, or some grand and stirring march, his eyes flashed, and his little body quivered, and he made such faces that the congregation were disturbed, and the parson remonstrated with his mother. The child was clearly imbecile, and unfit to attend divine worship. Mr. Lambole got an idea into his head. He would bring up Joe to be a butcher, and he informed Joe that he was going to place him with a gentleman of that profession in town. Joe cried. He turned sick at the sight of blood, and the smell of raw meat was abhorrent to him. But Joe's likings were of no account with his father, and he took him to the town and placed him with a butcher there. He was invested in a blue smock, and was informed that his duties would consist in taking meat about to the customers. Joe was left. It was the first time he had been from home, and he cried himself to sleep the first night, and he cried all the next day, when sent around with meat on his shoulder. Now on his journey through the streets he had to pass the window of a toy shop. In the window were dolls and horses and little carts. For these Joe did not care, but there were also some little violins, some high-priced and some very low, and over these Joe lingered with loving, covetous eyes. There was one little fiddle to which his heart went out, that cost only 3 shillings and 6pence. Each day as he passed the shop he was drawn to it, and stood looking in, and longed daily more ardently than on the previous day for this 3 and 6penny violin. One day he was so lost in admiration, and on the schemes he framed as to how he might eventually become possessed of the instrument, that he was unconscious of some boy stealing the meat out of the sort of trough on his shoulder in which he carried it about. This was the climax of his misdeeds. He had been reprimanded for his blunders, delivering the wrong meat at the customers' doors, for his dilatory ways in going on his errands. The butcher could endure him no more, and sent him home to his father, who thrashed him as his welcome. But he carried home with him the haunting recollections of that beautiful little red fiddle, with its fine black keys. The bow, he remembered, was strung with white horsehair. Joe had now a fixed ambition, something to live for. He would be perfectly happy if he could have that 3 shillings and 6penny fiddle. But how were 3 shillings and 6pence to be earned? He confided his difficulty to postman Roger Gale, and Roger Gale said he would consider the matter. A couple of days after, the postman said to Joe, "Gander, they want a lad to sweep the leaves in the drive at the great house. The squire's coachman told me, and I mentioned you. You'll have to do it on Saturday, and be paid 6pence." Joe's face brightened. He went home and told his stepmother.
"Oh, for once you're going to be useful," said Mrs. Lambole. "Very well, you shall sweep the drive. Then 5pence will come to us, and you shall have a penny every week to spend in sweet stuff at the post office." Joe tried to reckon how long it would be before he could purchase the fiddle, but the calculation was beyond his powers, so he asked the postman, who assured him it would take him 40 weeks, that is, about 10 months. Little Joe was not cast down. What was time with such an end in view? Jacob served 14 years for Rachel, and this was only 40 weeks for a fiddle.
Joe was diligent every Saturday, sweeping the drive. He was ordered whenever a carriage entered to dive behind the rhododendrons and laurels and disappear. He was of a too ragged and idiotic appearance to show in a gentleman's grounds. Once or twice he encountered the squire, and stood quaking, with his fingers spread out, his mouth and eyes open, and the broom at his feet. The squire spoke kindly to him, but Joe Gander was too frightened to reply. "Poor fellow," said the squire to the gardener. "I suppose it is a charity to employ him, but I must say I should have preferred someone else with his wits about him. I will see to having him sent to an asylum for idiots, in which I have some interest. There's no knowing," said the squire, "no knowing but that with wholesome food, cleanliness, and kindness, his feeble mind may be got to understand that 2 and 2 make 4, which I learn he has not yet mastered." Every Saturday evening Joe Gander brought his 6pence home to his stepmother. The woman was not so regular in allowing him his penny out. "Your education costs such a lot of money," she said. "Steppy, need I go to school any more?" He never could frame his mouth to call her mother. "Of course you must. You haven't passed your standard." "But I don't think I ever shall." "Then," said Mrs. Lambole, "what masses of good food you do eat! You're perfectly insatiable. You cost us more than it would to keep a cow." "Oh, Steppy, I won't eat so much if I may have my penny." "Very well. Eating such a lot does no one good. If you will be content with 1 slice of bread for breakfast instead of 2, and the same for supper, you shall have your penny. If you are so very hungry, you can always get a swede or a mangold out of Farmer Eggins's field. Swedes and mangolds are cooling to the blood, and sit light on the stomach," said Mrs. Lambole. So the compact was made, but it nearly killed Joe. His cheeks and chest fell in deeper and deeper, and his stomach protruded more than ever. His legs seemed hardly able to support him, and his great pale blue wandering eyes appeared ready to start out of his head like the horns of a snail. As for his voice, it was thin and toneless, like the notes on his improvised fiddle, on which he played incessantly. "The child will always be a discredit to us," said Lambole. "He don't look like a human child, he don't think and feel like a Christian. The shovelfuls of dung he might have brought to cover our garden if he had only given his heart to it." "I have heard of changelings," said Mrs. Lambole, "and with this creature on our hands I mainly believe the tale. They do say that the pixies steal away the babies of Christian folk and put their own bantlings in their stead. The only way to find out is to heat a poker red hot and ram it down the throat of the child, and when you do that the door opens and in comes the pixie mother and runs off with her own child and leaves your proper babe behind. That's what we ought to have done with Joe." "I doubt, wife, the law would have upheld us," said Lambole, thrusting hot coals back on to the hearth with his foot. "I don't suppose it would," said Mrs. Lambole. "And yet we call this a land of liberty. Law ain't made for the poor, but for the rich." "It is wickedness," argued the father. "It is just the same with colts, all wickedness. You must drive it out with a stick." And now a great temptation fell on little Gander Joe. The squire and his family were at home, and the daughter of the house, Miss Amory, was musical. Her mother played on the piano and the young lady on the violin. The fashion for ladies to play on the instrument had come in, and Miss Amory had taken lessons from the best masters in town. She played vastly better than poor Roger Gale, and she played to an accompaniment. Sometimes whilst Joe was sweeping he heard the music. Then he stole nearer and nearer to the house, hiding behind rhododendron bushes, and listening with eyes and mouth and nostrils and ears. The music exercised on him an irresistible attraction. He forgot his obligation to work. He forgot the strict orders he had received not to approach the garden front of the house. The music acted on him like a spell. Occasionally he was roused from his dream by the gardener, who boxed his ears, knocked him over, and bade him get back to his sweeping. Once a servant came out from Miss Amory to tell the ragged little boy not to stand in front of the drawing-room window staring in. On another occasion he was found by Miss Amory crouched behind a rose-bush outside her boudoir, listening while she practised. No one supposed that the music drew him in. They thought him a fool, and that he had the inquisitiveness of the half-witted to peer in at windows and see the pretty sights within. He was reprimanded and threatened with dismissal. The gardener complained to the lad's father and advised a good hiding such as Joe would not forget. "These sort of chaps," said the gardener, "has no senses like rational beings, except only the feeling, and you must teach 'em as you feed the polar bears, with the end of a stick." One day Miss Amory, seeing how thin and hollow-eyed the child was, and hearing him cough, brought him out a cup of hot coffee and some bread. He took it without a word, only pulling off his torn straw hat and throwing it at his feet, exposing the full shock of tow-like hair. Then he stared at her out of his great eyes, speechless. "Joe," she said. "Poor little man. How old are you?" "Dunno," he answered. "Can you read and write?" "No." "Nor do sums?" "No." "What can you do?" "Fiddle." "Have you got a fiddle?" "Yes." "I should like to see it and hear you play." Next day was Sunday. Little Joe forgot about the day, and forgot that Miss Amory would probably be in church in the morning. She had asked to see his fiddle, so in the morning he took it and went down with it to the park. The church was within the grounds, and he had to pass it. As he went by he heard the roll of the organ and the strains of the choir. He stopped to hearken, then went up the steps of the churchyard, listening. A desire came on him to catch the air on his improvised violin, and he put it to his shoulder and drew his bow across the slender chords. The sound was very faint, so faint as to be drowned by the greater volume of the organ and the choir. Nevertheless he could hear the feeble tones close to his ear.
and his heart danced at the pleasure of playing to an accompaniment, like Miss Amory. The choir, the congregation, were singing the Advent hymn to Luther's tune, "Great God, what do I see and hear? The end of things created." Little Joe, playing his inaudible instrument, came creeping up the avenue, treading on the fallen yellow lime leaves, passing between the tombstones, drawn on by the solemn, beautiful music. Presently he stood in the porch. Then he went on. He was unconscious of everything but the music, and the joy of playing with it. He walked on softly into the church, without even removing his ragged straw cap, though the squire and the squire's wife, and the rector and the Reverend the Mrs. Rector, and the parish churchwarden, and the rector's churchwarden, and the overseer and the waywarden, and all the farmers and their wives were present. He had forgotten about his broken cap in the delight that made the tears fill his eyes and trickle over his pale cheeks. Then, with a shock, the parson and the churchwarden saw the ragged urchin coming up the nave fiddling, with his hat on, regardless of the sacredness of the place, and above all the sacredness of the presence of the squire, J.P. and D.L. The rector coughed very loud and looked hard at his churchwarden, Farmer Eggins, who turned red as the sun in a November fog, and rose. At the same instant the people's churchwarden rose, and both advanced upon Joe Gander from opposite sides of the church. At the moment that they touched him the organ and the singing ceased, and it was to Joe a sudden wakening from a golden dream to a black and raw reality. He looked up with dazed face first at one man, then at the other. Both their faces blazed with equal indignation. Both were equally speechless with wrath. They conducted him, each holding an arm, out of the porch and down the avenue. Joe heard indistinctly behind him the droning of the rector's voice continuing the prayers. He looked back over his shoulder and saw the faces of the school children straining after him through the open door from their places near it. On reaching the steps, there was a flight of 5 leading to the road. The people's churchwarden uttered a loud and disgusted "Ugh!" then with his heavy hand slapped the head of the child towards the parson's churchwarden, who with his still heavier hand boxed it back again. Then the people's churchwarden gave him a blow which sent him staggering forward, and this was supplemented by a kick from the parson's churchwarden, which sent Joe Gander spinning down the 5 steps at once and cast him prostrate into the road, where he fell and crushed his extemporized violin. Then the churchwardens turned, blew their noses, and re-entered the church, where they sat out the rest of the service, grateful in their hearts that they had been enabled that day to show that their office was no sinecure. The churchwardens were unaware that in banging and kicking the little boy out of the churchyard and into the road, they had flung him so that he fell with his head upon the curbstone of the footpath, which stone was of slate and sharp. They did not find this out through the prayers nor through the sermon, but when the whole congregation left the church they were startled to find little Joe Gander insensible, with his head cut and a pool of blood on the footway. The squire was shocked, as were his wife and daughter, and the churchwardens were in consternation. Fortunately the squire's stables were near the church, and there was a running fountain there, and so that water was procured, and the child revived. End of section 22. Little Joe Gander, Part 1. Recorded by Robin Skelcey. Section 23 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 23. Little Joe Gander, Part 2.
"Now then, young shaver," exclaimed the father, "at your pranks again? How often have I told you not to go intruding into a place of worship? Church ain't for such as you. If you hadn't been punished a bit already, wouldn't I larrup you neither? Oh, no." Little Joe's head was bad for some days. His cheeks were flushed and his eyes bright, and he talked strangely, he who was usually so silent. What troubled him was the loss of his fiddle. He did not know what had become of it, whether it had been stolen or confiscated. He asked after it, and when at last it was produced, smashed to chips, with the strings torn and hanging loose about it like the cordage of a broken vessel, he cried bitterly. Miss Amory came to the cottage to see him, and finding father and stepmother out, went in and pressed 5 shillings into his hand. Then he laughed with delight, and clapped his hands, and hid the money away in his pocket, but he said nothing, and Miss Amory went away convinced that the child was half a fool. But little Joe had sense in his head. Though his head was different from those of others, he knew that now he had the money wherewith to buy the beautiful fiddle he had seen in the shop window many months before, and to get which he had worked and denied himself food. When Miss Amory was gone and his stepmother had not returned, he opened the door of the cottage and stole out. He was afraid of being seen, so he crept along in the hedge, and when he thought anyone was coming, he got through a gate or lay down in a ditch, till he was some way on his road to the town. Then he ran till he was tired. He had a bandage round his head, and, as his head was hot, he took the rag off, dipped it in water, and tied it round his head again. Never in his life had his mind been clearer than it was now, for now he had a distinct purpose, and an object easily attainable before him. He held the money in his hand, and looked at it, and kissed it, then pressed it to his beating heart, then ran on. He lost breath, he could run no more. He sat down in the hedge and gasped. The perspiration was streaming off his face. Then he thought he heard steps coming fast along the road he had run, and as he feared pursuit, he got up and ran on. He went through the village 4 miles from home, just as the children were leaving school, and when they saw him, some of the elder cried out, "Here was Joe Gander! Quack, quack! Joe the Gander! Quack, quack, quack!" And the little ones joined in the banter. The boy ran on, though hot and exhausted, and with his head swimming, to escape their merriment. He got some way beyond the village when he came to a turnpike. There he felt dizzy, and he timidly asked if he might have a piece of bread. He would pay for it if they would change a shilling. The woman at the pike pitied the pale, hollow-eyed child, and questioned him, but her questions bewildered him, and he feared she would send him home, so that he either answered nothing, or in a way which made her think him distraught. She gave him some bread and water, and watched him going on towards the town till he was out of sight. The day was already declining. It would be dark by the time he reached the town, but he did not think of that. He did not consider where he would sleep, whether he would have strength to return 10 miles to his home. He thought only of the beautiful red violin, with the yellow bridge, hung in the shop window, and offered for 3 shillings and 6pence. 3 and 6pence! Why, he had 5 shillings. He had money to spend on other things beside the fiddle. He had been sadly disappointed about his savings from the weekly 6pence. He had asked for them, he had earned them, not by his work only, but by his abstention from 2 pieces of bread per diem. When he asked for the money, his stepmother answered that she had put it away in the savings bank. If he had it, he would waste it on sweet stuff. If it were hoarded up, it would help him on in life when left to shift for himself, and if he died, why, it would go towards his burying. So the child had been disappointed in his calculations, and had worked and starved for nothing. Then came Miss Amory with her present, and he had run away with that, lest his mother should take it from him to put it in the savings bank for setting him up for his life or for his burying. What cared he for either? All his ambition was to have a fiddle, and a fiddle was to be had for 3 and 6pence. Joe Gander was tired. He was fain to sit down at intervals on the heaps of stones by the roadside to rest. His shoes were very poor, with soles worn through, so that the stones hurt his feet. At this time of the year the highways were fresh metalled, and as he stumbled over the newly broken stones they cut his soles and his ankles turned. He was footsore and weary in body, but his heart never failed him. Before him shone the red violin with the yellow bridge, and the beautiful bow strung with shining white hair. When he had that, all his weariness would pass as a dream. He would hunger no more, cry no more, feel no more sickness or faintness. He would draw the bow over the strings and play with his fingers on the catgut, and the waves of music would thrill and flow, and away on those melodious waves his soul would float far from trouble, far from want, far from tears, into a shining, sunny world of music. So he picked himself up when he fell, and staggered to his feet from the stones on which he rested, and pressed on. The sun was setting as he entered the town. He went straight to the shop he so well remembered, and to his inexpressible delight saw still in the window the coveted violin, price 3 shillings and 6pence. Then he timidly entered the shop, and with trembling hand held out the money. "What do you want?" "It," said the boy. "It." To him the shop held but one article. The dolls, the wooden horses, the tin steam engines, the bats, the kites, were unconsidered. He had seen and remembered only one thing, the red violin. "It," said the boy, and pointed. When little Joe had got the violin, he pressed it to his shoulder, and his heart bounded as though it would have burst the pigeon breast. His dull eyes lightened, and into his white sunken cheeks shot a hectic flame. He went forth with his head erect and his firm foot, holding his fiddle to the shoulder and the bow in hand. He turned his face homeward. Now he would return to father and stepmother, to his little bed at the head of the stairs, to his scanty meals, to the school, to the sweeping of the park drive, and to his stepmother's scoldings and his father's beatings. He had his fiddle, and he cared for nothing else. He waited till he was out of the town before he tried it. Then, when he was on a lonely part of the road, he seated himself in the hedge, under a holly tree covered with scarlet berries, and tried his instrument. Alas, it had hung many years in the shop window, and the catgut was old, and the glue had lost its tenacity. One string started, then when he tried to screw up a second, it sprang as well, and then the bridge collapsed and fell. Moreover, the hairs on the bow came out. They were unresined. Then little Joe's spirits gave way. He laid the bow and the violin on his knees and began to cry. As he cried he heard the sound of approaching wheels and the clatter of a horse's hoofs. He heard, but he was immersed in sorrow and did not heed and raise his head to see who was coming. Had he done so he would have seen nothing, as his eyes were swimming with tears. Looking out of them he saw only as one sees who opens his eyes when diving. "Hello, young shaver! Dang you! What do you mean give me such a cursed hunt after you as this? You as ain't worth the trouble, eh?" The voice was that of his father, who drew up before him. Mr. Lambole had made inquiries when it was discovered that Joe was lost, first at the school, where it was most unlikely he would be found, then at the public house, at the gardener's and the gamekeeper's. Then he had looked down the well and then up the chimney. After that he went to the cottage and the quarry. Roger Gale knew nothing of him. Presently someone coming from the nearest village mentioned that he had been seen there, whereupon Lambole borrowed Father Eggin's trap and went after him, peering right and left of the road with his one eye. Sure enough, he had been through the village. He had passed the turnpike. The women there described him accurately as a sort of tottle, fool. Mr. Lambole was not a pleasant-looking man. He was as solidly built as a navvy. The backs of his hands were hairy, and his fist was so hard, and his blows so weighty, that for sport he was wont to knock down and kill at a blow the oxen sent to Butcher Robbins for slaughter. And that he did with his fist alone, hitting the animal on the head between the horns, a little forward of the horns. That was a great feat of strength, and Lambole was proud of it. He had a long back and short legs. The back was not pliable or bending. It was hard, braced with sinews tough as horses, and supported a pair of shoulders that could sustain the weight of an ox. His face was of a coppery colour, caused by exposure to the air and drinking. His hair was light. That was almost the only feature his son had derived from him. It was very light, too light for his dark red face. It grew about his neck and under his chin as a Newgate collar. There was a great deal of it, and his face, encircled by the pale hair, looked like an angry moon surrounded by a fog bow. Mr. Lambole had a queer temper. He bottled up his anger, and when it blew the cork out, it spurted over and splashed all his home. It flew in the faces and soused everyone who came near him. Mr. Lambole took his son roughly by the arm and lifted him into the tax-cart. The boy offered no resistance. His spirit was broken, his hopes extinguished. For months he had yearned for the red fiddle, price 3 and 6, and now that, after great pains and privations, he had acquired it, the fiddle would not sound. "Ain't you ashamed of yourself, giving your dear dada such trouble, eh, Viper?" Mr. Lambole turned the horse's head homeward. He had his black patch towards the little gander, seated in the bottom of the cart, hugging his wrecked violin. When Mr. Lambole spoke, he turned his face round to bring the active eye to bear on the shrinking, crouching little figure below. The Viper made no answer, but looked up. Mr. Lambole turned his face away, and the seeing eye watched the horse's ears, and the black patch was towards a frightened, piteous, pleading little face looking up, with the light of the evening sky irradiating it, showing how wan it was, how hollow were the cheeks, how sunken the eyes, how sharp the little pinched nose. The boy put up his arm that held the bow, and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. In so doing he poked his father in the ribs with the end of the bow. "Now then," exclaimed Mr. Lambole with an oath, "what darned insolence be you up to now, gorilla?" If he had not held the whip in one hand and the reins in the other, he would have taken the bow from the child and flung it into the road. He contented himself with rapping Joe's head with the end of the whip. "What's that you got there, eh?" he asked. The child replied timidly, "Please, father, a fiddle." "Where'd you get 'n? Steal it, eh?" Joe answered, trembling. "No, Dada, I bought it." "Bought it? Where did you get the money?" "Miss Amory gave it me." "How much?" The gander answered. "Her gave me 5 shilling." 5 shillings? And what did that blessed," he did not say blessed, but something quite the reverse, "fiddle cost you?" 3 and 6pence. "So you've only 1 and 6 left?" "I've none, Dada." "Why not?" "Because I spent 1 shilling on a pipe for you, and 6pence on a thimble for stepmother as a present," answered the child, with a flicker of hope in his dim eyes that this would propitiate his father. "Dash me!" roared the roadmaker, "if you ain't worse nor Mr. Chamberlain, as would rob us of the cheap loaf. What in the name of thunder and bones do you mean squandering the precious money over fooleries like that for? I got my pipe, black as your back shall be before tomorrow, and mother has an old thimble as full of holes as I'll make your skin before the night is much older. Wait till we get home, and I'll make pretty music out of that there fiddle. Just you see if I don't." Joe shivered in his seat, and his head fell. Mr. Lambole had a playful wit. He beguiled his journey home by indulging in it, and his humour flashed above the head of the child like summer lightning. "You're hardly expecting the abundance of the supper that's awaiting you," he said, with his black patch glowering down at the irresponsive heap in the corner of the cart. "No stinting of the dressing, I can tell you. You like your meat well basted, don't you? The basting shall not incur your disapproval as insufficient. Underdone? Oh dear, no. Nothing underdone for me. Pickles? I can promise you that there is something in pickle for you. Hot, very hot and stinging. Plenty of capers, mutton and capers. Mashed potatoes? Was the request for that on the tip of your tongue?
Sorry, I can only give you half what you want. The mash, not the potatoes. There is nothing comparable in my mind to young pig with crackling. The hide is well striped, cut in lines from the neck to the tail. I think we'll have crackling on our pig before morning." He now threw his seeing eye into the depths of the cart, to note the effect his fun had on the child, but he was disappointed. It had evoked no hilarity. Joe had fallen asleep, exhausted by his walk, worn out with disappointments, with his head on his fiddle that lay on his knees. The jogging of the cart, the attitude, affected his wound. The plaster had given way, and the blood was running over the little red fiddle, and dripping into its hollow body through the S-hole on each side. It was too dark for Mr. Lambole to notice this. He set his lips. His self-esteem was hurt at the child not relishing his waggery. Mrs. Lambole observed it when, shortly after, the cart drew up at the cottage, and she lifted the sleeping child out. "I must take the cart back to Farmer Eggins," said her husband. "Duty first, and pleasure after." When his father was gone, Mrs. Lambole said, "Now then, Joe, you've been a very wicked, bad boy, and God will never forgive you for the naughtiness you have committed, and the trouble to which you have put your poor father and me." She would have spoken more sharply, but that his head needed her care, and the sight of the blood disarmed her. Moreover, she knew that her husband would not pass over what had occurred with a reprimand. "Get off your clothes and go to bed, Joe," she said, when she had readjusted the plaster. "You may take a piece of dry bread with you, and I'll see if I can't persuade your father to put off whipping of you for a day or two." Joe began to cry. "There," she said, "don't cry. When wicked children do wicked things they must suffer for them. It is the law of nature. And," she went on, "you ought to be that ashamed of yourself that you'd be glad for the earth to open up under you, and swallow you up, like Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Running away from so good and happy a home, and such tender parents. But I reckon you be lost to natural affection as you be to reason." "May I take my fiddle with me?" asked the boy. "Oh, take your fiddle if you like," answered his mother. "Much good may it do you. Here it is, all smeared with blood. Let me wipe it first, or you'll mess the bedclothes with it. There," she said, as she gave him the broken instrument. "Say your prayers and go to sleep, though I reckon your prayers will never reach to heaven, coming out of such a wicked, unnatural heart." So the little gander went to his bed. The cottage had but one bedroom, and a landing above the steep and narrow flight of steps that led to it from the kitchen. On this landing was a small truckle bed on which Joe slept. He took off his clothes and stood in his little short shirt of very coarse white linen. He knelt down and said his prayers, with both his hands spread over his fiddle. Then he got into bed, and until his stepmother fetched away the benzoline lamp, he examined the instrument. He saw that the bridge might be set up again with a little glue, and that fresh catgut strings might be supplied. He would take his fiddle next day to Roger Gale, and ask him to help him to mend it for him. He was sure Roger would take an interest in it. Roger had been mysterious of late, hinting that the time was coming when Joey would have a first-rate instrument, and learn to play like a Paganini. Yes, the case of the red fiddle was not desperate. Just then he heard the door below open, and his father's step. "Where is the toad?" said Mr. Lambole. Joe held his breath, and his blood ran cold. He could hear every word, every sound in the room below. "He's gone to bed," answered Mrs. Lambole. "Leave that poor little creature alone to-night, Samuel. His head has been bad, and he don't look well. He's overdone." "Susan," said the roadmaker, "I've been simmering all the way to town, and bubbling and boiling all the way back, and busting is what I be now, and bust I will." Little Joe sat up in bed, hugging the violin, and his tow-like hair stood up on his head. His great stupid eyes stared wide with fear. In the dark the iris in each had grown big and deep and solemn. "Give me my stick," said Mr. Lambole.
I've promised him a taste of it, and a taste won't suffice tonight. He must have a gorge of it." "I've put it away," said Mrs. Lambole. "Samuel Wright is right, but I'm not one to stand between the child and what he deserves. But he ain't in condition for it tonight. He wants feeding up to it." Without wasting another word on her, the road-maker went upstairs. The shuddering, cowering little fellow saw first the red face, surrounded by a halo of pale hair, rise above the floor, then the strong square shoulders, then the clenched hands, and then his father stood before him, revealed down to his thick boots. The child crept back in the bed against the wall, and would have disappeared through it had the wall been soft-hearted, as in fairy tales, and open to receive him. He clasped his little violin tight to his heart, and then the blood that had fallen into it trickled out and ran down his shirt, staining it, upon the bedclothes, staining them. But the father did not see this. He was effervescing with fury, his pulses went at a gallop, and his great fists clutched spasmodically. "You Judas Iscariot, come here!" he shouted. But the child only pressed closer against the wall. "What, disobedient and daring? Do you hear? Come to me!" The trembling child pointed to a pretty little pipe on the bedclothes. He had drawn it from his pocket and taken the paper off it and laid it there, and stuck the silver-headed thimble in the bowl for his stepmother when she came upstairs to take the lamp. "Come here, vagabond!" He could not. He had not the courage nor the strength. He still pointed pleadingly to the little presents he had bought with his 18-pence. "You won't, you dogged, insulting being!" roared the road-maker, and rushed at him, knocking over the pipe, which fell and broke on the floor, and trampling flat the thimble. "You won't yet! Always full of sulks and defiance! Oh, you ungrateful one, you!" And then he had him by the collar of his nightshirt and dragged him from his bed, and with his violence tore the button off, and with his other hand he wrenched the violin away and beat the child over the back with it as he dragged him from the bed. "Oh, my mammy! My mammy!" cried Joe. He was not crying out for his stepmother. It was the agonized cry of his frightened heart for the one only being who had ever loved him, and whom God had removed from him. Suddenly Samuel Lambole started back. Before him, and between him and the child, stood a pale, ghostly form, and he knew his first wife. He stood speechless and quaking. Then, gradually recovering himself, he stumbled down the stairs and seated himself, looking pasty and scared, by the fire below. "What is the matter with you, Samuel?" asked his wife. "I've seen her," he gasped. "Don't ask no more questions." Now when he was gone, little Joe, filled with terror, not at the apparition, which he had not seen, for his eyes were too dazed to behold it, but with apprehension of the chastisement that awaited him, scrambled out of the window, and dropped on the pigsty roof, and from thence jumped to the ground. Then he ran as fast as his legs could carry him, still hugging his instrument, to the churchyard, and on reaching that he threw himself on his mother's grave, and sobbed, "Oh, mammy! Oh, mammy! Father wants to beat me and take away my beautiful violin, but oh, mammy, my violin won't play." And when he had spoken, from out of the grave rose the form of his lost mother, and looked kindly on him. Joe saw her, and he had no fear. "Mammy," said he, "mammy, my violin costs 3 shillings and 6pence, and I can't make it play no ways." Then the spirit of his mother passed a hand over the strings and smiled. Joe looked into her eyes, and they were as stars, and he put the violin under his chin and drew the bow across the strings, and lo, they sounded wondrously. His soul thrilled, his heart bounded, his dull eye brightened. He was as though caught up in a chariot of fire and carried to heavenly places. His bow worked rapidly, such strains poured from the little instrument as he had never heard before. It was to him as though heaven opened, and he heard the angels performing there, and he with his fiddle was taking a part in the mighty symphony.
He felt not the cold, the night was not dark to him, his head no longer ached. It was as though, after long seeking through life, he had gained an undreamed-of prize, reached some glorious consummation. There was a musical party that same evening at the Hall. Miss Amory played beautifully, with extraordinary feeling and execution, both with and without accompaniment on the piano. Several ladies and gentlemen sang and played. There were duets and trios. During the performances the guests talked to each other in low tones about various topics. Said one lady to Mrs. Amory, "How strange it is that among the English lower classes there is no love of music." "There is none at all," answered Mrs. Amory. "Our rector's wife has given herself great trouble to set up parochial entertainments, but we find that nothing takes with the people but comic songs, and these, instead of elevating, vulgarize them. There is no music in them. The only people with music in their souls are the Germans and the Italians." "Yes," said Mrs. Amory with a sigh, "it is sad but true. There is neither poetry, nor picturesqueness, nor music among the English peasantry." "You have never heard of one, self-taught, with a real love of music in this country?" "Never. Such do not exist among us." The parish churchwarden was walking along the road on his way to his farmhouse, and the road passed under the churchyard wall. As he walked along the way with a not too steady step, for he was returning from the public house, he was surprised and frightened to hear music proceed from among the graves. It was too dark for him to see any figure then, only the tombstones loomed on him in ghostly shapes. He began to quake, and finally turned and ran. Nor did he slacken his pace till he reached the tavern, where he burst in, shouting, "There's ghosts abroad! I've heard 'em in the churchyard making music." The revellers rose from their cups. "Shall we go in here?" they asked. "I'll go for one," said a man, "if others will go with me." "Aye," said a third, "and if the ghosts be playing a jolly good tune, we'll chip in." So the whole half-tipsy party reeled along the road, talking very loud, to encourage themselves and the others, till they approached the church, the spire of which stood up dark against the night sky. "There's no lights in the windows," said one. "No," observed the churchwarden. "I didn't notice any myself. It was from the graves the music came, as if all the dead was squeaking like pigs." "Hush!" All kept silence. Not a sound could be heard. "I'm sure I heard music before," said the churchwarden. "I'll bet a gallon of ale I did." "There ain't no music now, though," remarked one of the men. "No more there ain't," said others. "Well, I don't care. I say I heard it," asseverated the churchwarden. "Let's go up closer." All of the party drew nearer to the wall of the graveyard. One man, incapable of maintaining his legs unaided, sustained himself on the arm of another. "Well, I do believe, Churchwarden Eggins, as how you have been leading us a wild goose chase," said a fellow. Then the clouds broke, and a bright, dazzling, pure ray shot down on a grave in the churchyard, and revealed a little figure lying on it. "I do believe," said one man, "as how, if he ain't led us a goose chase, he's brought us after a gander. Surely that is little Joe." Thus encouraged, and their fears dispelled, the whole half-tipsy party stumbled up the graveyard steps, staggered among the tombs, some tripping on the mounds and falling prostrate. All laughed, talked, joked with one another. The only one silent there was little Joe Gander, and he was gone to join in the great symphony above. End of section 23, Little Joe Gander, Part 2. Recording by Robin Skelcey.
Section 24, The Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. 24. Why the National Gallery should not attract so many visitors as, say, the British Museum, I cannot explain. The latter does not contain much that, one would suppose, appeals to the interest of the ordinary sightseer. What knows of such prehistoric flints and scratched bones? Of Assyrian sculpture? Of Egyptian hieroglyphics? The Greek and Roman sanctuary is cold and dead. The paintings of the National Gallery glow with colour, and are instinct with life. Yet somehow a few listless wanderers saunter yawning through the National Gallery, where swarms pour through the halls of the British Museum, and talk and pass remarks about objects there exposed, of the date and meaning of which they have not the faintest conception. I was thinking of this problem and endeavouring to unravel it one morning while sitting in the room for English masters at the Great Collection in Trafalgar Square. At the same time another thought forced itself upon me. I had been through the rooms devoted to foreign schools, and had then come into that given over to Reynolds, Moreland, Gainsborough, Constable, and Hogarth. The morning had been for a while propitious, but towards noon a dense umber-tinted fog had come on, making it all but impossible to see the pictures, and quite impossible to do them justice. I was tired, and so seated myself on one of the chairs, and fell into the consideration first of all of why the National Gallery is not as popular as it should be, and secondly, how it was that the British school had no beginnings, like those in Italy and the Netherlands. We can see the art of the painter from its first initiation in the Italian peninsula and among the Flemings. It starts on its progress like a child. We can trace every stage of its growth. Not so with English art. It springs to life in full and splendid maturity. Who were there before Reynolds and Gainsborough and Hogarth? The great names of those portrait and subject painters who have left their canvases upon the walls of our country houses were those of foreigners: Holbein, Kneller, Van Dyck, and Lely for portraits, and Monigny for flower and fruit pieces. Landscapes, figure subjects were all importations, none homegrown. How came that about? Was there no limner that was native? Was it that fashion trampled on homegrown pictorial beginnings as it flouted and spurned native music? Here was food for contemplation. Dreaming in the brown fog, looking through it without seeing its beauties at Hogarth's painting of Lavinia as Polly Peachum, without wondering how so indifferent a beauty could have captivated the Duke of Bolton and held him for 30 years. I was recalled to myself and my surroundings by the strange conduct of a lady who had seated herself on a chair near me, also discouraged by the fog and awaiting its dispersion. I had not noticed her particularly. At the present moment I do not remember particularly what she was like. So far as I can recollect, she was middle-aged, and was quite yet well dressed. It was not her face nor her dress that attracted my attention and disturbed the current of my thoughts. The effect I speak of was produced by her strange movements and behaviour. She had been sitting listless, probably thinking of nothing at all, or nothing in particular, when in turning her eyes around, and finding that she could see nothing of the paintings, she began to study me. This did concern me greatly. A cat may look at the king, but to be contemplated by a lady is a compliment sufficient to please any gentleman. It was not gratified vanity that troubled my thoughts, but the consciousness that my appearance produced. First of all, a startled surprise, then undisguised alarm, and finally indescribable horror. Now a man can sit quietly leaning on the head of his umbrella and glow internally, warmed and illuminated by the consciousness that he is being surveyed with admiration by a lovely woman, even when he is middle-aged and not fashionably dressed. But no man can maintain his composure when he discovers himself to be an object of aversion and terror. What was it? I passed my hand over my chin and upper lip, thinking it not impossible that I might have forgotten to shave that morning, and in my confusion, not considering that the fog would prevent the lady from discovering neglect in this particular had it occurred, which it had not. I am a little careless, perhaps, about shaving when in the country, but when in town, never. The next idea that occurred to me was a smut. Had a London black curdled in that dense pea soup atmosphere, descended on my nose and blackened it? I hastily drew my silk handkerchief from my pocket, moistened it, and passed it over my nose and then each cheek. I then turned my eyes into the corners and looked at the lady, to see whether by this means I got rid of what was objectionable in my personal appearance. Then I saw that her eyes, dilated with horror, were riveted, not on my face, but on my leg. My leg! What on earth could that harmless member have in it so terrifying? The morning had been dull. There had been rain in the night, and I admit that on leaving my hotel I had turned up the bottoms of my trousers. That is a proceeding not so uncommon, not so outrageous as to account for the stony stare of this woman's eyes. If that were all, I would turn my trousers down. Then I saw her shrink from the chair on which she sat into one further removed from me, but still with her eyes fixed on my leg, about the level of my knee. She had let fall her umbrella and was grasping the seat of her chair with both hands as she backed from me. I hardly need to say that I was greatly disturbed in mind and feeling, and forgot all about the origin of the English schools of painters and the question why the British Museum is more popular than the National Gallery. Thinking that I might have been spattered by a hansom whilst crossing Oxford Street, I passed my hand down my side hastily, with a sense of annoyance, and all at once something cold, clammy, that sent a thrill to my heart and made me start and take a step forward. At the same moment, the lady with a cry of horror sprang to her feet, and with raised hands fled from the room, leaving her umbrella where it had fallen. There were other visitors to the picture gallery besides ourselves who had been passing through the saloon. They turned at her cry and looked in surprise after her. The policeman stationed in the room came to me and asked what had happened. I was in such agitation that I hardly knew what to answer. I told him that I could explain what had occurred little better than himself. I had noticed that the lady had worn an odd expression, and had behaved in most extraordinary fashion, and that he best take charge of her umbrella and wait for her return to claim it. This questioning by the officer was vexing, as it prevented me from at once and on the spot investigating the cause of her alarm and mine, hers at something she must have seen on my leg, and mine at something I had distinctly felt creeping up my leg. The numbing and sickening effect on me of the touch of the object I had not seen was not to be shaken off at once. Indeed, I felt as though my hand were contaminated, and that I could have no rest until I had thoroughly washed the hand, and, if possible, washed away the feeling that had been produced. I looked on the floor. I examined my leg, but saw nothing. As I wore my overcoat, it was probable that in rising from my seat the skirt had fallen over my trousers and hidden the thing, whatever it was. I therefore hastily removed my overcoat and shook it. Then I looked at my trousers. There was nothing whatever on my leg, and nothing fell from my overcoat when shaken. Accordingly, I reinvested myself and hastily left the gallery, then took my way as speedily as I could, without actually running, to Charing Cross Station, where I went into Faulkner's bath and hairdressing establishment and asked for hot water to thoroughly wash my hand and well soap it. I bathed my hand in water as hot as I could endure it, employed a carbolic soap, and then, after having a good brush down, especially on my left side where my hand had encountered the object that had so affected me, I left. I had entertained the intention of going to the Princess Theatre that evening, and of securing a ticket that morning, but all thought of theatre going was gone from me. I could not free my heart from the sense of nausea and cold that had been produced by the touch. I went into Gotti's to have lunch, and ordered something. I forget what, but when served I found my appetite was gone. I could eat nothing. The food inspired me with disgust. I thrust it from me untasted, and after drinking a couple of glasses of claret, left the restaurant, and returned to my hotel. Feeling sick and faint, I threw my overcoat on the sofa back and cast myself on my bed. I do not know that there was any particular reason for my doing so, but as I lay, my eyes were on my great coat. The density of the fog had passed away, and there was light again, not first quality, but sufficient for a Londoner to swear by, so that I could see everything in my room, though through a veil, darkly. I do not think my mind was occupied in any way. About the only occasions on which, to my knowledge, my mind is actually passive or inert when crossing the Channel in the foam from Dover to Calais, when I am always, in every weather, abjectly seasick and thoughtless. But as I now lay on my bed, uncomfortable, squeamish, without knowing why, I was in the same inactive mental condition, but not for long. I saw something that startled me. First it appeared to me as if the lappet of my overcoat were in movement, being raised. I did not pay much attention to this, as I supposed that the garment was sliding down to the seat of the sofa from the back, and that this displacement of gravity caused the movement I observed. But this I soon saw was not the case. That which moved the lippet was something in the pocket that was struggling to get out. I could now see that it was working its way up the inside, and that when it reached the opening it lost balance and fell down again. I could make this out by the projections and indentations in the cloth. These moved as the creature, or whatever it was, worked its way up the lining. "A mouse," I said, and forgot my seediness. I was interested. The little rascal, however did he contrive to seat himself in my pocket? And I have worn that overcoat all morning. But no, it was not a mouse. I saw something white poke its way out from under the lippet, and in another moment an object was revealed that, though revealed, I could not understand, nor could I distinguish what it was. Now, roused by curiosity, I raised myself on my elbow. In doing this I made some noise. The bed creaked. Instantly the something dropped on the floor, lay outstretched for a moment to recover itself, and then began, with motions of a maggot, to run along the floor. There's a caterpillar called the measurer, because when it advances it draws its tail up to where its head is, and then throws forward its full length, and again draws up its extremity, forming at each time a loop, and with each step measuring its total length. The object I now saw on the floor was advancing precisely like the measuring caterpillar. It had the colour of a cheese maggot, and in length was about 3½ inches. It was not, however, like a caterpillar, which is flexible throughout its entire length, but this was, as it seemed to me, jointed in two places, one joint being more conspicuous than the other. For some moments I was so completely paralyzed by astonishment that I remained motionless, looking at the thing as it crawled along the carpet, a dull green carpet with darker green, almost black, flowers in it. It had, as it seemed to me, a glossy head, distinctly marked, but the light was not brilliant, and I could not make it out very clearly, and moreover the rapid movements prevented close scrutiny. Presently, with a shock still more startling than that produced by its apparition at the opening of the pocket of my great coat, I became convinced that what I saw was a finger, a human forefinger, and that the glossy head was no other than the nail. The finger did not seem to have been amputated. There was no sign of blood or laceration where the knuckle should be, but extremity of the finger, or root rather, faded away into indistinctness, and I was unable to make out the root of the finger. I could see no hand, no body behind this finger, nothing whatever except a finger that had little token of warm life in it, no coloration as though blood circulated in it, and this finger was in active motion, creeping along the carpet towards the wardrobe that stood against the wall by the fireplace. I sprang off the bed and pursued it. Evidently the finger was alarmed, for it redoubled its pace, reached the wardrobe, and went under it. By the time I had arrived at the article of furniture it had disappeared. I lit a Vesta match and held it beneath the wardrobe that was raised above the carpet about 2 inches on turned feet, but I could see nothing more of the finger. I got my umbrella and thrust it beneath, and raked it forwards and backwards, right and left, and raked out flue, nothing more solid. I packed my portmanteau the next day and returned to my home in the country. All desire for amusement in town was gone, and the faculty to transact business had departed as well. A languor and qualms had come over me, and my head was in a maze. I was unable to fix my thoughts on anything. At times I was disposed to believe that my wits were deserting me. At others I was on the verge of a severe illness. Anyhow, whether likely to go off my head or not, or to take to my bed, home was the only place for me, and homeward I sped accordingly. On reaching my country habitation, my servant, as usual, took my portmanteau to my bedroom, unstrapped it, but did not unpack it. I object to his throwing out the contents of my Gladstone bag, not that there's anything in it that he may not see, but that he puts my things where I cannot find them again. My clothes, he's welcome to place them where he likes and where they belong, and this latter he knows better than I do. But then I carry about with me other things than a dress suit and changes of linen and flannel. There are letters, paper, books, and the proper destinations of these are known only to myself. A servant has a singular and evil knack of putting away literary matter and odd volumes in such places it takes the owner half a day to find them again. Although I was uncomfortable and my head in a whirl, I opened and unpacked my own portmanteau. As I was thus engaged, I saw something curled up in my collar box, the lid of which had gotten broken by a boot heel impinging on it. I had pulled off the damaged cover to see if my collars had been spoiled, when something curled up inside suddenly rose on end and leapt, just like a cheese jumper, out of the box, over the edge of the Gladstone bag, and scurried away across the floor in a manner already familiar to me. I could not doubt for a moment what it was. Here was the finger again. It had come with me from London to the country. Whither it went in its turn over the floor I do not know. I was too bewildered to observe. Somewhat later, towards evening, I seated myself in my easy chair, took up a book and tried to read. I was tired with the journey, with knocking about in town, and the discomfort and alarm produced by the apparition of the finger. I felt worn out. I was unable to give my attention to what I read, and before I was aware, was asleep. Roused for an instant by the fall of the book from my hand, I speedily relapsed into unconsciousness. I'm not sure that a doze in an armchair ever does good. It usually leaves me in a semi-stupid condition and with a headache. 5 minutes in a horizontal position on my bed is worth 30 in a chair. That is my experience. In sleeping in a sedentary position, the head is a difficulty. It drops forward or rolls on one side or the other, and it has to be brought back into a position in which the line to the center of gravity runs through the trunk. Otherwise, the head carries the body over in a sort of general capsize out of the chair onto the floor. I slept on the occasion of which I am speaking pretty healthily because deadly weary. But I was brought to waking, not by my head falling over the arm of the chair and my trunk tumbling after it, but by a feeling of cold extending up from my throat to my heart. When I awoke, I was in a diagonal position, with my right ear resting on my right shoulder, and exposing the left side of my throat, and it was here, where the jugular vein throbs, that I felt the greatest intensity of cold. At once I shrugged my left shoulder, rubbing my neck with the collar of my coat in doing so. Immediately something fell off, upon the floor, and again I saw the finger. My disgust, horror were intensified when I perceived that it was dragging something after it, which might have been an old stocking, which I took at first glance for something of the sort. The evening sun shone through my window in a brilliant golden ray that lighted the object as it scrambled along. With this illumination I was able to distinguish what the object was. It is not easy to describe, but I will make the attempt. The finger I saw was solid in material. What it drew after was neither, or was in a nebulous, protoplasmic condition. The finger was attached to a hand that was curdling into matter and in the process of acquiring solidity. Attached to the hand was an arm, in a very filmy condition, and this arm belonged to a human body in a still more vaporous, immaterial condition. This was being dragged along the floor by the finger, just as a silkworm might pull after it the tangle of its web. I could see legs and arms and head, and a coat tail tumbling about and interlacing and disentangling again in a promiscuous manner. There were no bone, no muscle, no substance in the figure. These members were attached to the trunk, which was spineless, but they had evidently no functions, and were wholly dependent on the finger which pulled them along in a jumble of parts as it advanced. In such confusion did the whole vaporous matter seem, that I cannot say for certain that it was so, but the impression left on my mind was, that one of the eyeballs was looking out a nostril, and the tongue lolling out of one of the ears. It was, however, only for a moment that I saw this germ body. I cannot call it by another name that which had not more substance than smoke. I saw it only so long as it was being dragged athwart by the ray of sunlight. The moment it was pulled jerkily out of the beam into the shadow beyond, I could see nothing of it, only the crawling finger. I had not sufficient moral energy or physical force in me to rise, pursue, and stamp on the finger, and grind it with my heel into the floor. Both seemed drained out of me. What had become of the finger, whither it went, how it managed to secrete itself, I do not know. I had lost the power to inquire. I sat in my chair, chilled, staring before me into space. "Please, sir," a voice said. "There's a Mr. Square below, electrical engineer." "Eh?" I looked dreamily around. My valet was at the door. "Please, sir, the gentleman would be glad to be allowed to go over the house and see that all the electrical apparatus is in order." "Oh, indeed." "Yes, show him up." Section 24, The Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Ogden, Utah. www.voiceover-solutions.com. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. 24. Section 25, The Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 25, A Dead Finger, Part 2. I had recently placed the lighting of my house in the hands of an electrical engineer, a very intelligent man, Mr. Square, for whom I had contracted a sincere friendship. He had built a shed with a dynamo out of sight, and had entrusted the laying of the wires to subordinates, as he had been busy with other orders and could not personally watch every detail. But he was not a man to let anything pass unobserved, and he knew that electricity was not a force to be played with. Bad or careless workmen will often insufficiently protect the wires, or neglect the insertion of the lead which serves as a safety valve in the event of the current being too strong. Houses may be set on fire, human beings fatally shocked by the neglect of a bad or slovenly workman. The apparatus for my mansion was just completed, and Mr. Square had come to inspect it and make sure all was right. He was an enthusiast in the matter of electricity, and saw for it a vast perspective, the limits of which could not be predicted. All forces, he said, are correlated. When you have force in one form, you may just turn it into this or that as you like. In one form it's motive power, another it is light, another heat. Now we have electricity for illumination. We employ it, but not as freely as in the States, for propelling vehicles. Why should we have horses drawing our buses? We should use only electric trams. Why do we burn coal to warm our shins? There's electricity which throws out no filthy smoke as does coal. Why should we let the tides waste their energies in the Thames and other estuaries? There we have nature supplying us, free, gratis, and for nothing, with all the force we want for propelling, for heating, for lighting. I will tell you something more, my dear sir, said Mr. Square. I have mentioned but 3 modes of force, and have instanced but a limited number of uses to which electricity may be turned. How is it with photography? Is it not electric light becoming an artistic agent? I bet you, he said, before long it will become a therapeutic agent as well. Oh yes, I have heard of certain impostors with their life belts. Mr. Square did not relish this little dig I gave him. He winced, but returned to the charge. We don't know how to direct it aright, that's all, he said. I haven't taken the matter up, but others will, I bet, and we shall have electricity used as freely now as we use powders and pills. I don't believe in doctor's stuff myself. I hold that disease lays hold of a man because he lacks physical force to resist it. Now, is it not obvious that you are beginning at the wrong end when you attack the disease? What you want to do is supply force, make up for the lack of physical power, and force is force wherever you find it. Here, motive, there illuminating, and so on. I don't see why a physician should not utilize the tide rushing out under the London Bridge for restoring the feeble vigour of all who are languid and prey to disorder in the metropolis. It will come to that, I bet, and that's not all. Force is everywhere. Political, moral force, physical force, dynamic force, heat, light, tidal waves, and so on. All are one. One is all. In time we shall know how to galvanize into aptitude and moral energy all the limp and crooked consciences and wills that need taking in hand, and such there will always be in modern civilization. I don't know how it will be done, but in the future the priest as well as the doctor will turn to electricity on as his principal, nay, his only agent. And he can get his force anywhere. Out of the running stream, out of the wind, out of the tidal wave. I'll give you an instant, continued Mr. Square, chuckling and rubbing his hands, to show you the greatest possibilities in electricity, used in a crude fashion. In a certain great city far away west in the States, a go-ahead place too, more so than New York, they had electric trams all up and down and along the roads to everywhere. The union men working for the company demanded that the non-unionists should be turned off, but the company didn't see it. Instead, it turned off the union men. It had up its sleeve a sufficiency of the others, and filled all places at once. Union men didn't like it, and passed word that at a given hour on a certain day every wire was to be cut. The company knew this by means of its spies, and turned on, ready for them, 3 times the power into all of the wires. At the fixed moment, up the poles went the strikers to cut the cables, and down they came, a dozen times quicker than they went up, I bet. Then there came the wires to the hospitals from all quarters, for stretchers to carry off the disabled men, some with broken legs, arms, ribs. 2 or 3 had their necks broken. I reckon the company was wonderfully merciful. It didn't put on sufficient force to make cinders of them then and there. Possibly opinion might have not liked it. Stopped the strike, did that. Great moral effect, all done by electricity. In this manner Mr. Square was wont to rattle on. He interested me, and I came to think that there might be something in what he said, that his suggestions were not mere nonsense. I was glad to see Mr. Square enter my room, shown in by my man. I did not rise from my chair to shake his hand, for I had not sufficient energy to do so. In a languid tone I welcomed him and signed him to take a seat. Mr. Square looked at me with some surprise. "Why, what's the matter?" he said. "You seem unwell." "Not got the flu, have you?" "I beg your pardon?" "The influenza. Every third person is crying out that he has it, and the sale of eucalyptus is enormous. Not that eucalyptus is any good. Influenza microbes indeed. What care they for eucalyptus? You've gone down some steps of the ladder in life since I saw you last, Squire. How do you account for that?" I hesitated about mentioning the extraordinary circumstances that had occurred, but Square was a man who could not allow any beating about the bush. He was downright and straight, and in 10 minutes he had got the entire story out of me. "Rather boisterous for your nerves, that, a crawling finger," he said. "It's a queer story taken on end." Then he was silent, considering. After a few minutes he rose and said, "I'll go and look at the fittings, and then I'll turn this little matter of yours over again and see if I can knock the bottom out of it. I'm kinder fond of these sorts of things." Mr. Square was not a Yankee, but he had lived for some time in America, and affected to speak like an American. He used expressions, terms of speech, common in the States, but had none of the transatlantic twang. He was a man absolutely without affection in every other particular. This was his sole weakness, and it was harmless. The man was so thorough in all that he did, I did not expect his return immediately. He was certain to examine every portion of the dynamo engine, and all the connections and burners. This would necessarily engage him for some hours. As the day was nearly done, I knew he could not accomplish what he wanted that evening, and accordingly gave orders that a room should be prepared for him. Then, as my head was full of pain and my skin was burning, I told my servant to apologize for my absence from dinner, and tell Mr. Square that I was really forced to return to my bed by sickness, and that I believed I was about to be prostrated by an attack of influenza. The valet, a worthy fellow, who has been with me for 6 years, was concerned at my appearance, and urged me to allow him to send for a doctor. I had no confidence in the local practitioner, and if I sent for another from the nearest town I should offend him, and a row would perhaps ensue, so I declined. If I were really in for an influenza attack, I knew about as much as my doctor how to deal with it. Quinine, that was all. I bade my man light a small lamp, lower it, so as to give sufficient illumination to enable me to find some lime juice at my bed head and my pocket handkerchief, and to be able to read my watch. When he had done this, I bade him leave me. I lay in bed, burning, racked with pain in my head, and with my eyeballs on fire. Whether I fell asleep or went off my head for a while, I cannot tell. I may have fainted. I have no recollection of anything after having gone to bed and taken a sip of lime juice that tasted to me like soap, till I was aroused by a sense of pain in my ribs, a slow, gnawing, torturing pain, waxing momentarily more intense. In half-consciousness, I was partly dreaming and partly aware of actual suffering. The pain was real, but in my fantasy I thought a great maggot was working its way into my side between my ribs. I seemed to see it. It twisted itself half round, then reverted to its former position, and again twisted itself, moving like a bradawl, not like a gimlet, which later forms a complete revolution. This, obviously, must have been a dream. Hallucination only, as I was laying on my back and my eyes were directed towards the bottom of the bed, and the coverlet and blankets and sheet intervened between my eyes and my side. But in a fever one sees without eyes, and in every direction, and through all obstructions. Roused thoroughly by an excruciating twinge, I tried to cry out, and succeeded in throwing myself over on my right side, that which was in pain. At once I felt the thing withdrawn that was awling, if I may use the word, in between my ribs. And now I saw, standing beside the bed, a figure that had under its arm the bedclothes, and was slowly removing it. The hand was leisurely drawn from under the coverings, and rested on the eider-down coverlet, with the forefinger extended. The finger was that of a man in shabby clothes, a sallow, Mean face, a retreating forehead, with hair cut after the French fashion, and a moustache dark. The jaws and chin were covered with gristly growth as if shaving had been neglected for a fortnight. The figure did not appear to be thoroughly solid, but to be of the consistency of curd, and the face was the complexion of a curd. As I looked at this object it withdrew, sliding back in an odd sort of manner, as though overweighted by the hand, which was the most substantial, indeed only the substantial portion of it. Though the figure retreated stooping, yet it was no longer huddled along by the finger, as if it had no material existence. If the same, it had acquired a consistency and a solidity which it did not possess before. How it vanished I do not know, nor whither it went. The door opened, and Squire came in. "What?" he exclaimed with a cheery voice. "Influenza, is it?" "I don't know. I think it's that finger again." "Now look here," said Square. "I'm not going to have that cuss at its pranks any more. Tell me about it." Now I was so exhausted, so feeble, that I was not able to give a connected account of what had taken place. But Square put to me just a few pointed questions and enlisted the main facts. He pieced them together in his own orderly mind so as to form a connected whole. "There's a feature in this case," he said, "that strikes me as remarkable and important. At first, a finger only, then a hand, then a nebulous figure attached to the hand, without backbone, without consistency. Lastly, a complete form, with consistency and with backbone, but the latter in a gelatinous condition, and the entire figure overweighted by the hand, just as the hand and figure were previously overweighted by the finger. Simultaneously with this compacting and consolidating of the figure came your degeneration and loss of vital force, and in a word, of health. What you lose, that object acquires, and what it acquires, it gains by contact with you. That's clear enough, is it not?" "I dare say. I don't know. I can't think." "I suppose not. The facility of thought is drained out of you. Very well, I must think for you, and I will. Force is force, and if I can't deal with your visitant in such a way as will prove just as truly a moral dissuasive as that employed by the union men on strike in never mind where it was, that's not to the point." "Will you kindly give me some lime juice?" I entreated. I sipped the acid draught, but without relief. I listened to Square, but without hope. I wanted to be left alone. I was weary of my pain, weary of everything, even life. It was a matter of indifference to me whether I recovered or slipped out of existence. "It will be here again shortly," said the engineer. "As the French say, l'appétit vient en mangeant. It has been at you thrice. It won't be content without another peck. And if it does get another, I guess it will pretty well about finish you." Mr. Square rubbed his chin and then put his hands into his trouser pockets. That was also a trick acquired in the States, and an elegant one. His hands, when not actively occupied, went in his pockets. Inevitably, they gravitated thither. The ladies did not like Square. They said he was not a gentleman. But it was not that he said or did anything off colour, only he spoke to them, looked at them, walked with them, always with his hands in his pockets. I have seen a lady turn her back on him deliberately because of this trick. Standing now with his hands in his pockets, he studied my bed, and said contemptuously, "Old-fashioned and bad, four-poster. Oughtn't be allowed, I guess. Unwholesome all the way round." I was not in a condition to dispute this. I like a four-poster with curtains at the head and feet. Not that I ever draw them, but it gives a sense of privacy that is wanting in one of your half-tester beds. If there is a window at one's feet, one can lie in bed without the glare in one's eyes, and yet without darkening the room by drawing the blinds. There is much to be said for a four-poster, but this is not the place in which to say it. Mr. Square pulled his hands out of his pockets and began fiddling with the electric point near the head of my bed, attached a wire, swept it in a semicircle along the floor, and then thrust the knob at the end into my hand in the bed. "Keep your eye open," he said, "and your hand shut and covered. If that finger comes again tickling your ribs, try it with the point. I'll manage the switch from behind the curtain." Then he disappeared. I was too indifferent in my misery to turn my head and observe where he was. I remained inert, with the knob in my hand and my eyes closed, suffering and thinking of nothing but the shooting pains through my head and the aches in my loins and back and legs. Some time probably elapsed before I felt the finger again at work on my ribs. It groped, but no longer bored. I now felt the entire hand, not a single finger, and the hand was substantial, cold and clammy. I was aware how, I know not, that if the finger point reached the region of my heart on the left side, the hand would, so to speak, sit down on it, with the cold palm over it, and then immediately my heart would cease to beat, and it would be, as Square might express it, gone coon with me. In self-preservation I brought the knob of the electric wire against the hand, against one of the ringers, I think, and at once was aware of a rapping, squealing noise. I turned my head languidly and saw the form, now more substantial than before, capering in an ecstasy of pain, endeavouring fruitlessly to withdraw its arm from under the bedclothes and the hand from the electric point. At the same moment Square stepped from behind the curtain. With a dry laugh he said, "I thought we should fix him. He has the coil about him and can't escape. Now let's drop to particulars. But I shan't let you off until I know all about you." The last sentence was addressed not to me, but to the apparition. Thereupon he bade me take the point away from the hand of the figure, being whatever it was, but to be ready with it at a moment's notice. He then proceeded to chastise my visitor, who moved restlessly within the circle of wire, but could not escape from it. It replied in a thin, squealing voice that sounded as if it came from a distance, and had a querulous tone in it. I do not pretend to give all that was said. I cannot recollect everything that passed. My memory was affected by my illness as well as my body. Yet I prefer giving the scraps that I recollect to what Square told me he had heard. Yes, I was unsuccessful, always was. Nothing answered with me. The world was against me. Society was. I hate society. I don't like work neither, never did. But I like agitating against what's established. I hate the royal family, the landed interest, the parsons, everything that is, except the people, that is, the unemployed. I always did. I couldn't get work as suited me. When I died they buried me in a cheap coffin, dirt cheap, and gave me a nasty grave, cheap, and a service rattled away cheap, and no monument. Didn't want one. Oh, there are lots of us. All discontented. Discontent, that's a passion. It is. It gets into the veins, it fills the brain, it occupies the heart. It's a sort of divine cancer that takes possession of the entire man and makes him dissatisfied with everything and hate everybody. But we must have our share of happiness at some time. We all crave for it in one way or another. I think there's a future state of blessedness, and so have hope, but look to attain it, for hope is a cable and anchor that attaches to what is real. But when you have no hope of that sort, don't believe in any future state, you must look for happiness in life here. We didn't get it when we were alive, so we seek to procure it after we are dead. We can do it, if we can get out of our cheap and nasty coffins. But not until the greater part of us is mouldered away. If a finger or two remains, that can work its way up to the surface. Those cheap deal coffins go to pieces quick enough. Then the only solid part of us left can pull the rest of us that has gone to nothing after it. Then we grope about after the living, the well-to-do if we can get at them, the honest working poor if we can't. We hate them too, because they are content and happy. If we reach any of these and can touch them, then we can draw their vital force out of them into ourselves and recuperate at their expense. That was about what I was going to do with you. Getting on famous. Nearly solidified into a new man and given another chance in life. But I've missed it this time, just like my luck. Missed everything. Always have, except misery and disappointment. Get plenty of that. What are you all? Asked Square. Anarchists out of employ? Some of us go by that name, some by other designations, but we are all one and own allegiance to but one monarch, sovereign discontent. We are bred to have distaste for manual work, and we grow up loafers, grumbling at everything and quarrelling with the society that is around us and the providence that is above us. And what do you call yourselves now? Call ourselves nothing. We are the same, in another condition. That is all. Folk called us once anarchists, nihilists, socialists, levelers. Now they call us the influenza. They learn to talk of microbes and bacilli and bacteria. Microbes, bacilli, and bacteria be blowed. We are the influenza. We the social failures, the generally discontented, coming up out of our cheap and nasty graves in the form of physical disease. We are the influenza. There you are, I guess, exclaimed Square triumphantly. Did I not say that all forces were correlated? If so, then all negotiations, deficiencies of force are one in their several manifestations. Talk of divine discontent as a force impelling to progress. Rubbish. It's a paralysis of energy. It turns all it absorbs into acid, envy, spite, gall. It inspires nothing, but rots the whole moral system. Here you have it, moral, social, political discontent in any form, nay aspect. That is all. What anarchism is in the body politic, that influenza is in the body physical. Do you see that? Yes, I believe I answered, and dropped away into the land of dreams. I recovered. What Square did with the thing I do not know, but believe that he reduced it again to its former negative and self-deposing condition. End of 25. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. www.voiceover-solutions.com.
Section 26 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Rodney. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 26, Black Ram, Part 1. I do not know when I had spent a more pleasant evening, or had enjoyed a dinner more than that at Mr. Weatherwood's hospitable house. For one thing, the hostess knew how to keep her guests interested and in good humour. The dinner was all that could be desired, and so were the wines. But what conduced above all to my pleasure was that at table I sat by Miss Fulton, a bright, intelligent girl, well read and entertaining. My wife had a cold, and sent her excuses by me. Miss Fulton and I talked of this, that, and everything. Towards the end of dinner she said, "I shall be obliged to run away so soon as the ladies leave your room to you and your cigarettes and gossip. It is rather mean, but Mrs. Weatherwood has been forewarned and understands. Tomorrow is our village feast at Marksley, and I have a host of things on my hand. I shall have to be up at 7, and I do object to cut a slice off my night's rest at both ends." "Rather an unusual time of year for a village feast," said I. "These things are generally got over in the summer." "You see, our church is dedicated to St. Mark, and tomorrow is his festival, and it has been observed in one fashion or another in our parish from time immemorial." "In your parts do they have any notions about St. Mark's Eve?" "What sort of notions?" "That if you sit in the church porch from midnight till the clock strikes 1, you will see the apparitions pass before you of those destined to die within the year." "I fancy our good people see themselves, and nothing but themselves, on every day and hour throughout the 12-month. "Joking aside, have you any such superstition hanging on in your neighbourhood?" "Not that I'm aware of. That sort of thing belonged to the golden age that has passed away. Board schools have reduced us to that of lead." "At Marksley the villagers believe in it, and recently their faith has received corroboration." "How so?" I asked. "Last year, in a fit of bravado, a young carpenter ventured to sit in the porch at the witching hour, and saw himself enter the church. He came home, looking as blank as a sheet, moped, lost flesh, and died 9 months later." "Of course he died if he had made up his mind to do so." "Yes, that is explicable. But how do you account for his having seen his double?" "He had been drinking at the public house. A good many people see double after that." "It was not so. He was perfectly sober at the time." "Then I give it up." "Would you venture on a visit to a church porch on this night, St. Mark's Eve?" "Certainly I would, if well wrapped up, and I had my pipe." "I bar the pipe," said Miss Fulton. "No apparition can stand tobacco smoke. But there is Lady Eastleigh rising. When you come to rejoin the ladies, I shall be gone." I did not leave the house of the Weatherwoods till late. My dog-cart was driven by my groom, Richard. The night was cold, or rather chilly, but I had my fur-lined overcoat, and I did not mind that. The stars shone out of a frosty sky. All went smoothly enough till the road dipped into a valley, where a dense white fog hung over the river and water meadows. Anyone who has had much experience in driving at night is aware that in such a case the carriage lamps are worse than useless. They bewilder the horse and driver. I cannot blame Dick if he ran his wheel over a heap of stones that upset the trap. We were both thrown out, and I fell on my head. I sang out, "Mind the cob, Dick! I am all right!" The boy at once mastered the horse. I did not rise immediately, for I had been somewhat jarred by the fall. When I did, I found Dick engaged in mending a ruptured trace. One of the shafts was broken, and a carriage lamp had been shattered. "Dick," said I, "there are a couple of steep hills to descend, and that is risky with a single shaft. I will lighten the dog-cart by walking home, and do you take care at the hills." "I think we can manage, sir." "I should prefer to walk the rest of the way. I am rather shaken by my fall, and a good step out in the cool night will do more to put me to rights than anything else. When you get home, send up a message to your mistress that she is not to expect me at once. I shall arrive in due time, and she is not to be alarmed." "It's a good trudge before you, sir, and I dare say we could get the shaft tied up at Fifewell." "What, at this time of night? No, Dick, do as I say." Accordingly, the groom drove off, and I started on my walk. I was glad to get out of the clinging fog when I had reached higher ground. I looked back, and by the starlight saw the river bottom filled with the mist, lying apparently dense as snow. After a swinging walk of a quarter of an hour, I entered the outskirts of Fifewell, a village of some importance, with shops, the seat of the petty sessions, and with a small boot and shoe factory in it. The street was deserted. Some bedroom windows were lighted, for our people have the habit of burning their paraffin lamps all night. Every door was shut. No one was stirring. As I passed along the churchyard wall, the story of the young carpenter told by Miss Fulton recurred to me. By Jove, thought I, it is now close upon midnight, a rare opportunity for me to see the wonders of St. Mark's Eve. I will go into the porch and rest there for a few minutes, and then I shall be able, when I meet that girl again, to tell her that I had done what she challenged me to do, without any idea that I would take her challenge up. I turned in at the gate and walked up the pathway. The headstones bore a somewhat ghostly look in the starlight. A cross of white stone, recently set up, I supposed, had almost the appearance of phosphorescence. The church windows were dark. I seated myself in the roomy porch on a stone bench against the wall, and felt for my pipe. I am not sure that I contemplated smoking it then and there, partly because Miss Fulton had forbidden it, but also because I felt that it was not quite the right thing to do on consecrated ground. But it would be a satisfaction to finger it, and I might plug it so as to be ready to light it up so soon as I left the churchyard. To my vexation I found that I had lost it. The tobacco pouch was there, and the matches. My pipe must have fallen out of my pocket when I was pitched from the trap. That pipe was a favourite of mine. What a howling nuisance, said I. If I send Dick back over the road tomorrow morning, 10 chances to 1 if he finds it, for tomorrow is market day, and people will be passing early. As I said this, the clock struck 12. I counted each stroke. I wore my fur-lined coat, and was not cold. In fact, I had been too warm walking in it. At the last stroke of 12, I noticed lines of very brilliant light appear about the door into the church. The door must have fitted well, as the light did no more than show about it, and did not gush forth at all the crevices. But from the keyhole shot a ray of intense brilliancy. Whether the church windows were illumined I did not see. In fact, it did not occur to me to look, either then or later. But I am pretty certain that they were not, or the light streaming from them would have brought the gravestones into prominence. When you come to think of it, it was remarkable that the light of so dazzling a nature should shine through the crannies of the door, and that none should issue, as far as I could see, from the windows. At the time I did not give this a thought. My attention was otherwise taken up, for I saw distinctly Miss Venville, a very nice girl of my acquaintance, coming up the path with that swinging walk so characteristic of an English lady. How often it has happened to me, when I have been sitting in a public park or in the gardens of a Crln abroad, and some young girls have passed by, that I have said to my wife, "I bet you a bob those are English." "Yes, of course," she has replied. "You can see that by their dress." "I don't know anything about dress," I have said. "I judge by the walk." Well, there was Miss Venville coming towards the porch. "This is a joke," said I. "She's going to sit here on the lookout for ghosts, and if I stand up or speak she will be scared out of her wits. Hang it, I wish I had my pipe now. If I gave a whiff it would reveal the presence of a mortal without alarming her. I think I shall whistle." I had screwed up my lips to begin "Rocked in the Cradle of the Deep." That is my great song I perform whenever there is a village concert, or I am asked out to dinner and am entreated afterward to sing. I say I had screwed up my lips to whistle, when I saw something that scared me so that I made no attempt at the melody. The ray of light through the keyhole was shut off, and I saw standing in the porch before me the form of Mrs. Venville, the girl's mother, who had died 2 years before. The ray of white light arrested by her filled her as a lamp, and was diffused as a mild glow from her. "Hello, mother, what brings you here?" asked the girl. "Gwendolen, I have come to warn you back. You cannot enter. You have not got the key." "The key, mother?" "Yes. Everyone who would pass within must have his or her own key." "But where am I to get one?" "It must be forged for you, Gwen. You are wholly unfit to enter. What good have you ever done to deserve it?" "Why, mother, everyone knows I'm an awfully good sort." "No one in here knows it. That is no qualification." "And I always dressed in good taste." "Nor is that." "And I was splendid at lawn tennis." Her mother shook her head. "Look here, little mummy, I won a brooch at the archery match." "That will not do, Gwendolen. What good have you ever done to anyone besides yourself?" The girl considered a minute, then laughed and said, "I put into a raffle at a bazaar. No, it was a bran pie for an orphanage, and I drew out a pair of braces. I had rare fun over those braces. I sold them to Captain Fitzackerley for £0.50, and that I gave to charity." "You went for what you could get, not what you could give." Then the mother stepped on one side, and the ray shot directly at the girl. I saw that it had something of the quality of the X-ray. It was not arrested by her garments, or her flesh or muscles. It revealed in her breast, in her brain, penetrating her whole body, a hard, dark core. "Black ram, I bet," said I. Now, black ram is the local name for a substance found in our land, especially in the low ground, that ought to be the most fertile, but is not so, on account of this material found in it. The substance lies some 2 or 3 feet below the surface, and forms a crust of the consistency of cast iron. No plough can possibly be driven through it. No water can percolate athwart it, and consequently, where it is, there the superincumbent soil is resolved into a quagmire. No tree can grow in it, for the moment the taproot touches the black ram, the tree dies. Of what black ram consists is more than I can say. The popular opinion is that it is a bastard manganese. Now, I happen to own several fields accursed with the presence in them of black ram, fields that ought to be luxuriant meadows, but which, in consequence of its presence, are worth almost nothing at all. "No, Gwen," said her mother, looking sorrowfully at her. "There is not a chance of your admission till you have got rid of the black ram that is in you." "Sure," said I, as I slapped my knee. "I thought I knew the article, and now my opinion has been confirmed." "How can I get rid of it?" asked the girl. "Gwendolen, you will have to pass into little Polly Finch, and work it out of your system. She is dying of scarlet fever, and you must enter into her body, and so rid yourself in time of the black ram." "Mother, the Finches are common people." "So much the better chance for you." "And I am 18. Polly is about 10. "You will have to become a little child if you would enter her." "I don't like it. What is the alternative?" "To remain without, in the darkness, till you come to a better mind. And now, Gwen, no time is to be lost. You must pass into Polly Finch's body before it grows cold." "Well then, here goes." Gwen Venville turned, and her mother accompanied her down the path. The girl moved reluctantly, and pouted. Passing out of the churchyard, both traversed the street and disappeared within a cottage, from the upper window of which light from behind a white blind was diffused. I did not follow. I leaned back against the wall. I felt that my head was throbbing. I was a little afraid lest my fall had done more injury than I had at first anticipated. I put my hand to my head and held it there for a moment. Then it was as though a book were opened before me, the book of the life of Polly Finch, or rather of Gwendolen's soul in Polly Finch's body. It was but one page that I saw, and the figures in it were moving. The girl was struggling under the burden of a heavy baby brother. She coaxed him, she sang to him, she played with him, talked to him, broke off bits of her bread and butter given to her for breakfast, and made him eat them. She wiped his nose and eyes with her pocket-handkerchief. She tried to dance him in her arms. He was a fractious urchin, and most exacting, but her patience, her good nature, never failed. The drops stood on her brow, and her limbs tottered under the weight, but her heart was strong, and her eyes shone with love. I drew my hand from my head. It was burning. I put my hand to the cold stone bench to cool it, and then applied it once more to my brow. Instantly it was as though another page were revealed. I saw Polly in her widowed father's cottage. She was now a grown girl. She was on her knees scrubbing the floor. A bell tinkled. Then she put down the soap and brush, turned down her sleeves, rose, and went into the outer shop to serve a customer with half a pound of tea. That done, she was back again, and the scrubbing was renewed. Again a tinkle, and again she stood up and went into the shop to a child who desired to buy a pennyworth of lemon drops. On her return, in came her little brother crying. He had cut his finger. Polly at once applied cobweb and then stitched a rag about the wounded member. "There, there, Tommy, don't cry any more. I have kissed the bad place, and it will soon be well." "Paul, it hurts! It hurts!" sobbed the boy. "Come to me," said his sister. She drew a low chair to the fireside, took Tommy on her lap, and began to tell him the story of Jack the Giant Killer. I removed my hand, and the vision was gone. I put my other hand to my head, and at once saw a further scene in the life story of Polly. She was now a middle-aged woman, and had a cottage of her own. She was dispatching her children to school. They had bright, rosy faces. Their hair was neatly combed. Their pinafores were white as snow. One after another, before leaving, put up the cherry lips to kiss Mammy, and when they were gone, for a moment she stood in the door, looking after them, then sharply turned, brought out a basket, and emptied its contents on the table. There were little girls' stockings with potatoes in them to be darned, torn jackets to be mended, a little boy's trousers to be reseated, pocket-handkerchiefs to be hemmed. She laboured on with her needle the greater part of the day, then put away the garments, some finished, others to be finished, and going to the flour bin, took forth flour and began to knead dough, and then to roll it out, to make pasties for her husband and the children. "Paul!" called a voice from without. She ran to the door. "Back, Joe. I have your dinner hot in the oven." "I must say, Paul, you are the best of good wives, and there isn't a mother like you in the Shire. My word, that was a lucky day when I chose you and didn't take Mary Matters, who was setting her cap at me. See what a slattern she has turned out. Why, I do believe, Paul, if I'd took her, she'd have drove me long ago to the public-house." I saw the mother of Gwendolen standing by me, and looking out on the scene, and I heard her say, "The black ram is run out, and the key is forged." All had vanished. I thought now I might as well rise and continue my journey. But before I had left the bench I observed the rector of Fifewell sauntering up the path, with uncertain step, as he fumbled in his coat-tail pockets and said, "Where the deuce is the key?" End of section 26. Recording by Rick Rodney, Waynesboro, Virginia. Section 27 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Rodney. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 27. Black Ram. Part 2. The Reverend William Hexworthy was a man of good private means, and was just the sort of man that a bishop delights to honour. He was one who would never cause him an hour's anxiety. He was not the man to indulge in ecclesiastical vagaries. He flattered himself that he was strictly a via media man. He kept dogs. He was a good judge of horses, was fond of sport. He did not hunt, but he shot and fished. He was a favourite in society, was of irreproachable conduct, and was a magistrate on the bench. As the ray from the keyhole smote on him, he seemed to be wholly dark, made up of nothing but black ram. He came on slowly, as though not very sure of his way. "Bless me, where can be the key?" he asked. Then from out of the graves, and from over the wall of the church, came rushing up a crowd of his dead parishioners, and blocked his way to the porch. "Please, your reverence," said one, "you did not visit me when I was dying." "I sent you a bottle of my best port," said the parson. "Aye, sir, and thank you for it, but that went into my stomach, and what I wanted was medicine for my soul. You never said a prayer by me, you never urged me to repentance for my bad life, and you let me go out of the world with all my sins about me." "And I, sir," said another, thrusting himself before Mr. Hexworthy, "I was a young man, sir, going wild, and you never said a word to restrain me, never sent for me and gave me a bit of warning and advice, which would have checked me. You just shrugged your shoulders and laughed, and said that a young chap like me must sow his wild oats." "And we," shouted all the rest, "we were never taught by you anything at all." "Now this is really too bad," said the rector. "I preach twice every Sunday." "Oh yes, right enough that, but precious little good it did when nothing came out of your heart, and all out of your pocket, and that you did give us was copied in your library. Why, sir, not one of your sermons ever did anybody a farthing of good." "We were your sheep," protested others, "and you let us wander where we would. You didn't seem to know yourself that there was a fold into which to draw us." "And we," said others, "went off to chapel, and all the good we ever got was from the dissenting minister, never a mite from you." "And some of us," cried others, "went to the bad altogether through your neglect. What did you care about our souls as long as your terriers were washed and combed, and your horses well groomed? You were a fisherman, but all you fished for were trout, not souls. And if some of us turned out well, it was in spite of your neglect, no thanks to you." Then some children's voices were raised. "Sir, you never taught us no catechism, nor our duty to God and man, and we grew up regular heathens." "That was your father's and mother's duty." "But our fathers and mothers never taught us anything." "Come, this is intolerable," shouted Mr. Hexworthy. "Get out of the way, all of you. I can't be bothered with you now. I want to go in there." "You can't, parson. The door is shut, and you have not got your key." Mr. Hexworthy stood by bewildered and irresolute. He rubbed his chin. "What the dickens am I to do?" he asked. Then the crowd closed about him, and they thrust him back towards the gate. "You must go whither we send you," they said. I stood up to follow. It was curious to see a flock drive its shepherd, who, indeed, had never attempted to lead. I walked in the rear, and it seemed as though we were all swept forwards as by a mighty wind. I did not gain my breath, or realize whither I was going, till I found myself in the slums of a large manufacturing town, before a mean house, such as those occupied by artisans, with the conventional one window on one side of the door, and two windows above. Out of one of these latter shone a scarlet glow. The crowd hustled Mr. Hexworthy in at the door, which was opened by a hospital nurse. I stood, hesitating what to do, and not understanding what had taken place. On the opposite side of the street was a mission church, and all the windows were lighted. I entered, and saw that there were at least a score of people, shabbily dressed, and belonging to the lower class, on their knees in prayer. There was a sort of door-opener, or verger, at the entrance, and I said to him, "What is the meaning of all this?" "Oh, sir," said he is ill. He has been attacked by smallpox. It has been raging in the place, and he's been with all the sick, and now he has taken it himself, and we are terribly afraid that he is dying, so we are praying God to spare him to us." Then one of those who was kneeling turned to me and said, "I was an hungered, and he gave me meat." And another rose up and said, "I was a stranger, and he took me in." Then a third said, "I was naked, and he clothed me." And a fourth, "I was sick, and he visited me." Then said a fifth with bowed head, sobbing, "I was in prison, and he came to me." Thereupon I went out and looked up at the red window, and I felt as if I must see the man for whom so many prayed. I tapped at the door, and a woman opened.
I should very much like to see him, if I may, said I. Well, sir, spoke the woman, a plain, middle-aged, rough creature, but her eyes were full of tears. Oh, sir, I think you may, if you will go up softly. There has come over him a great change. It is as though a new life had entered into him. I mounted the narrow staircase of very steep steps, and entered the sick room. There was an all-pervading glow of red. The fire was low, no flame, and a screen was set before it. The lamp had a scarlet shade over it. I stepped to the side of the bed, where stood a nurse. I looked on the patient. He was an awful object. His face had been smeared over with some dark solution, with the purpose of keeping all light from the skin, with the object of saving it from permanent disfigurement. The sick priest lay with eyes raised, and I thought I saw in them those of Mr. Hexworthy, but with a new light, a new faith, a new fervour, a new love in them. The lips were moving in prayer, and the hands were folded over the breast. The nurse whispered to me, "We thought he was passing away, but the prayers of those he loved have prevailed. A great change has come over him. The last words he spoke were, 'God's will be done. If I live, I will live only for my dear sheep, and die among them.' And now he is in an ecstasy, and says nothing, but he is praying still for his people." As I stood looking, I saw what might have been tears, but seemed to be molten black ram, roll over the painted cheeks. The spirit of Mr. Hexworthy was in this body. Then, without a word, I turned to the door, went through, groped my way down the steps, passed out into the street, and found myself back in the porch of Fifewell Church. "Upon my word," said I have been here long enough." I wrapped my fur coat about me, and prepared to go, when I saw a well-known figure, that of Mr. Fothergill, advancing up the path. I knew the old gentleman well. His age must have been 70. He was a spare man. He was rather bald, and had sunken cheeks. He was a bachelor, living in a pretty little villa of his own. He had a good fortune, and was a harmless but self-centred old fellow. He prided himself on his cellar and his cook. He always dressed well, and was scrupulously neat. I had often played a game of chess with him. I would have run towards him to remonstrate with him for exposing himself to the night air, but I was forestalled. Slipping past me, his old man-servant David went to meet him. David had died 3 years before. Mr. Fothergill had then been dangerously ill with typhoid fever, and the man had attended to him night and day. The old gentleman, as I heard, had been most irritable and exacting in his illness. When his malady took a turn, and he was on the way to convalescence, David had succumbed in his turn, and in 3 days was dead. This man now met his master, touched his cap, and said, "Beg pardon, sir, you will not be admitted." "Not admitted? Why not, Davy?" "I am really very sorry, sir. If my key would have availed, you would have been welcome to it. But, sir, there's such a terrible lot of black ram in you, sir. That must be got out first." "I don't understand, Davy." "I'm sorry, sir, to have to say it, but you've never done anyone any good." "I paid your wages regularly." "Yes, sir, to be sure, sir, for my services to yourself." "And I've always subscribed when asked for money." "Yes, it is very true, sir, but that was because you thought it was expected of you, not because you had any sympathy with those in need, and sickness, and suffering. I'm sure I never did anyone any harm." "No, sir, and never anyone any good. You'll excuse me for mentioning it." "But, Davy, what do you mean? I can't get in." "No, sir, not till you have the key." "But, bless my soul, what is to become of me? Am I to stick out here?" "Yes, sir, unless, in this damned cold and darkness, there's no help for it, Mr. Fothergill, unless what, Davy?" "Unless you become a mother, sir." "What? Of twins, sir." "Fiddlesticks!" "Indeed it is so, sir, and you will have to nurse them." "I can't do it. I'm physically incapable." "It must be done, sir. Very sorry to mention it, but there's no alternative. There's Sally Boker is approaching her confinement, and it's going terribly hard with her. The doctor thinks she'll never pull through, but if you'd consent to pass into her and become a mother—" "And nurse the twins? Oh, Davy, I shall need a great amount of stout." I grieve to say it, Mr. Fothergill, but you'll be too poor to afford it. Is there no alternative? None in the world, sir. I don't know my way to the place. If you do me the honour, sir, to take my arm, I will lead you to the house. It's hard, cruel hard on an old bachelor. Must it be twins? It's a rather large order. It really must, sir. Then I saw Davy lend his arm to his former master and conduct him out of the churchyard, across the street, into the house of Seth Boker, the shoemaker. I was so interested in the fate of my old friend, and so curious as to the result, that I followed and went into the cobbler's house. I found myself in the little room on the ground floor. Seth Boker was sitting over the fire with his face in his hand, swaying himself and moaning, "Oh, dear, dear life! Whatever shall I do without her? And she the best woman as breathed, and knew all my little ways." Overhead was a trampling. The doctor and the midwife were with the woman. Seth looked up and listened. Then he flung himself on his knees at the deal table and prayed, "Oh, good God in heaven, have pity on me and spare me my wife. I shall be a lost man without her, and no one to sew on my shirt buttons." At the moment I heard a feeble twitter aloft, and then it grew in volume, and presently became cries. Seth looked up. His face was bathed in tears. Still that strange sound like the chirping of sparrows. He rose to his feet and made for the stairs, and held on to the banister. Forth from the chambers above came the doctor, and leisurely descended the stairs. "Well, Boker," said he, "I congratulate you. You have 2 fine boys." "And my Sally, my wife?" "She has pulled through, but really, upon my soul, I did fear for her at one time, but she rallied marvellously." "Can I go up to her?" "In a minute or 2. Not just now. The babes are being washed." "And my wife will get over it?" "I trust so, Boker. A new life came into her as she gave birth to twins." "God be praised!" Seth's mouth quivered, all his face worked, and he clasped his hands. Presently the door of the chamber upstairs was open, and the nurse looked down and said, "Mr. Boker, you may come up. Your wife wants you to. Lord, you will see the beautifullest twins that ever was." I followed Seth upstairs and entered the sick room. It was humble enough, with whitewashed walls, all scrupulously clean. The happy mother lay in the bed, her pale face on the pillow, but the eyes were lighted up with ineffable love and pride. "Kiss them, Boker," she said, exhibiting at her side 2 little pink heads, with down on them. But her husband just stooped and pressed his lips to her brow, and after that kissed the tiny morsels at her side. "Ain't they loves?" exclaimed the midwife. But oh, what a rapture of triumph, pity, fervour, love was in that mother's face, and the eyes looking on those children were the eyes of Mr. Fothergill. Never had I seen such an expression in them, not even when he had exclaimed "Checkmate!" over a game of chess. Then I knew what would follow, how night and day that mother would live only for her twins, how she would cheerfully sacrifice her night's rest to them, how she would go downstairs, even before it was judicious, to see to her husband's meals. Verily, with the mother's milk that fed those babies, the black ram would run out of the Fothergill soul. There was no need for me to tarry. I went forth, and as I issued into the street, heard the clock strike 1. "Bless me!" I exclaimed. "I have spent an hour in the porch. What will my wife say?" I walked home as fast as I could in my fur coat. When I arrived, I found Bessie up. "Oh, Bessie," said I, "with your cold you ought to have been in bed." "My dear Edward," she replied, "how could I? I had lain down, but when I heard of the accident I could not rest. Have you been hurt?" "My head is somewhat contused," I replied. "Let me feel. Indeed, it is burning. I will put on some cold compresses." "But, Bessie, I have a story to tell you." "Oh, never mind the story. We'll have that another day. I'll send for some ice from the fishmonger tomorrow for your head." I did eventually tell my wife the story of my experience in the porch of Fifewell on St. Mark's Eve. I have since regretted that I did so, for whenever I cross her will, or express my determination to do something of which she does not approve, she says, "Edward, Edward, I very much fear there is still in you too much black ram." End of section 27. Recording by Rick Rodney, Waynesboro, Virginia.
Section 28 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 28. Mr. Benjamin Woolfield was a widower. For 12 months he had put on mourning. The mourning was external, and by no means represented the condition of his feelings, for his married life had not been happy. He and Keziah had been unequally yoked together. The Mosaic law forbade the union of the ox and ass to draw one plough, and two more uncongenial creatures than Benjamin and Keziah could hardly have been coupled to draw the matrimonial furrow. She was a Plymouth sister, and he, as she repeatedly informed him whenever he indulged in light reading, laughed, smoked, went out shooting or drank a glass of wine, was of the earth, earthy, and a miserable worldling. For some years Mr. Woolfield had been made to feel as though he were a moral and religious pariah. Keziah had invited to the house and to meals those of her own way of thinking, and on such occasions had spared no pains to have the table well served, for the elect are particular about their feeding, if indifferent as to their drinks. On such occasions, moreover, when Benjamin had sat at the bottom of his own table, he had been made to feel that he was a worm to be trodden on. The topics of conversation were such as far beyond his horizon, and concerned matters of which he was ignorant. He attempted at intervals to enter into the circle of talk. He knew that such themes as football matches, horse races, and crickets were taboo, but he did suppose that home or foreign politics might interest the guests of Keziah. But he soon learned that this was not the case, unless such matters tended to be the fulfillment of prophecy. When, however, in his turn, Benjamin invited home to dinner some of his old friends, he found that all provided for them was hashed mutton, cottage pie, and tapioca pudding. But even these could have been stomached, had not Mrs. Woolfield sat stern and silent at the head of the table, not uttering a word, but giving vent to occasional very audible sighs. When the year of mourning was well over, Mr. Woolfield put on a light suit, and contented himself, as an indication of bereavement, with a slight black band around the left arm. He also began to look about him for someone who might make up for the years during which he had felt like a crushed strawberry. And in casting his inquiring eye about, it lighted upon Philippa Western, a bright, vigorous young lady, well educated and intelligent. She was aged 24, and he was but 18 years older, a difference on the right side. It took Mr. Woolfield but a short courtship to reach an understanding, and he became engaged. On the same evening upon which he had received a satisfactory answer to the question put to her, and had pressed for an early marriage, to which also consent had been accorded, he sat by his study fire with his hands on his knees, looking into the embers and building love castles there. Then he smiled and patted his knees. He was startled from his honey reveries by a sniff. He looked around. There was a familiar ring in that sniff which was unpleasant to him. What he then saw dissipated his rosy dreams and sent blood to his heart. At the table sat his Keziah, looking at him with her beady black eyes, and with stern lines in her face. He was so startled and shocked that he could not speak. "Benjamin," said the apparition, "I know your purpose. It shall never be carried to accomplishment. I will prevent it." "Prevent what, my love, my treasure?" He gathered up his faculties to reply. "It is in vain that you assume that infantile look of innocence," said his deceased wife. "You shall never, never lead her to the hymeneal altar." "Lead whom, my idol? You astound me. I know all. I can read your heart. A lost being though you may be, you still have me to watch over you. When you quit this earthly tabernacle, if you have given up taking in the field, and have come to realize your fallen condition, there is a chance, a distant chance, but yet one, of our union becoming eternal." "You don't mean to say so," said Mr. Woolfield, his jaw falling. There is that to look to, that to lead you to overturn a new leaf. But it can never be if you become united to that flibbertigibbet." Mentally, Benjamin said, "I must hurry up with my marriage." Vocally, he said, "Dear me, dear me. My care for you is still so great," continued the apparition, "that I intend to haunt you by night and day, till that engagement be broken off." "I would not put you to so much trouble," said he. "It is my duty," replied the late Mrs. Woolfield sternly. "You are oppressively kind," sighed the widower. At dinner that evening Mr. Woolfield had a friend to keep him company, a friend to whom he had poured out his heart. To his dismay, he saw seated opposite him the form of his deceased wife. He tried to be lively, he cracked jokes, but the sight of the grim face and stony eyes riveted on him dampened his spirits, and all his mirth died away. "You seem to be out of sorts to-night," said his friend. "I am sorry that I act so bad a host," apologized Mr. Woolfield. "Two is company, three is none. But we are only two here to-night. My wife is with me in spirit, which she that was, or she that is to be." Mr. Woolfield looked with timid eyes towards her who sat at the end of the table. She was raising her hands in holy horror. Her face was black with frowns. His friend said to himself when he left, "Oh, these lovers, they are never themselves so long as the fit lasts." Mr. Woolfield retired early to bed. When a man has screwed himself up to proposing to a lady, it has taken a great deal out of him, and nature demands rest. So it was with Benjamin. He was sleepy. A nice little fire burned in his grate. He undressed and slipped between the sheets. Before he put out the light, he became aware that the late Mrs. Woolfield was standing by his bedside with a nightcap on her head. "I am cold," said she, "bitterly cold." "I am sorry to hear it, my dear," said Benjamin. "The grave is cold as ice," she said. "I am going to step into bed." "No, never," exclaimed the widower, sitting up. "It won't do, it really won't. You will draw all the vital heat out of me, and I shall be laid up with rheumatic fever. It will be 10 times worse than damp sheets." "I am coming to bed," repeated the deceased lady, inflexible as ever in carrying out her will. As she stepped in, Mr. Woolfield crept out on the side of the fire and seated himself by the grate. He sat there some considerable time, and then, feeling cold, he fetched his dressing gown and enveloped himself in that. He looked at the bed. In it lay the deceased lady with her long slit of a mouth shut like a rat trap, and her hard eyes fixed on him. "It is no use of your thinking of marrying, Benjamin," she said. "I shall haunt you till you give it up." Mr. Woolfield sat by his fire all night, and only dozed off towards morning. During the day he called at the house of Miss Weston, and was shown into the drawing-room. But there, standing behind her chair, was his deceased wife with her arms folded on the back of the seat, glowering at him. It was impossible for the usual tender passages to ensue between the lovers with a witness present, expressing by gesture her disapproval of such matters and her inflexible determination to force on a rupture. The dear departed did not attend Mr. Woolfield continuously during the day, but appeared at intervals. He could never say when he would be free, when she would not turn up. In the evening he rang for the housemaid, Jemima. "Jemima," he said, "put 2 hot bottles into my bed to-night. It's somewhat chilly." "Yes, sir." "And let the water be boiling, not with the chill off." "Yes, sir." When somewhat late Mr. Woolfield retired to his room, he found, as he had feared, that his late wife was there before him. She lay in the bed with her mouth snapped, her eyes, like black balls, staring at him. "My dear," said Benjamin, "I hope you are more comfortable." "I'm cold, deadly cold." "But I trust you are enjoying the hot bottles." "I lack animal heat," replied the late Mrs. Woolfield. Benjamin fled the room and returned to his study, where he unlocked his spirit case and filled his pipe. The fire was burning. He made it up. He would sit there all night. During the passing hours, however, he was not left quite alone. At intervals the door was gently opened, and the night-capped head of the late Mrs. Woolfield was thrust in. "Don't think, Benjamin, that your engagement will lead to anything," she would say, "because it will not. I shall stop it." So time passed. Mr. Woolfield found it impossible to escape this persecution. He lost spirits, he lost flesh. At last, after sad thought, he saw but one way of relief, and that was to submit. And in order to break off the engagement, he must have a prolonged interview with Philippa. He went to the theatre and bought 2 stall tickets, and sent one to her with the earnest request that she should accept it and meet him that same evening at the theatre. He had something to communicate of the utmost importance. At the theatre he knew he would be safe. The principles of Keziah would not suffer her to enter there. At the proper time, Mr. Woolfield drove round to Miss Weston's, picked her up, and together they went to the theatre and took their places in the stalls. Their seats were side by side. "I am so glad you have been able to come," said Benjamin. "I have a most shocking disclosure to make to you. I am afraid that, but I hardly know how to say it, that I really must break it off." "Break what off?" "Our engagement." "Nonsense. I've been fitted for my trousseau." "Your what?" "My wedding dresses." "Oh, I beg pardon. I did not understand your French pronunciation. I thought, but it does not matter what I thought. Pray, what is the sense of this?" "Philippa, my affection for you is unabated. Do not suppose that I love you one whit the less. But I am oppressed by a horrible nightmare, daymare as well. I am haunted." "Haunted indeed!" "Yes, by my late wife. She allows me no peace. She has made up her mind that I shall not marry you." "Oh, is that all? I am haunted also." "Surely not." "It is a fact." "Hush, hush," from the persons in the front and at the side. Neither Ben nor Philippa had noticed the curtain had risen and that the play had begun. "We are disturbing the audience," whispered Mr. Woolfield. "Let us go out into the passage and promenade there, and then we can talk freely." So both rose, left their stalls, and went into the couloir. "Look here, Philippa," said he, offering the girl his arm, which she took. "The case is serious. I am badgered out of my reason, out of my health, by the late Mrs. Woolfield. She always had an iron will, and she has intimated to me that she will force me to give you up. Defy her." "I cannot." "Tut, these ghosts are exacting. Give them an inch and they'll take an ell. They are like old servants. If you yield to them, they tyrannize over you." "But how do you know, Philippa, dearest?" "Because, as I said, I also am haunted." "That only makes the matter more hopeless." "On the contrary, it only shows how well suited we are to each other. We are in one box. Philippa, this is a dreadful thing. When my wife was dying she told me she was going to a better world, and that we should never meet again, and she has not kept her word." The girl laughed. "Rag her with it." "How can I?" "You can do it perfectly. Ask her why she is left out in the cold. Give her a piece of your mind. Make it unpleasant for her." "I give Jehu no good time." "Who is Jehu?" "Jehu Post is the ghost who haunts me. When in the flesh he was a great admirer of mine, and in his cumbrous way tried to court me, but I never liked him, and gave him no encouragement. I snubbed him unmercifully, but he was one of those self-satisfied, self-assured creatures incapable of taking a snubbing. He was a Plymouth brother. My wife was a Plymouth sister. I know she was, and I always felt for you. It was so sad. Well, to go on with my story. In a frivolous mood, Jehu took to a bicycle, and the very first time he scorched he was thrown, and so injured his back that he died in a week. Before he departed he entreated that I would see him, so I could not be nasty, and I went. And he told me then that he was about to be wrapped in glory. I asked him if this were so certain. "Cocksure," was his reply, and they were his last words, and he has not kept his word." "And he haunts you now?" "Yes. He dangles about with his great ox eyes fixed on me. But as to his envelope of glory, I have not seen a fag end of it, and I have told him so." "Do you really mean this, Philippa?" "I do. He wrings his hands and sighs. He gets no change out of me, I promise you. This is a very strange condition of affairs. It only shows how well matched we are. I do not suppose you will find 2 other people in England so situated as we are, and therefore so admirably suited to one another." "There is much in what you say. But how are we to rid ourselves of the nuisance, for it is a nuisance being thus haunted? We cannot spend all our time in a theatre. We must defy them, marry in spite of them. I never did defy my wife when she was alive. I do not know how to pluck up the courage now that she is dead. Feel my hand, Philippa. How it trembles! She has broken my nerve. When I was young, I could play spellikins, my hand was so steady. Now I'm quite incapable of doing anything with the little sticks." "Well, hearken to what I propose," said Miss Weston. "I will beard the old cat." "Hush, not so disrespectful. She was my wife." "Well, then, the ghostly old lady in her den. You think she will appear if I go pay you a visit?" "Sure of it. She is consumed with jealousy. She had no personal attractions herself, and you have 1,000. I never knew whether she loved me, but she was always confoundedly jealous of me." "Very well, then. You have often spoken to me about the changes in the decoration of your villa. Suppose I call on you tomorrow afternoon, and you shall show me what your schemes are." "And your ghost, will he attend you?" "Most probably. He is also as jealous as a ghost can well be." "Well, so be it. I shall await your coming with impatience. Now then, we may as well go to our respective homes." A cab was accordingly summoned, and after Mr. Woolfield had handed Philippa in, and she had taken her seat in the back, he entered and planted himself with his back to the driver. "Why do you not sit by me?" asked the girl. "I can't," replied Benjamin. "Perhaps you may not see, but I do. My deceased wife is in the cab, and occupies the space on your left." "Sit on her," urged Philippa. "I haven't the effrontery to do it," gasped Ben. "Will you believe me?" whispered the young lady, leaning over to speak to Mr. Woolfield. "I have seen Jehu Post hovering about the theatre door, wringing his white hands and turning up his eyes. I suspect he's running after the cab." As soon as Mr. Woolfield had deposited his bride-elect at her residence, he ordered the cabman to drive him home. Then he was alone in the conveyance with the ghost. As each gaslight was passed, the flash came over the cadaverous face opposite him, and sparks of fire kindled momentarily in the stony eyes. "Benjamin," she said, "Benjamin, oh Benjamin, do not suppose that I shall permit it. You may writhe and twist, you may plot and contrive, how you will. I will stand between you and her as a wall of ice." Next day, in the afternoon, Philippa Weston arrived at the house. The late Mrs. Woolfield had, however, apparently obtained an inkling of what was intended, for she was already there in the drawing-room, seated in an armchair with her hands raised and clasped, looking stonily before her. She had a white face, no lips that showed, and her dark hair was dressed in 2 black slabs, one on each side of her temples. It was done in a knot behind. She wore no ornaments of any kind. In came Miss Weston, a pretty girl, coquettishly dressed in colours, with sparkling eyes and laughing lips. As she had predicted, she was followed by her attendant spectre, a tall, gaunt young man, in a black frock coat, with a melancholy face and large ox eyes. He shambled in shyly, looking from side to side. He had white hands and long lean fingers. Every now and then he put his hands behind him, up his back, under the tails of his coat, and rubbed his spine where he had received his mortal injury in cycling. Almost as soon as he entered, he noticed the ghost of Mrs. Woolfield, that was, and made an awkward bow. Her eyebrows rose, and a faint, wintry smile of recognition lighted up her cheeks. "I believe I have the honour of saluting Sister Keziah," said the ghost of Jehu Post, and he assumed a posture of ecstasy. "It is even so, brother Jehu. And how do you find yourself, sister, out of the flesh?" The late Mrs. Woolfield looked disconcerted, hesitated a moment, as if she found some difficulty in answering, and then, after a while, said, "I suppose much as you do, brother. It is a melancholy duty that detains me here below," said Jehu Post's ghost. "The same may be said of me," observed the spirit of the deceased Mrs. Woolfield. "Pray take a chair." "I am greatly obliged, sister. My back." Philippa nudged Benjamin, and, unobserved by the ghosts, both slipped into the adjoining room, by a doorway over which hung velvet curtains. In this room, on the table, Mr. Woolfield had collected patterns of chintzes and books of wallpapers. There the engaged pair remained, discussing what curtains would go with the chintz coverings of the sofa and chairs, and what papers would harmonize with both. "I see," said Philippa, "that you have plates hung on the walls. I don't like them. It is no longer in good form. If they be worth anything, you must have a cabinet with glass doors for the china. How about the carpets?" "There is the drawing-room," said Benjamin. "No, we won't go in there and disturb the ghosts," said Philippa. "We'll take the drawing-room for granted." "Well, come with me to the dining-room. We can reach it by another door." In the room they now entered, the carpet was in fairly good condition, except at the head and bottom of the table where it was worn. This was especially the case at the bottom, where Mr. Woolfield had usually sat. There, when his wife had lectured, moralized, and harangued, he had rubbed his feet up and down and fretted the nap off the Brussels carpet. "I think," remarked Philippa, "that we can turn it about, and by taking out one width and putting that under the bookcase, and inserting the strip that was there in its room, we can save the expense of a new carpet. But the engravings of those Landseers, what do you think of them, Ben dear?" She pointed to the two familiar engravings of the Deer in the Winter and Dignity and Impudence. "Don't you think, Ben, that one has got a little tired of those pictures? My late wife did not object to them. They were so perfectly harmless. But your coming wife does. We will have something more up to date in their room. By the way, I wonder how the ghosts are getting on. They have left us alone so far. I will run back and have a peep at them through the curtains." The lively girl left the dining apartment, and her husband-elect studying the pictures to which Philippa had objected. Presently she returned. "Oh, Ben, such fun," she said, laughing. "My ghost has drawn up his chair so close to that of the late Mrs. Woolfield, and is fondling her hand. I believe they are only talking goody-goody." "And now about the china," said Mr. Woolfield. "It is in a closet near the pantry, that is to say, the best china. I will get a benzoline lamp, and we'll examine it. We had it out only when Mrs. Woolfield had a party of her elect brothers and sisters. I fear a good deal is broken. I know that the soup tureen has lost the lid, and I believe we are short of vegetable dishes. How many plates remain I do not know. We had a parlour maid, Dorcas, who was a sad smasher, but as she was one who had made her election sure, my late wife would not part with her." "And how are you off for glass?" "The wine glasses are fairly complete. I fancy the cut glass decanters are in a bad way. My late wife chipped them, I really believe out of spite." And it took a couple of times to go through the china and the glass. "And the plate?" asked Philippa. "All of the real old silver is at the bank, as Keziah preferred plated goods." "How about the kitchen utensils?" "Upon my word I cannot say. We had a rather nice-looking cook, and so my late wife never allowed me to step inside the kitchen." "Is she here still?" inquired Philippa sharply. "No, my wife, when she was dying, gave her the sack." "Bless me, Ben," exclaimed Philippa, "it's growing dark. I have been here an age. I really must go home. I wonder the ghosts have not worried us. I'll have another look at them." She tripped off. In 5 minutes she was back. She stood for a minute looking at Mr. Woolfield, laughing so heartily she had to hold her sides. "What is it, Philippa?" he inquired. "Oh, Ben, a happy release. They will never dare to show their faces again. They have eloped together." End of section 28. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com. Section 29 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 29. In a well-authenticated ghost story, names and dates should be distinctly specified. In the following story I am unfortunately able only to give the year and the month, for I have forgotten the date of the days and do not keep a diary. With regard to names, my own figures as a guarantee as that of the principal personage to whom the following extraordinary circumstances occurred. But the minor actors are provided with fictitious names, for I am not warranted to make their real ones public. I may add that the believer in ghosts may make use of the facts which I relate to establish his theories, if he finds that they will be of service to him when he has read through and weighed well the startling account which I am about to give from my own experiences. On a fine evening in June, 1860, I paid a visit to Mrs. Lyons on my way to the Hassocks Gate station on the London and Brighton line. This station is the first out of Brighton. As I rose to leave, I mentioned to the lady whom I was visiting that I expected a parcel of books from town, and that I was going to the station to inquire whether it had arrived. "Oh," she said readily, "I expect Dr. Lyons out from Brighton by the 9:30 train. If you like to drive the pony chaise down and meet him, you are welcome, and you can bring your parcel back with you in it." I gladly accepted her offer, and in a few minutes I was seated in a narrow little basket carriage, drawn by a pretty iron-grey Welsh pony. The station road commands the line of the South Downs from Chatenbury Ring, with its cap of dark firs, to Mount Harry, the scene of the memorable Battle of Yldz. Wolsonbury stands out like a headland above the dark Danny woods, over which the rooks were wheeling and cawing previous to settling themselves in for the night. Ditchling Beacon, its steep sides gashed with chalk pits, was faintly flushed with light. The Clayton windmills, with their sails motionless, stood out darkly against the green evening sky. Close beneath opens the tunnel in which, not so long before, had happened one of the most fearful railway accidents on record. The sky was kindled with light, though the sun was set. A few gilded bars of cloud lay in the west. 2 or 3 stars looked forth, one I noticed twinkling green, crimson, and gold, like a gem. From a field of young wheat, hard by I heard the harsh, grating note of the corncrake. Mist was lying on the low meadows like a mantle of snow, pure, smooth, and white. The cattle stood in it to their knees. The effect was so singular that I drew up to look at it attentively. At the same moment I heard the scream of an engine, and looking down towards the downs, I saw the up train shooting out of the tunnel, its red signal lamps flashing brightly out of the purple gloom which bathed the roots of the hills. Seeing that I was late, I whipped the Welsh pony on and proceeded at a fast trot. About a 1/4 mile from the station there is a turnpike, an odd-looking building, tenanted then by a strange old man, usually dressed in a white smock, over which his long white beard flowed to his breast. This toll-collector is dead now, and amused himself in bygone days by carving life-size heads out of wood, and these were stuck along the eaves. One is the face of a drunkard, round and blotched, leering out of misty eyes at passers-by. The next has the crumpled features of a miser, worn out with toil and moil. A third has the wild scowl of a maniac, and the fourth the stare of an idiot. I drove past, flinging the toll to the door, and shouting to the old man to pick it up, for I was in a vast hurry to reach the station before Dr. Lyons left it. I whipped the little pony on, and he began to trot down a cutting in the greensand, through which leads the station road. Suddenly Taffy stood still, planted his feet resolutely on the ground, threw up his head, snorted, and refused to move a peg. I gee-upped and tushed, all to no purpose. Not a step would the little fellow advance. I saw that he was thoroughly alarmed. His flanks were quivering, his ears were thrown back. I was on the point of leaving the chase, when the pony made a bound to one side and ran the carriage up into the hedge, thereby upsetting me on the road. I picked myself up and took the beast's head. I could not conceive what had frightened him. There was positively nothing to be seen, except a puff of dust running up the road, such as might be blown along by a passing current of air. There was nothing to be heard, except a little rattle of a gig or tax cart with one wheel loose. Probably a vehicle of this kind was being driven down the London road, which branches off at the turnpike at right angles. The sound became fainter, and at last died away in the distance. The pony now no longer refused to advance. It trembled violently. It was covered with sweat. "Well, upon my word, you have been driving hard," exclaimed Dr. Lyons when I met him at the station. "I have not indeed," was my reply, "but something has frightened Taffy. But what that something is more than I can tell." "Oh, ah," said the doctor, looking round with a certain degree of interest in his face. "So you met it, did you?" "Met what?" "Oh, nothing. Only I have heard of horses being frightened along this road after the arrival of the 9:30 up train. Flies never leave the moment that the train comes in, or the horses become restive. A wonderful thing for a fly horse, to become restive, isn't it? But what causes this alarm? I saw nothing." "You ask me more than I can answer. I am as ignorant of the cause as yourself. I take things as they stand, and make no inquiries." When the flyman tells me that he can't start for a minute or two after the train has arrived, or urges on his horses to reach the station before arrival of this train, giving as his reason that his brutes become wild if he does not do so, then I merely say, "Do as you think best, cabby," and bother my head no more about the matter. "I shall search this matter out," I said resolutely. "What has taken place so strangely corroborates the superstition that I shall not leave uninvestigated. Take my advice and banish it from your thoughts. When you have come to the end, you will be sadly disappointed, and will find that all the mystery evaporates and leaves a dull, commonplace residuum. It is best that the few mysteries which remain to us unexplained should still remain mysteries, or we shall disbelieve in supernatural agencies altogether. We have searched out the arcana of nature, and exposed all her secrets to the garish eye of day, and we find, in despair, that the poetry and romance of life are gone. Are we the happier for knowing that there are no ghosts, no fairies, no witches, no mermaids, no wood spirits? Were not our forefathers happier in thinking every lake to be abode of a fairy, every forest to be a bower of yellow-haired sylphs, every moorland sweep to be tripped over by elf and pixie? I found my little boy one day lying on his face in a fairy ring crying. You dear, dear little fairies, I will believe in you, though Papa says you are all nonsense. I used, in my childish days, to think, when silence fell upon a company, that an angel was passing through the room. Alas, I now know that it results only from the subject of weather having been talked to death, and no new subject having been started. Believe me, science has done good to mankind, but it has done mischief too. If we wish to be poetical or romantic, we must shut our eyes to facts. The head and the heart wage mutual war now. A lover preserves a lock of his mistress's hair as a holy relic, yet he must know perfectly well that for all practical purposes a bit of rhinoceros hide would do as well. The chemical constituents are identical. If I adore a fair lady, and feel a thrill through all my veins when I touch her hand, a moment's consideration tells me that phosphate of lime number 1 is touching phosphate of lime number 2, nothing more. If for a moment I forget myself so far as to wave my cap and cheer for king or queen or prince, I laugh at my folly next moment for having paid reverence to one disgusting machine above another. I cut the doctor short as he was lapsing into his favourite subject of discussion, and asked him whether he would lend me the pony chaise on the following evening, that I might drive to the station again to try and unravel the mystery. "I will lend you the pony," said he, "but not the chaise, as I am afraid of its being injured should Taffy take fright and run up into the hedge again. I have got a saddle." Next evening I was on my way to the station considerably before the time at which the train was due. I stopped at the turnpike and chatted with the old man who kept it. I asked him whether he could throw any light on the matter which I was investigating, saying that he knowed nothing about it. "What, nothing at all? I don't trouble my head with matters of this sort," was the reply. "People do say that something out of the common sort passes along the road and turns down the other road leading to Clayton and Brighton, but I pays no attention to what them people says." "Do you ever hear anything?" "After the arrival of the 9:30 train I does at times hear the rattle of a mail cart and the trot of a horse along the road. The sound is as though one of the wheels was loose. I've been out many a time to take the toll. Them spirits, if spirits them be, don't go for to pay toll." "Have you ever inquired into the matter?" "Why should I? Anything as don't go to pay for toll don't concern me. Do you think I knows how many people and dogs go through this here gate in a day? Not I them don't pay toll, so them's no odds to me." "Look here, my man," said I, "do you object to my putting the bar across the road immediately on the arrival of the train?" "Not a bit, please yourself, but you ain't got much time to lose, for there comes thicky train out of Clayton Tunnel." I shut the gate, mounted Taffy, and drew up across the road a little way below the turnpike. I heard the train arrive, I saw it puff off. At the same moment I distinctly heard a trap coming up the road, one of the wheels rattling as though it were loose. I repeat deliberately that I heard it. I cannot account for it, but though I heard it, yet I saw nothing whatever. At the same time the pony became restless. It tossed its head, pricked up its ears. It started, pranced, and then made a bound to one side, entirely regardless of whip and rein. I tried to scramble up the sandbank in its alarm, and I had to throw myself off and catch its head. I then cast a glance behind me at the turnpike. I saw the bar bent, as though someone were pressing against it. Then with a click it flew open, and was dashed violently back against the white post to which it was usually hasped in the daytime. There it remained, quivering from the shock. I immediately heard the rattle-rattle of the tax cart. I confess that my first impulse was to laugh. The idea of a ghostly tax cart was so essentially ludicrous. But the reality of the whole scene soon brought me to a graver mood, and remounting Taffy, I rode down to the station. The officials were taking their ease, as another train was not due for some while. So I stepped up to the station master and entered into conversation with him. After a few desultory remarks, I mentioned the circumstances which had occurred to me on the road, and my inability to account for them. "So that's what you're after," said the master somewhat bluntly. "Well, I can tell you nothing about it. Spirits don't come my way, saving and excepting those that can be taken inwardly, and mighty comfortable warming things they be when so taken. If you ask me about other sorts of spirits, I tell you flat I don't believe in them, though I don't mind drinking the health of them. What does?" "Perhaps you may have the chance, if you are a little more communicative," said I. "Well, I'll tell you all I know, and that's precious little," answered the worthy man. "I know one thing for certain, that one compartment of a second-class carriage is always left vacant between Brighton and Hassocks Gate by the 9:30 up train." "For what purpose?" "Ah, that's more than I can fully explain. Before the orders came to this effect, people went into fits and that like in one of the carriages." "Any particular carriage?" "The first compartment of the second-class carriage nearest to the engine, and I unlock it at this station." "What do you mean by saying people had fits?" "I mean that I used to find men and women a screeching and a hollering like mad to be let out. They'd seen something as had frightened 'em as they was passing through Clayton Tunnel. It was before they made the arrangement I told you of." "Very strange," I said meditatively. "Very much so, but true for all that. I don't believe in nothing but spirits of a warming and cheering nature, and them sort ain't to be found in Clayton Tunnel to my thinking." There was evidently nothing more to be got out of my friend. I hoped that he drank my health that night. If he admitted to do so, it was his fault, not mine. As I rode home, revolving in my mind all that I had heard and seen, I became more and more settled in my determination to thoroughly investigate the matter. The best means that I could adopt for so doing would be to come out from Brighton by the 9:30 train in the very compartment of the second-class carriage from which the public were considerately excluded. Somehow I felt no shrinking from the attempt. My curiosity was so intense that it overcame all apprehension as to the consequences. My next free day was Thursday, and I hoped then to execute my plan. In this, however, I was disappointed, as I found out that the battalion drill was fixed for that very evening, and I was desirous of attending it. Being somewhat behindhand in the regulation number of drills, I was consequently obliged to postpone my Brighton trip. On Thursday evening, about 5 o'clock, I started in regimentals with my rifle over my shoulder, for the drilling ground a piece of furzy common near the railway station. I was speedily overtaken by Mr. Ball, a corporal in the rifle corps, a capital shot and most efficient in his drill. Mr. Ball was driving his gig. He stopped on seeing me and offered me a seat beside him. I gladly accepted, as the distance to the station is 1 3/4 miles by the road, and 2 miles by what is commonly supposed to be the short cut across the fields. After some conversation on volunteering matters, about which Corporal Ball was an enthusiast, we turned out of the lanes into the station road, and I took the opportunity of adverting the subject which was uppermost in my mind. "Ah, I've heard a good deal about that," said the corporal. "My workmen have often told me some cock and bull stories of that kind, but I can't say as how I believed them. What you tell me is, however, very remarkable. I never 'ad it on good authority afore. Still I can't believe there's anything supernatural about it." "I do not yet know what to believe," I replied, "for the whole matter to me is perfectly inexplicable." "You know, of course, the story which gave rise to the superstition?" "Not I. Pray tell it me." "Just about 7 years agone. Why, you must remember the circumstances as well as I do. There was a man drove over from I can't say where. for that was never exactly ascertained, but from the Henfield direction, in a light cart. He went to the station inn, and throwing the reins to John Thomas, the ulster, bade him take the trap and bring it round to meet the 9:30 train, by which he calculated to return from Brighton. John Thomas said, as how the stranger was quite unbeknown to him, that he looked as though he'd had some matter on his mind when he went to the train. He was a queer sort of man, with thick grey hair and beard, and delicate white hands, just like a lady's. The trap was round to the station door as ordered by the arrival of the 9:30 train. The ostler observed then that the man was ashen pale, and that his hands trembled as he took the reins, and the stranger stared at him in wild abstracted way, and that he would have driven off without tendering payment had he not been respectfully reminded that the horse had been given feed of oats. John Thomas made a observation to the gent relative to the wheel which was loose, but that observation met with no corresponding answer. The driver whipped his horse and went off. He passed the turnpike and was seen to take the Brighton road instead of that by which he had come. A workman observed the trap next on the downs above Clayton chalk pits. He didn't pay much attention to it, but he saw that the driver was on his legs at the head of the horse. Next morning, when the quarrymen went into the pit, they found a shattered tax cart at the bottom, the horse and driver dead, the latter with his neck broken. What was curious, too, was that a handkerchief was bound round the brute's eyes, so that he must have been driven over the edge blindfold. Odd, wasn't it? Well, folks say that the gent and his tax cart passed along the road every evening after the arrival of the 9:30 train. But I don't believe it. I ain't a bit superstitious, not I. The next week I was again disappointed in my expectation of being able to put my scheme in execution. But on the third Saturday after my conversation with Corporal Ball, I walked into Brighton in the afternoon, the distance of about 9 miles. I spent an hour on the shore watching the boats, and then I sauntered around the pavilion, ardently longing that fire might break forth and consume that architectural monstrosity. I believe that I afterwards had a cup of coffee at the refreshment rooms of the station, and capital refreshment rooms they are, or were very moderate and very good. I think I partook of a bun, but if put on my oath I could not swear to the fact. A floating reminiscence of bun lingers in the chambers of my memory, but I cannot be positive, and I wish in this paper to advance nothing but reliable facts. I squandered precious time in reading the advertisements of baby jumpers which no mother should be without, which are indispensable in nursery and the greatest acquisition in the parlour, the greatest discovery since modern times, etc., etc. I pursued a notice of the advantage of metallic brushes, and admired the young lady with her hair white on one side and black on the other. I studied the Chinese letter commendatory of Horniman's tea and the inferior English translation, and counted up the number of agents in Great Britain and Ireland. At length the ticket office opened, and I booked for Hassock's Gate, second class, fare 1 shilling. I ran along the platform till I came to the compartment of the second class carriage which I wanted. The door was locked, so I shouted for a guard. "Put me in here, please." "I can't, sir. Next, please. Nearly empty, 1 woman and baby." "I particularly wish to enter this carriage," said I. "Can't be. Locked orders. Company," replied the guard, turning on his heel. "What reason is there for the public being excluded, may I ask?" "Dunno. 'Spress orders. Can't let you in. Next carriage, please. Now then, quick, please." I knew the guard, and he knew me by sight, for I often travelled to and fro on the line, so I thought it best to be candid with him. I briefly told him my reason for making the request, and begged him to assist me in executing my plan. He then consented, though with reluctance. "Have your own way," said he. "Only if anything happens, don't blame me." "Never fear," laughed I, jumping into the carriage. The guard left the carriage unlocked, and in 2 minutes we were off. I did not feel in the slightest degree nervous. There was no light in the carriage, but that did not matter, as there was twilight. I sat facing the engine on the left side, and every now and then I looked out at the downs, with a soft haze of light still hanging over them. We swept into a cutting, and I watched the lines of flint in the chalk, and longed to be geologising among them with my hammer, picking out shepherd's crowns and shark's teeth. the delicate rhynchonella, and the quaint ventriculite. I remembered not a very distant occasion on which I had actually ventured there, and been chased off by the guard, after having brought down an avalanche of chalk debris in a manner dangerous to traffic, whilst endeavouring to extricate a magnificent ammonite which I found, and alas, left protruding from the side of the cutting. I wondered whether that ammonite was still there. I looked about to identify the exact spot as we whizzed along, and at that moment we shot into the tunnel. There are 2 tunnels, with a bit of chalk cutting between them. We passed through the first, which is short, and in another moment plunged into the second. I cannot explain how it was that, now all of a sudden, a feeling of terror came over me. It seemed to drop over me like a wet sheet and wrap round and round me. I felt that someone was seated opposite me, someone in the darkness with his eyes fixed on me. Many persons possessed of keen nervous sensibility are well aware when they are in the presence of another, even though they can see no one, and I believe that I possess this power strongly. If I were blindfolded, I think that I should know when anyone was looking fixedly at me. And I am certain that I should instinctively know that I was not alone if I entered a dark room in which another person was seated, even though he made no noise. I remember a college friend of mine who dabbled in anatomy, telling me that a little Italian violinist once called him to give a lesson on his instrument. The foreigner, a singularly nervous individual, moved restlessly from place to place where he had been standing, casting many a furtive glance over his shoulder at a press which was behind him. At last the little fellow tossed aside his violin, saying, "I cannot give the lesson if someone will look at me from behind. There is somebody in the cupboard, I know." "You are right, there is," laughed my anatomical friend, flinging open the door of the press and discovering a skeleton. The horror which oppressed me was numbing. For a few moments I could neither lift my hands nor stir a finger. I was tongue-tied. I seemed paralyzed in every member. I fancied that I felt eyes staring through me through the gloom. A cold breath seemed to play over my face. I believed that fingers touched my chest and plucked at my coat. I drew back against the partition. My heart stood still. My flesh became stiff, my muscles rigid. I do not know whether I breathed a blue mist, swam before my eyes, and my head span. The rattle and roar of the train dashing through the tunnel drowned every other sound. Suddenly we passed a light fixed against the wall in the side, and it sent a flash, instantaneous as that of lightning, through the carriage. At that moment I saw what I shall never, never forget. I saw a face opposite me, livid as that of a corpse, hideous with a passion like that of a gorilla. I cannot describe it accurately, for I saw it but for a second. Yet there arises before me now as I write. The low, broad brow, seamed with wrinkles, the shaggy, overhanging grey eyebrows, the wild, ashen eyes, which glared as those of a demoniac, the coarse mouth, with its fleshy lips compressed till they were white, the profusion of wolf-grey hair about the cheeks and chin, the thin, bloodless hands, raised half open, extended towards me as though they would clutch and tear me. In madness of terror I flung myself along the seat to the further window. I felt that it was moving slowly down, and opposite me again. I lifted my hand to let down the window, and I touched something. I thought it was a hand. Yes, it was a hand, for it folded over mine and began to contract on it. I felt each finger separately. They were cold, dully cold. I wrenched my hand away. I slipped back to my former place in the carriage by the open window, and in frantic horror I opened the door, clinging to it with both my hands round the window jamb, swung myself out with my feet on the floor and my head turned from the carriage. If the cold fingers had but touched my woven hands, mine would have given way. Had I but turned my head and seen that hellish countenance peering out at me, I must have lost my hold. Ah, I saw the light from the tunnel mouth. It smote my face. The engine rushed out with a piercing whistle. The roaring echoes of the tunnel died away. The cool, fresh breeze blew over my face and tousled my hair. The speed of the train was relaxed. The lights of the station became brighter. I heard the bell ringing loudly. I saw people waiting for the train. I felt the vibration as the brake was put on. We stopped, and then my fingers gave way. I dropped as a sack on the platform. Then not till I awoke. There now, from beginning to end, the whole had been a frightful dream, caused by my having too many blankets over my bed. If I must append a moral, don't sleep too hot. End of section 29. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah, voiceover-solutions.com. Section 30, The Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Section 30, On the Leads. Having realized a competence in Australia and having a hankering after country life for the remainder of my days in the old home, on my return to England I went to an agent with the object of renting a house with a shooting attached, over at least 3,000 acres, with the option of a purchase should the place suit me. I was no more intending to buy a country seat without having tried what it was like, than is a king disposed to go to war without knowing something of the force that can be brought against him. I was rather taken with the photographs of a manor called Fernwood, and I was still further engaged when I saw the place itself on a beautiful October day, when St. Luke's summer was turning the country into a world of rainbow tints under a warm sun, and a soft vaporous blue haze tinted all the shadows cobalt, and gave to the hills a stateliness that made them look like mountains. Fernwood was an old house, built in the shape of a letter H, and therefore presumably dating from the early Tudor monarchs. The porch opened into the hall, which was on the left of the cross-stroke, and the drawing-room was on the right. There was one inconvenience about the house. It had a staircase at each extremity of the cross-stroke, and there was no upstairs communication between the two wings of the mansion. But, as a practical man, I saw how this might be remedied. The front door faced the south, and the hall was windowless on the north. Nothing easier than to run a corridor along the back, giving communication to both stairs and downstairs, without passing through the hall. The whole thing could be done for, at the outside, £200, and would be no disfigurement to the place. I agreed to become a tenant of Fernwood for a 12-month, in which time I should be able to judge whether the place would suit me, the neighbours be pleasant, and the climate agree with my wife. We went down to Fernwood at once, and settled ourselves comfortably in by the first week in November. The house was furnished. It was property of an elderly gentleman, a bachelor named Frammett, who lived in 2 rooms in town, and spent most of his time at the club. I called on him before taking up our residence at Fernwood, and found him a somewhat blasé, languid, cold-blooded creature, not at all proud of having a noble manor house that had belonged to his family for 4 centuries. Very willing to sell it so as to spite a cousin who calculated on coming in for the estate, and whom Mr. Frammett, with the malignity that is sometimes found in old people, was particularly desirous of disappointing. "The house has been let before, I suppose?" said I. "Oh, yes," he replied indifferently. "I believe so, several times." "For long?" "No, I believe not for long." "Have the tenants had any particular reasons for not remaining on here, if I may be so bold as to inquire?" "All people have reasons to offer, but what they offer you are not supposed to receive as genuine." I could get no more from him than this: "I think, sir, if I were you, I would not go down to Fernwood till after November was out." "But," said I want the shooting." "Ah, to be sure, the shooting. Ah, I should have preferred if you could have waited till December began." "That would not suit me," I said, and so the matter was ended. When we were settled in, we occupied the right wing of the house. The left or west wing was but scantily furnished, and looked cheerless, as though rarely tenanted. We were not a large family, my wife and myself alone. There was consequently ample accommodation in the east wing for us. The servants were placed above the kitchen, in a portion of the house I have not yet described. It was a half wing, if I may so describe it, built on the north side parallel with the upper arm of the western limb of the wall and the symbol H. This block had a gable to the north like wings, and a broad lead valley was between them. That, as I learned from the agent, had to be attended to after the fall of the leaf, and in times of snow to clear it. Access to this valley could be had from within by means of a little window in the roof, formed as a dormer. A short ladder allowed any one to ascend from the passage to this window and open or shut it. The western staircase gave access to this passage, from which the servants' rooms in the new block were reached, as also the untenanted apartments in the old wing. And as there were no windows in the extremities of this passage that ran due north and south, it derived all its light from the aforementioned dormer window. One night, after we'd been in the house for about a week, I was sitting up smoking, with a little whiskey and water at my elbow, reading a review of an absurd, ignorantly written book on the New South Wales, when I heard a tap at the door, and the parlour maid came in and said in a nervous tone of voice, "Beg your pardon, sir, but cook nor I, nor none of us dare go to bed." "Why not?" I asked, looking up in surprise. "Whatever is the matter with the passage?" "Oh, nothing, sir, with the passage. Would you mind, sir, just coming to see? We don't know what to make of it." I put down my review and with a grunt of dissatisfaction laid my pipe aside and followed the maid. She led me through the hall and up the staircase at the western extremity. On reaching the upper landing I saw all the maids there in a cluster, and all evidently much scared. "Whatever is all this nonsense about?" I asked. "Please, sir, will you look? We can't say." The parlour maid pointed to an oblong patch of moonlight on the wall of the passage. The night was cloudless, and the full moon shone slanting through the dormer and painted a brilliant silver strip on the wall opposite. The window being on the side of the roof to the east, we could not see that, but did see the light thrown through it against the wall. This patch of reflected light was about 7 feet above the floor. The window itself was some 10 feet up, and the passage was but 4 feet wide. I enter into these particulars for reasons that will presently appear. The window was divided into 3 parts by wooden mullions, and was composed of 4 panes of glass in each compartment. Now I could distinctly see the reflection of the moon through the windows with the black bars up and down, the division of the panes. But I saw more than that. I saw the shadow of a lean arm with a hand and thin, lengthy fingers across a portion of the window, apparently groping at where the window latch by which the casement could be opened. My impression at the moment was that there was a burglar on the leads trying to enter the house by means of this dormer. Without a minute's hesitation I ran into the passage and looked up at the window, but could only see a portion of it, as in the shape it was low, though broad, and as already stated, was set at a great height. But at that moment something fluttered past it, like a rush of flapping draperies obscuring the light. I had placed the ladder, which I found hooked up to the wall, in position, and planted my foot on the lowest rung, when my wife arrived. She had been alarmed by the housemaid, and now she clung to me and protested that I was not to ascend without my pistol. To satisfy her, I got my Colt's revolver, that I always kept loaded, and then, but only hesitatingly, did she allow me to mount. I ascended the casement, unhasped it, and looked out. I could see nothing. The ladder was over short, and it required great effort to heave oneself from it through the casement on to the leads. I am stout, and not so nimble as I was when younger. After 1 or 2 efforts, and after presenting from below an appearance that would have provoked laughter at any other time, I succeeded in getting through and upon the leads. I looked up and down the valley. There was absolutely nothing to be seen except an accumulation of leaves carried there from the trees that were shedding their foliage. The situation was very puzzling. As far as I could judge, there was no way off the roof, no other window opening onto the valley. I did not go along upon the leads, as it was night and the moonlight is treacherous. Moreover, I was wholly unacquainted with the arrangement of the roof, and had no wish to risk a fall. I descended from the window with my feet groping for the upper rung of the ladder in a manner even more grotesque than my ascent through the casement. Usually extremely alive to anything ridiculous in my appearance, nor the domestics were in a mood to make merry. But neither my wife, usually extremely alive with anything ridiculous in my appearance, nor the domestics were in a mood to make merry. I fastened the window after me, and had hardly reached the bottom of the ladder before again a shadow flickered across the patch of moonlight. I was fairly perplexed, and stood musing. Then I recalled that immediately behind the house the ground rose. That, in fact, the house lay under a considerable hill. It was just possible, by ascending the slope, to reach the level of the gutter and rake the leads from one extremity to the other with my eye. I mentioned this to my wife, and at once the whole set of maids trailed down the stairs after us. They were afraid to remain in the passage, and they were curious to see if there was really some person on the leads. We went out at the back of the house, and ascended the bank till we were on a level with the broad gutter between the gables. I now saw that this gutter did not run through, but stopped against the hall roof. Consequently, unless there were some opening of which I knew nothing, the person on the leads could not leave the place, save by the dormer window when open, or by swarming down the fall pipe. At once it occurred to me that if what I had seen were shadows of a burglar, he might have been mounted by means of the rain pipe. But if so, how had he vanished the moment my head was protruded through the window? And how was it that I had seen the shadow flicker past the light immediately after I had descended the ladder? It was conceivable that the man had concealed himself in the shadow of the hall roof, and had taken advantage of my withdrawal to run past the window so as to reach the fall pipe and let himself down by that. I could, however, see no one running away, as I must have done, going outside soon after his supposed descent. But the whole affair became more perplexing when, looking towards the leads, I saw in the moonlight something with fluttering garments running up and down them. There could be no mistake. The object was a woman, and her garments were mere tatters. We could not hear a sound. I looked round at my wife and the servants. They saw this weird object as distinctly as myself. It was more like a gigantic bat than a human being, and yet that it was a woman we could not doubt, for the arms were now and then thrown above the head in wild gesticulation, and at moments a profile was presented, and then we saw, or thought we saw, long flapping hair unbound. "I must go back to the ladder," said I. "You remain where you are watching." "Oh, Edward, not alone," pleaded my wife. "Dear, who is going to go with me?" I went. I had left the back door unlocked, and descended the staircase and entered the passage. Again I saw the shadow flicker past the moonlit patch on the wall opposite the window. I ascended the ladder and opened the casement. Then I heard the clock in the hall strike 1. I heaved myself up to the sill with great labour, and I endeavoured to thrust my short body through the window, when I heard feet on the stairs, and next moment my wife's voice from below, at the foot of the ladder. "Oh, Edward! Edward, please do not go out there again. It has vanished, all at once. There is nothing there now to be seen." I returned, touched the ladder tentatively with my feet, refastened the window, and descended, perhaps inelegantly. I then went down with my wife, and with her returned up to the bank, to the spot where stood clustered our servants. They had seen nothing further, and although I remained on the spot watching for half an hour, I also saw nothing more. The maids were too frightened to go to bed, and so agreed to sit up in the kitchen for the rest of the night by the good fire. And I gave them a bottle of sherry to mull and make themselves comfortable upon, and to help them to recover their courage. Although I went to bed, I could not sleep. I was completely baffled by what I had seen. I could in no way explain what the object was and how it had left the leads. Next day I sent for the village mason and asked him to set a long ladder against the wellhead of the fall pipe, and examine the valley between the gables. At the same time I would mount to the little window and contemplate proceedings through that. The man had to send for a ladder sufficiently long, and that occupied some time. However, at length he had it planted and then mounted. When he approached the dormer window, "Give me a hand," said I, "and haul me up. I would like to satisfy myself with my own eyes that there is no other means of getting upon or leaving the leads." He took me under both shoulders and heaved me out, and I stood with him in the broad lead gutter. "There's no other opening whatever," he said, "and Lord love you, sir, I believe that what you saw was no more than this." And he pointed to a branch of noble cedar that grew hard by the west side of the house. "I warrant, sir," said he, "that what you saw was this here bough, as it has been carried by a storm and thrown here, and the wind last night swept it up and down the leads." "But was there any wind?" I asked. "I do not remember that there was." "I can't say," said he. "Before 12 o'clock I was fast asleep, and it might have blown a gale, and I hear nothing of it." "I suppose there must have been some wind," said I, "and that I was too surprised and the women too frightened to observe it," I laughed. "So this marvellous spectral phenomenon receives a very prosaic and natural explanation. Mason, throw down the bough, and we will burn it tonight." The branch was cast over the edge and fell at the back of the house. I left the Yldz, descended, and going out, picked up the cedar branch, brought it into the hall, summoned the servants, and said derisively, "Here's an illustration of the way in which weak-minded women get scared. Now we will burn the burglar or ghost that we saw. It turns out to be nothing but this branch, blown up and down the Yldz by the wind." "But, Edward," said my wife, "there was not a breath stirring." "There must have been. Only where we were sheltered and did not observe it. Aloft, it blew across the roofs, and formed an eddy that caught the broken bough, lifted it, carried it first one way, then spun it around and carried it the reverse way. In fact, the wind between the two roofs assumed a spiral movement. I hope now you are all satisfied." "I am." So the bough was burned, and our fears, I mean those of the females, were allayed. In the evening, after dinner, as I sat with my wife, she said to me, "Half a bottle would have been enough, Edward. Indeed, I think half a bottle would be too much. You should not give the girls a liking for sherry. It may lead to bad results. If it had been elderly wine, that would have been different." "But there is no elderberry wine in the house," I objected. "Well, I hope no harm will come of it, but I greatly mistrust—" "Please, sir, it is there again." The parlour maid, with a blanched face, was at the door. "Nonsense," said I. "We burnt it." "This comes of the sherry," observed my wife. "They will be seeing ghosts every night." "But, my dear, you saw it as well as myself." I rose, my wife followed, and we went out to the landing as before, and sure enough, against the patch of moonlight cast through the window in the roof was that arm again, and then a flutter of shadows as if cast by garments. "It was not the bough," said my wife. "If this had been seen immediately after the sherry, I should not have been surprised, but as it is now, most extraordinary." "I'll have this part of the house shut up," said I, and then bade the maids once more spend the night in the kitchen. "And make yourselves lively on tea," I said, for I knew my wife would not allow another bottle of sherry to be given them. "Tomorrow your bed shall be moved to the east wing." "Beg pardon," said the cook. "I speaks in the name of all. We don't think we can remain in the house, but must leave the situation." "That comes of the tea," I said to my wife. "Now," to the cook, "as you have had another fright, I will let you have a bottle of mulled port tonight." "Sir," said the cook, "if you can get rid of the ghost, we don't want to leave so good a master. We withdraw the notice." Next day I had all the servants' goods transferred to the east wing, and rooms were fitted up for them to sleep in. As their portion of the house was completely cut off from the west wing, the alarm of the domestics died away. A heavy, stormy rain came on next week, the first token of winter misery. I then found that, whether caused by the cedar bough or by the nailed boots of the mason, I cannot say, but the lead of the valley between the roofs was torn, and water came in, streaming down the walls, and threatening to severely damage the ceilings. I had to send for a plumber as soon as the weather mended. At the same time I started to town to see Mr. Framett. I made up my mind that Fernwood was not suitable, and by the terms of my agreement I might be off my bargain if I gave notice the first month, and then my tenancy would be for 6 months only. I found the squire at his club. "Ah," said he, "I told you not to go there in November. No one likes Fernwood in November. It's all right at other times." "What do you mean?" "There's no bother except in November." "Why should there be a bother, as you term it, then?" Mr. Framett shrugged his shoulders. "How the deuce can I tell you? I've never been a spirit, and all that sort of thing. Madame Blavatsky might possibly tell you. I can't, but it is a fact." "What is a fact?" "Why, that there is no apparition at any other time. It's only in November, when she met with a little misfortune. That is when she is seen." "Who is seen?" "My Aunt Eliza. I mean my great-aunt." "You speak mysteries." "I don't know much about it, and care less," said Mr. Framett, and called for a lemon squash. "It was this. I had a great-aunt who was deranged. The family kept it quiet, and did not send her to an asylum, but fastened her in a room in the west wing. You see, that part of the house is partially separated from the rest. I believe she was rather shabbily treated, but she was difficult to manage, and tore her clothes to pieces. Somehow she succeeded in getting out on the roof, and would race up and down there. They allowed her to do so, as by that means she obtained fresh air, but one night in November she scrambled up and I believe tumbled over. It was hushed up. Sorry you went there in November. I should have liked you to buy the place. I'm sick of it. I did buy Fernwood. What decided me was this. The plumbers, in mending the leads, with what ingenuity to do mischief which they sometimes display, succeeded in setting fire to the roof, and the result was that the west wing was burnt down. Happily, a wall so completely separated it from the wing of the rest of the house that the fire was arrested. The wing was not rebuilt, and I, thinking that the disappearance of the leads, I should be freed from the apparition that haunted them, purchased Fernwood. I am happy to say that we have been undisturbed since. End of section 30. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. voiceover-solutions.com.
Section 31 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. 31. Aunt Joanna. In the Land's End district is the little church town of Zenner. There is no village to speak of, a few scattered farms, and here and there a cluster of cottages. The district is bleak. The soil does not lie deep over granite that peers through the surface on exposed spots where the furious gales from the ocean sweep the land. If trees ever existed there, they have been swept away by the blast, but the golden furze or gorse defies all winds, and clothes the moorland with a robe of splendor, and the heather flushes the slopes with crimson towards the decline of summer, and mantles them in soft, warm brown in winter like the fur of an animal. In Zenner is a little church built of granite, rude and simple of construction, crouching low to avoid the gales, but with a tower that has defied the winds and the lashing rains because wholly devoid of sculptured detail, which would have afforded the blast something to lay hold of and eat away. In Zenner parish is one of the finest cromlechs in Cornwall, a huge slab of unwrought stone like a table, poised on the points of standing upright blocks as rude as the mass they sustain. Near this monument of a hoar and indeed unknown antiquity lived an old woman by herself, in a small cottage of 1 story in height, built of more stones set in earth, and pointed only with lime. It was thatched with heather, and possessed but a single chimney that rose but little above the apex of the roof, and had 2 slates set on the top to protect the rising smoke from being blown down the chimney into the cottage when the wind was from the west or from the east. When, however, it drove from north or south, then the smoke must take care of itself. On such occasions, it was wont to find its way out of the door, and little or none went up the chimney. The only fuel burnt in this cottage was peat, not the solid black peat from the deep bogs, but turf of only a spade graft, taken from the surface and composed of undissolved roots. Such fuel gives flame, which the other does not, but on the other hand it does not throw out the same amount of heat, nor does it last 1/2 the time. The woman who lived in the cottage was called by the people of the neighborhood Aunt Joanna. What her family name was but few remembered, nor did it concern herself much. She had no relations at all, with the exception of a grandniece who was married to a small tradesman, a wheelwright near the church. But Joanna and her great-niece were not on speaking terms. The girl had mortally offended the old woman by going to a dance at St. Ives, against her express orders. It was at this dance that she had met the wheelwright, and this meeting, and the treatment the girl had met with from her aunt for having gone to it, had led to the marriage, for Aunt Joanna was very strict in her Wesleyanism, and bitterly hostile to all such carnal amusements as dancing and play-acting. Of the latter there was none in that wild West Cornish district, and no temptation ever afforded by a strolling company setting up its booth within reach of Zenner. But dancing, though denounced, still drew the more independent spirits together. Rose Penaluna had been with her great-aunt after her mother's death. She was a lively girl, and when she heard of a dance at St. Ives, and had been asked to go to it, although forbidden by Aunt Joanna, she stole from the cottage at night and found her way to St. Ives. Her conduct was reprehensible, certainly, but that of Aunt Joanna was even more so, for when she discovered that the girl had left the house, she barred her door, and refused to allow Rose to re-enter it. The poor girl had been obliged to take refuge the same night at the nearest farm and sleep in an outhouse, and next morning go into St. Ives and entreat an acquaintance to take her in till she could enter into service. Into service she did not go, for when Abraham Hext, the carpenter, heard how she had been treated, he at once proposed, and in 3 weeks married her. Since then, no communication had taken place between the old woman and her grandniece. As Rose knew, Joanna was implacable in her resentments, and considered that she had been acting aright in what she had done. The nearest farm to Aunt Joanna's cottage was occupied by the Hawkins. One day Elizabeth, the farmer's wife, saw the old woman outside the cottage as she was herself returning from market, and noticing how bent and feeble Joanna was, she halted and talked to her, and gave her good advice.
"See you now, auntie, you'm getting old and craned with rheumatics. How can you get about? And there's no knowing but you might be took bad in the night. You ought to have some little lass with you to mind you."
"I don't want nobody, thank the Lord."
"Not just now, auntie, but suppose any chance ill luck were to come on you. And then, in the bad weather, you'm not fit to go abroad after the terves, and you can't get all you want. Tea and sugar and milk for yourself now. It would be handy to have a little maid by you."
"Who should I have?"
asked Joanna.
"Well, now you couldn't do better than to take little Mary, Rose Hext's eldest girl. She's a handy maid, and bright and pleasant to speak to."
"No,"
answered the old woman.
"I'll have none of they Hexts, not I. The Lord is again Rose and all her family, I know it. I'll have none of them."
"But, auntie, you must be nigh on 90.
"I be o'er than that, but what of that? Didn't Sarah, the wife of Abraham, live to 127 years? And that in spite of him warting of her with that audacious maid of her and Hagar. If it hadn't have been for their goings on of Abraham and Hagar, it's my belief that she held on to 157. I thank the Lord I've never had a man to part me, so why I shouldn't equal Sarah's life I don't see."
Then she went indoors and shut the door. After that a week elapsed without Mrs. Hawkins seeing the old woman. She passed the cottage, but no Joanna was about. The door was not open, and usually it was. Elizabeth spoke about this to her husband.
"Jabez," said she, "I don't like the looks of this. I've kept my eye open, and there be no Aunt Joanna hopping about. Whatever can be up? It's my opinion us ought to go and see."
"Well, I've not on my hands now,"
said the farmer,
"so I reckon we'll go."
The two walked together to the cottage. No smoke issued from the chimney, and the door was shut. Jabez knocked, but there came no answer, so he entered, followed by his wife. There was in the cottage but the kitchen, with one bedroom at the side. The hearth was cold.
"There's some atop,"
said Mrs. Hawkins.
"I reckon it's the old lady be down,"
replied her husband, and throwing open the bedroom door, he said,
"Sure enough, and no mistake. There her be, dead as a dried pilchard."
And in fact, Auntie Joanna had died in the night, after having so confidently affirmed her conviction that she would live to the age of 127.
"Whatever shall we do?"
asked Mrs. Hawkins.
"I reckon," said her husband, "us had better take an inventory of what is here, lest wicked rascals come in and steal anything and everything."
"Folks bain't so bad as that. And a corpse in the house,"
observed Mrs. Hawkins.
"Don't be sure of that. These be terrible wicked times," said the husband. "And I says I, no harm was done in seeing what the old creature had got."
"Well, surely," acquiesced Elizabeth, "there's no harm in that." In the bedroom was an old oak chest, and this the farmer and his wife opened. To their surprise, they found in it a silver teapot and 6 silver spoons.
"Well now," exclaimed Elizabeth Hockin,
"fancy her having these, and me only Britannia metal."
"I reckon she came of a good family," said Jabez. "Leastwise I've heard as how she were once well off."
"And look here," exclaimed Elizabeth, "there's fine and beautiful linen underneath, sheets and pillowcases."
"But look here," cried Jabez, "blessed if the teapot bain't chock full of money. Wherever did she get it from?"
"Her's been in the way of showing folks the zinner quite, visitors from St. Ives and Penzance, and she's had scores of shillings that way."
"Lord," exclaimed Jabez, "I wish she'd left it to me, and I could buy a cow. I want another crew bad."
"Aye, we do terrible," said Elizabeth. "But just look to her bed. What torn and wretched linen beyond that! And here, these fine bedclothes all in the chest."
"Who'll get the silver teapot and spoons and the money?"
inquired Jabez. "Her had no kin, none but Rose Hext, and her couldn't abide her. Last words her said to me was that she'd have never naught to do with the Hexts, they and all their belongings."
"That was her last words?"
"The very last words her spoke to me, or to anyone."
"Then," said Jabez, "I tell you what, Elizabeth, it's our moral duty to abide by the wishes of Aunt Joanna. It never does to go again what's right, and as her expressed herself that strong, why us, as honest folks, must carry out her wishes, and see that none of all her savings go to them darned and dratted Hexts."
"But who be they to go to, then?"
"Well, we'll see. First, us will have her removed, and provide that her be decent buried. Them Hexts be in a poor way, and couldn't afford the expense, and it do seem to me, Elizabeth, as it would be a liberal and kindly act in us to take all the charges on ourselves, us as the closest neighbours."
"Aye, and her have had milk with me these 10 or 12 years, and I have never charged her a penny, thinking her couldn't afford it. But her could. Her were a hoarding of her money, and not paying me. That were not honest. And what I say is, I have a right to some of her savings too, to pay the milk bill. And it's better I've let her have now and then in a liberal way."
"Very well, Elizabeth. First of all, we'll take the silver teapot and the spoons with us, to get him out of harm's way."
"And I'll carry the linen sheets and pillowcases. My word, why didn't she use them instead of them rags?"
All Zenner declared that the Hockins were a most neighbourly and generous couple when it was known that they took upon themselves to defray the funeral expenses. Mrs. Hext came to the farm, and said that she was willing to do what she could, but Mrs. Hockin replied,
"My good Rose, it's no good. I seed your aunt when her was ailing, and nigh on death, and her laid it on me solemn as could be that we was to bury her, and that she'd have nothing to do with the Hext at no price."
Rose sighed and went away. Rose had not expected to receive anything from her aunt. She had never been allowed to look at the treasures in the oak chest. As far as she had been aware, Aunt Joanna had been extremely poor. But she remembered that the old woman had at one time befriended her, and she was ready to forgive the harsh treatment to which she had finally been subjected. In fact, she had repeatedly made overtures to her great-aunt to be reconciled, but these overtures had been always rejected. She was, accordingly, not surprised to learn from Mrs. Hockin that the old woman's last words had been as reported. But, although disowned and disinherited, Rose, her husband, and children dressed in black, and were chief mourners at the funeral. Now it had so happened that when it came to the laying out of Aunt Joanna, Mrs. Hockin had looked at the beautiful linen sheets she had found in the oak chest, with the object of furnishing the corpse with one as a winding sheet. But, she had said to herself, it would really be a shame to spoil a pair, and where else could she get such fine and beautiful old linen as was this? So she put the sheets away, and furnished for the purpose a clean but coarse and ragged sheet such as Aunt Joanna had in common use. That was good enough to moulder in the grave. It would be positively sinful, because wasteful, to give up to corruption and the worm such fine white linen as Aunt Joanna had hoarded. The funeral was conducted otherwise liberally. Aunt Joanna was given an elm and not a mean deal-board coffin such as is provided for paupers, and a handsome escutcheon of white metal was put on the lid. Moreover, plenty of gin was drunk, and cake and cheese eaten at the house, all at the expense of the Hawkins, and the conversation among those who attended and ate and drank and wiped their eyes was rather anent the generosity of the Hawkins than of the virtues of the departed. Mr. and Mrs. Hawkin heard this, and their hearts swelled within them. Nothing so swells the heart as the consciousness of virtue being recognized. Jabez, in an undertone, informed a neighbour that he weren't going to stick at the funeral expenses, not he. He'd have a neat stone erected above the grave, with work on it, at 2d. a letter. The name and the date of the departure of Aunt Joanna, and her age, and 2 lines of a favourite hymn of his, all about earth being no dwelling place, heaven being properly her home. It was not often that Elizabeth Hawkin cried, but she did this day. She wept tears of sympathy with the deceased, and happiness at the ovation accorded to herself and her husband. At length, as the short winter day closed in, the last of those who had attended the funeral and had returned to the farm to recruit and regale after it departed, and the Hawkins were left to themselves.
"It were a beautiful day,"
said Jabez.
"Aye," responded Elizabeth, "and what a sight of people came here.
This here burying of Aunt Joanna have set us up tremendous in the estimation of the neighbours."
I'd like to know who else would have done it for a poor old creature as is no relation. Aye, and one as owed a purty long bill to me for milk and butter through 10 or 12 years.
"Well,"
said Jabez,
"I've allus heard say that a good deed brings its own reward wi' it. And it's a fine proverb. I feels it in my insides."
"Perhaps it's the gin, Jabez."
"No, it's virtue. It's warmer nor gin alongside. Gin gives a smouldering spark, but a good conscience is a blaze of furs."
The farm of the Hawkins was small, and Hawkin looked after his cattle himself. One maid was kept, but no man in the house. All were wont to retire early to bed. Neither Hawkin nor his wife had literary tastes, and were not disposed to consume much oil, so as to read at night. During the night, at what time she did not know, Mrs. Hawkin awoke with a start and found that her husband was sitting up in bed listening. There was a moon that night, and no clouds in the sky. The room was full of silver light. Elizabeth Hawkin heard a sound of feet in the kitchen, which was immediately under the bedroom of the couple.
"There's someone about,"
she whispered.
"Go down, Jabez." "I wonder now who it be. Perhaps it's Sally."
"It can't be Sally. How can it, when she can't get out of her room without passing through ours?"
"Run down, Elizabeth, and see."
"It's your place to go, Jabez."
"But if it was a woman, and me in my nightshirt?"
"And Jabez, if it was a man, a robber, and me in my nightshirt, it'd be shameful."
"I reckon us had best go down together."
"We'll do so, but I hope it's not—"
"What?"
Mrs. Hawkin did not answer. She and her husband crept from bed and, treading on tiptoe across the room, descended the stair. There was no door at the bottom, but the staircase was boarded up at the side. It opened into the kitchen. They descended very softly and cautiously, holding each other, and when they reached the bottom, peered timorously into the apartment that served many purposes: kitchen, sitting room, and dining place. The moonlight poured in through the broad, low window. By it they saw a figure. There could be no mistaking it. It was that of Aunt Joanna, clothed in the tattered sheet that Elizabeth Hawkin had allowed for her grave clothes. The old woman had taken one of the fine linen sheets out of the cupboard in which it had been placed, and had spread it over the long table, and was smoothing it down with her bony hands. The Hawkins trembled, not with cold, though it was midwinter, but with terror. They dared not advance, and they felt powerless to retreat. Then they saw Aunt Joanna go to the cupboard, open it, and return with the silver spoons. She placed all 6 on the sheet, and with a lean finger counted them. She turned her face toward those who were watching her proceedings, but it was in shadow, and they could not distinguish the features nor note the expression with which she regarded them. Presently she went back to the cupboard and returned with the silver teapot. She stood at one end of the table, and now the reflection of the moon on the linen sheet was cast upon her face, and they saw that she was moving her lips, but no sound issued from them. She thrust her hand into the teapot and drew forth the coins, one by one, and rolled them along the table. The Hawkins saw the glint of the metal and the shadow cast by each piece of money as it rolled. The first coin lodged at the further left-hand corner, and the second rested near it. And so on, the pieces were rolled and ranged themselves in order, 10 in a row. Then the next 10 were run across the white cloth in the same manner, and dropped over on their sides below the first row, thus also the third 10. And all the time the dead woman was mouthing, as though counting, but still inaudibly. The couple stood motionless, observing the proceedings, till suddenly a cloud passed before the face of the moon, so dense as to eclipse the light. Then, in a paroxysm of terror, both turned and fled up the stairs, bolted their bedroom door, and jumped into bed. There was no sleep for them that night. In the gloom when the moon was concealed, in the glare when it shone forth, it was the same. They could hear the light rolling of the coins along the table and the click as they fell over. Was the supply inexhaustible? It was not so, but apparently the dead woman did not weary of counting the coins. When all had been ranged, she could be heard moving to the further end of the table, and there recommencing the same proceeding of coin rolling. Not till near daybreak did the sound cease, and not till the maid, Sally, had begun to stir in the inner bedchamber did Hawken and his wife venture to rise. Neither would suffer the servant girl to descend till they had been down to see in what condition the kitchen was. They found that the table had been cleared, the coins were all back in the teapot, and the spoons were where they had themselves placed them. The sheet, moreover, was neatly folded and replaced where it had been before. The Hawkins did not speak to one another of their experiences during the past night so long as they were in the house, but when Jabez was in the field, Elizabeth went to him and said,
"Husband, what about Aunt Joanna?"
"I don't know. Maybe it were a dream."
"Curious as she had dreamed alike."
"I don't know that. 'Twere the gin made us dream, and us both had gin, so us dreamed the same thing."
"'Twere more like real truth than dream," observed Elizabeth.
"We'll take it as a dream,"
said Jabez.
"Maybe it won't happen again."
But precisely the same sounds were heard on the following night. The moon was obscured by thick clouds, and neither of the two had the courage to descend to the kitchen. But they could hear the patter of feet, and then the roll and click of the coins. Again, sleep was impossible.
"Whatever shall we do?"
asked Elizabeth Hawken the next morning of her husband.
"Us can't go on like this with a dead woman about our house nightly. There's no telling. She might take it into her head to come upstairs and pull the sheets off us. As we took hers, she may think it fair to carry off ours."
"I think,"
said Jabez sorrowfully,
"we'll have to return 'em."
"But how?"
After some consultation, the couple resolved on conveying all the deceased woman's goods to the churchyard by night and placing them on her grave.
"I reckon,"
said Hawken,
"we'll bide in the porch and watch what happens. If they be left there till morning, why, we may carry 'em back wi' an easy conscience. We've spent some pounds over her burying."
"What have it come to?"
£3 5 and 4 as I make it out."
"Well,"
said Elizabeth,
"we must risk it."
When night had fallen murk, the farmer and his wife crept from their house, carrying the linen sheets, the teapot, and the silver spoons. They did not start till late, for fear of encountering any villagers on the way, and not till after the maid Sally had gone to bed. They fastened the farm door behind them. The night was dark and stormy, with scudding clouds so dense as to make deep night when they did not part and allow the moon to peer forth. They walked timorously, and side by side, looking about them as they proceeded, and on reaching the churchyard gate they halted to pluck up courage before opening and venturing within. Jabez had furnished himself with a bottle of gin, to give courage to himself and his wife. Together they heaped the articles that had belonged to Aunt Joanna upon the fresh grave, but as they did so the wind caught the linen and unfurled and flapped it, and they were forced to place stones upon it to hold it down. Then, quaking with fear, they retreated to the church porch, and Jabez, uncorking the bottle, first took a long pull himself, and then presented it to his wife. And now down came a tearing rain, driven by a blast from the Atlantic, howling among the gravestones and screaming in the battlements of the tower and its bell-chamber windows. The night was so dark, and the rain fell so heavily, that they could see nothing for full half an hour. But then the clouds were rent asunder, and the moon glared white and ghastly over the churchyard. Elizabeth caught her husband by the arm and pointed. There was, however, no need for her to indicate that on which his eyes were fixed already. Both saw a lean hand come up out of the grave and lay hold of one of the fine linen sheets and drag at it. They saw it drag the sheet by one corner, and then it went down underground, and the sheet followed, as though sucked down in a vortex. Fold on fold it descended, till the entire sheet had disappeared.
"Her have taken it for her winding sheet,"
whispered Elizabeth.
"Whatever will her do with the rest?"
"Have a drop of gin. This be terrible trying,"
said Jabez in an undertone, and again the couple put their lips to the bottle, which came away considerably lighter after the draughts.
"Look!"
gasped Elizabeth. Again the lean hand with long fingers appeared above the soil, and this was seen groping about the grass till it laid hold of the teapot. Then it groped again, and gathered up the spoons that flashed in the moonbeams. Next up came the second hand, and a long arm that stretched along the grave till it reached the other sheets. At once, on being raised, these sheets were caught by the wind, and flapped and fluttered like half-hoisted sails. The hands retained them for a while till they bellied with the wind, and then let them go, and they were swept away by the blast across the churchyard, over the wall, and lodged in the carpenter's yard that adjoined among his timber.
"She've sent 'em to the hexts,"
whispered Elizabeth. Next the hands began to trifle with the teapot, and to shake out some of the coins. In a minute some silver pieces were flung with so true an aim that they fell clinking down on the floor of the porch. How many coins, how much money was cast, the couple were in no mood to estimate. Then they saw the hands collect the pillowcases, and proceed to roll up the teapot and silver spoons in them, and, that done, the white bundle was cast into the air and caught by the wind and carried over the churchyard wall into the wheelwright's yard. At once a curtain of vapour rushed across the face of the moon, and again the graveyard was buried in darkness. Half an hour elapsed before the moon shone out again. Then the Hawkins saw that nothing was stirring in the cemetery.
"I reckon us may go now,"
said Jabez.
"Let us gather up what she chucked to us,"
advised Elizabeth. So the couple felt about the floor and collected a number of coins. What they were they could not tell till they reached their home and had lighted a candle.
"How much be it?"
asked Elizabeth.
£3, 5 and 4 pence exact,"
answered Jabez. End of section 31.
Chapter 32, Part 1 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell in Betty's Bay, South Africa, in November 2011. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Chapter 32. The White Flag. Part 1. A percentage of the South African Boers, how large or how small that percentage has not been determined, is possessed of a rudimentary conscience, much as the oyster has incipient eyes, and the snake initiatory articulations for feet, which in the course of long ages may, under suitable conditions, develop into an active faculty. If Jacob Van Heeren possessed any conscience at all, it was the merest protoplasm of one. He occupied Herendorp, a ramshackle farmhouse under a kopje, and had cattle and horses, also a wife and grown-up sons and daughters. When the war broke out, Jacob hoisted the white flag at the gable, and he and his sons indulged their sporting instincts by shooting down such officers and men of the British Army as went to the farm, unsuspecting treachery. Herendorp by this means obtained an evil notoriety, and it was ordered to be burnt, and the women of Jacob's family to be transferred to a concentration camp, where they would be mollycoddled at the expense of the English taxpayer. Thus Jacob and his sons were delivered from all anxiety as to their womankind, and were given a free field in which to exercise their mischievous ingenuity. As to their cattle and horses that had been commandeered, they held receipts which would entitle them to claim full value for the beasts at the termination of hostilities. Jacob and his sons might have joined one of the companies under a Boer general, but they preferred independent action and their peculiar tactics, which proved eminently successful. That achievement in which Jacob exhibited most slimness, and of which he was pre-eminently proud, was as follows. Feigning himself to be wounded, he rolled on the ground, waving a white kerchief, and crying out for water. A young English lieutenant at once filled a cup and ran to his assistance, when Jacob shot him through the heart. When the war was over, Van Heeren got his farm rebuilt and restocked at the expense of the British taxpayer, and received his wife and daughters from the concentration camp, plump as partridges. So soon as the new Herendorp was ready for occupation, Jacob took a large knife and cut 17 notches in the doorpost. "What is that for, Jacob?" asked his wife. "They are reminders of the Britishers I have shot." "Well," said she, "if I hadn't killed more Roynecks than that, I'd be ashamed of myself." "Oh, I shot more in open fight. I didn't count them. I only reckon such as I've been slim enough to be fooled with the white flag," said the Boer. Now the lieutenant whom Jacob Van Heeren had killed when bringing him a cup of cold water was Aneurin Jones, and he was the only son of his mother, and she a widow in North Wales. On Aneurin her heart had been set. In him was all her pride. Beyond him she had no ambition. About him every fibre of her heart was entwined. Life had to her no charms apart from him. When the news of his death reached her, unaccompanied by particulars, she was smitten with a sorrow that almost reached despair. The joy was gone out of her life, the light from her sky. The prospect was a blank before her. She sank into profound despondency, and would have welcomed death as an end to an aimless, a hopeless life. But when peace was concluded, and some comrades of Aneurin returned home, the story of how he had met his death was divulged to her. Then the passionate Welsh mother's heart became as a live coal within her breast. An impotent rage against his murderer consumed her. She did not know the name of the man who had killed him, she but ill understood where her son had fallen. Had she known, had she been able, she would have gone out to South Africa, and have gloried in being able to stab to the heart the man who had so treacherously murdered her Aneurin. But how was he to be identified? The fact that she was powerless to avenge his death was a torture to her. She could not sleep, she could not eat. She writhed, she moaned. She bit her fingers, she chafed at her incapacity to execute justice on the murderer. A feverish flame was lit in her hollow cheeks. Her lips became parched. her tongue dry. Her dark eyes glittered as if sparks of unquenchable fire had been kindled in them. She sat with clenched hands and set teeth before her dead grate, and the purple veins swelled and throbbed in her temples. Oh, if only she knew the name of the man who had shot her Aneurin! Oh, if only she could find out a way to recompense him for the wrong he had done! These were her only thoughts, and the sole passage in her Bible she could read, and which she read over and over again, was the story of the importunate widow who cried to the judge, "Avenge me of mine adversary," and who was heard for her persistent asking. Thus passed a fortnight. She was visibly wasting in flesh, but the fire within her burned only the fiercer as her bodily strength failed. Then, all at once, an idea shot like a meteor through her brain. She remembered to have heard of the cursing well of St. Elian near Crln. She recalled the fact that the last priest of the well, an old man who had lived hard by, and who had initiated postulants into the mysteries of the well, had been brought before the magistrates for obtaining money under false pretences, and had been sent to jail at Chester, and that the parson of Llanelian had taken a crowbar and had ripped up the wall that enclosed the spring, and had done what lay in his power to destroy it and blot out the remembrance of the powers of the well, or to ruin its efficacy. But the spring still flowed. Had it lost its virtues? Could a parson, could magistrates bring to naught what had been for centuries? She remembered further that the granddaughter of the priest of the well was then an inmate of the workhouse at Denby. Was it not possible that she should know the ritual of St. Elian's spring, should be able to assist her in the desire of her heart? Mrs. Winifred Jones resolved on trying. She went to the workhouse and sought out the woman, an old and infirm creature, and had a conference with her. She found the woman, a poor decrepit creature, very shy of speaking about the well, very unwilling to be drawn into a confession of the extent of her knowledge, very much afraid of the magistrates and the master of the workhouse punishing her if she had anything to do with the well. But the intensity of Mrs. Jones, her vehemence in prosecuting her inquiries, and above all the gift of half a sovereign pressed into her palm, with the promise of another if she assisted Mrs. Winifred in the prosecution of her purpose, finally overcame her scruples, and she told all that she knew. "You must visit St. Elian's, madame," said she, "when the moon is at the wane. You must write the name of him whose death you desire on a pebble, and drop it into the water, and recite the 69th Psalm." "But," objected the widow, "I do not know his name, and I have no means of discovering it. I want to kill the man who murdered my son." The old woman considered, and then said, "In this case it is different. There is a way under these circumstances. Murdered, was your son?" "Yes, he was treacherously shot." "Then you will have to call on your son by name, as you let fall the pebble, and say, 'Let him be wiped out of the book of the living. Avenge me of mine adversary, O my God,' and you must go on dropping in pebbles, reciting the same prayer, till you see the water of the spring boil up black as ink. Then you will know that your prayer has been heard, and that the curse was wrought." Winifred Jones departed in some elation. She waited till the moon changed, and then she went to the spring. It was near a hedge. There were trees by it. Apparently it had been unsought for many years, but it still flowed. About it lay scattered a few stones that had once formed the bounds. She looked about her. No one was by. The sun was declining, and would soon set. She bent over the water. It was perfectly clear. She had collected a lapful of rounded stones. Then she cried out, "Aneurin, come to my aid against your murderer. Let him be blotted out of the book of the living, Avenge me on my adversary! Oh, my God!" And she dropped a pebble into the water. Then rose a bubble. That was all. She paused but for a moment, then again she cried, "Aneurin! Come to my aid against your murderer. Let him be blotted out of the book of the living. Avenge me on my adversary, oh my God!" Once more a pebble was let fall. It splashed into the spring, but there was no change, save that ripples were sent against the side. A third, then a fourth. She went on. The sun sent a shaft of yellow glory through the trees over the spring. Then someone passed along the road hard by, and Mrs. Winifred Jones held her breath and desisted till the footfall had died away. But then she continued. Stone after stone was dropped, and the ritual was followed, till the 17th had disappeared in the well, when rose up a column of black fluid, boiling as it were from below, the colour of ink, and the widow pressed her hands together and drew a sigh of relief. Her prayer had been heard, and her curse had taken effect. She cast away the rest of the pebbles, let down her skirt, and went away rejoicing. It so fell out that on this very evening Jacob Van Heeren had gone to bed early, as he had risen before daybreak, and had been riding all day. His family were in the outer room, when they were startled by a hoarse cry from the bedroom. He was a short-tempered, imperious man, accustomed to yell at his wife and children when he needed them, but this cry was of an unusual character. It had in it the ring of alarm. His wife went to him to inquire what was the matter. She found the old Boer sitting up in bed with one leg extended, his face like dirty stained leather, his eyes starting out of his head, and his mouth opening and shutting, lifting and depressing his shaggy grey beard, as though he were trying to speak, but could not utter words. "Pete," she called to her eldest son, "come here and see what ails your father." Pete and others entered, and stood about the bed, staring stupidly at the old man, unable to comprehend what had come over him. "Fetch some brandy, Pete," said the mother. "He looks as if he had a fit." When some spirits had been poured down his throat, the farmer was revived, and said huskily, "Take it away, quick, take it off." "Take what away?" "The white flag." "There is none here." "It is there, wrapped about my foot." The wife looked at the outstretched leg, and saw nothing. Jacob became angry. He swore at her, and yelled, "Take it off! It is chilling me to the bone." "But there is nothing there." "But I say it is. I saw him come in." "Saw whom, father?" asked one of the sons. "I saw that Rooinek lieutenant I shot when he was bringing me drink, thinking I was wounded. He came in through the door." "That is not possible. He must have passed us." "I say he did come. I saw him, and he held the white rag, and he came upon me and gave me a twist with a flag about my foot, and there it is. It numbs me. I cannot move it. Quick, quick, take it away." "I repeat, there is nothing there," said his wife. "Pull off his stocking," said Piet Van Heeren. "He has got a chill in his foot, and fancies this nonsense. He has been dreaming." "It is not a dream," roared Jacob. "I saw him as clearly as I see you, and he wrapped my foot in that accursed flag." "Accursed flag!" exclaimed Samuel, the second son. "That's a fine way to speak of it, father, when it served you so well." "Take it off, you dogs!" yelled the old man, "and don't stand staring and barking around me." The stocking was removed from his leg, and then it was seen that his foot, the left foot, had turned a livid white. "Go and heat a brick," said the housewife to one of her daughters. "It is just the circulation has stopped." But no artificial warmth served to restore the flow of blood and the natural heat. Jacob passed a sleepless night. End of Chapter 32, Part 1. Chapter 32, Part 2 of the Book of Ghosts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sally McConnell in Betty's Bay, South Africa, in November 2011. The Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould. Chapter 32. The White Flag. Part 2. Next morning he rose, but limped. All feeling had gone out of the foot. His wife vainly urged him to keep to his bed. He was obstinate, and would get up, but he could not walk without the help of a stick. When clothed, he hobbled into the kitchen and put the numbed foot to the fire, and the stocking sole began to smoke. It was singed and went to pieces, but his foot was insensible to the heat. Then he went forth, aided by the stick, to his farmyard, hoping that movement would restore feeling and warmth, but this was also in vain. In the evening he seated himself on a bench outside the door whilst his family ate supper. He ordered them to bring food to him. He felt easier in the open air than within doors. Whilst his wife and children were about the table at their meal, they heard a scream without, more like that of a wounded horse than a man, and all rushed forth to find Jacob in a paroxysm of terror, only less severe than that of the preceding night.
"He came on me again," he gasped. "The same man. I do not know from whence he seemed to spring out of the distance. I saw him first like smoke, but with a white flicker in it, and then he got nearer and became more distinct, and I knew it was he. He had another of those white napkins in his hand. I could not call for help. I tried. I could utter no sound till he wrapped it, that white rag, around my calf, and then with a cold and pain I cried out, and he vanished." "Father," said Pete, "you fell asleep and dreamt this." "I did not. I saw him, and I felt what he did. Give me your hand. I cannot rise. I must go within. Good Lord, when will this come to an end?"
When lifted from his seat, it was seen that his left leg dragged. He had to lean heavily on his son on one side and his wife the other, and he allowed himself without remonstrance to be put to bed. It was then seen that the dead whiteness, as of a corpse, had spread from the foot up the calf. "He is going to have a paralytic stroke, that is it," said Pete. "You, Samuel, must ride for a doctor tomorrow morning. Not that he can do much good, if what I think be the case." On the second day the old man persisted in his determination to rise. He was deaf to all remonstrance. He would get up and go about as far as he was able, but his ability was small. In the evening, as the sun went down, he was sitting crouched over the fire. The family had finished supper, and all had left the room except his wife, who was removing the dishes, when she heard a gasping and struggling by the fire, and, turning her head, saw her husband writhing on his stool, clinging to it with his hands, with his left leg out, his mouth foaming, and he was snorting with terror or pain. She ran to him at once. "Jacob, what is it?"
"He is at me again. Beat him off with the broom," he screamed. "Keep him away. He is wrapping the white flag around my knee."
Pete and the others ran in and raised their father, who was falling out of his seat, and conveyed him to bed. It was now seen that his knee had become hard and stiff. His calf was as if frozen. The whiteness had extended upwards to the knee. Next day a surgeon arrived. He examined the old man and expressed his conviction that he had a stroke, but it was a paralytic attack of an unusual character, as it had in no way affected his speech or his left arm and hand. He recommended hot fomentations. Still the farmer would not be confined to bed. He insisted on being dressed and assisted into the kitchen. One stick was not now sufficient for him, and Samuel contrived for him crutches. With these he could drag himself about, and on the fourth evening he laboriously worked his way to a cow stall to look at one of his beasts that was ill. Whilst there he had a fourth attack. Pete, who was without, heard him yell and beat at the door with one of his crutches. He entered and found his father lying on the floor, quivering with terror and spluttering unintelligible words. He lifted him and drew him without, then shouted to Samuel, who came up, and together they carried him to the house. Only when there, and when he had drunk some brandy, was he able to give an account of what had taken place. He had been looking at the cow and feeling it, when down out of the hayloft had come leaping the form of the Royneck lieutenant, which had sprung in between him and the cow, and, stooping, had wrapped a white rag round his thigh above the knee. And now the whole of his leg was dead and livid. "There is nothing for it, father, but to have your leg amputated," said Pete. "The doctor told me as much. He said that mortification would set in if there was no return of circulation."
"I won't have it off. What good shall I be with only one leg?" exclaimed the old man.
"But, father, it will be the sole means of saving your life."
"I won't have my leg off,"
again repeated Jacob. Pete said in a low tone to his mother, "Have you seen any dark spots on his leg? The doctor said we must look for them, and when they come, send for him at once."
"No," she replied, "I have not noticed any so far."
"Then we will wait till they appear." On the fifth day the farmer was constrained to keep his bed. He had now become a prey to abject terror. So sure as the hour of sunset came, did a new visitation occur. He listened for the clock to sound each hour of the day, and as the afternoon drew on, he dreaded with unspeakable horror the advent of the moment when again the apparition would be seen, and a fresh chill be inflicted. He insisted that his wife or Pete should remain in the room with him. They took it in turns to sit by his bedside. Through the little window the fire of the setting sun smote in and fell across the suffering man. It was his wife's turn to be in attendance. All at once a gurgling sound broke from his throat. His eyes started from his face, his hair bristled, and with his hands he worked himself into a sitting posture, and he heaved himself onto his pillow, and would have broken his way through the backboard of his bed could he have done so.
"What is it, Jacob?" asked his wife, throwing down the garment which she was mending and coming to his assistance. "Lie down again. There is nothing here."
He could not speak. His teeth were chattering, and his beard shaking. Foaming bubbles formed on his lips, and great sweat drops on his brow.
"Pete! Samuel!" she called. "Come to your father."
The young men ran in, and they forcibly laid the old Boer in bed, prostrate. And now it was found that the right foot had turned dead, like the left. On the evening of the 17th day after the visit to the well of Llanelian, Mrs. Winifred Jones was sitting on the side of her bed in the twilight. She had lighted no candle. She was musing, always on the same engrossing topic, the wrong that had been done to her and her son, and thirsting with a feverish thirst for vengeance on the wrongdoer. Her confidence in the expedient to which she had resorted was beginning to fail. What was this recourse to the well but a falling in with an old superstition that had died out with the advance of knowledge, and under the influence of a wholesome feeling? Was any trust to be placed in that woman at the workhouse? Was she deceiving her for the sake of the half-sovereign? And yet she had seen a token that her prayer would prove efficacious. There had risen through the crystal water a column of black fluid. Could it be that a widow's prayer should meet with no response? Was wrong to prevail in the world? Were the weak and oppressed to have no means of procuring the execution of justice on the evil-doers? Was not God righteous in all his ways? Would it be righteous in him to suffer the murderer of her son to thrive? If God be merciful, he is also just. If his ear is open to the prayer for help, he must as well listen to the cry for vengeance. Since that evening at the spring she had been unable to pray as usual. To pray for herself, her only cry had been, "Avenge me on my adversary." If she tried to frame the words of the Lord's Prayer, she could not do so. They escaped her. Her thoughts travelled to the South African veldt. Her soul could not rise to God in the ecstasy of love and devotion. It was choked with hate, an overwhelming hate. She was in her black weeds. The hands, thin and white, were on her lap, nervously clasping and unclasping the fingers. Had anyone been there in the grey twilight of a summer night, he would have been saddened to see how hard and lined the face had become, how all softness had passed from the lips, how sunken were the eyes, in which was only a glitter of wrath. Suddenly she saw standing before her, indistinct indeed, but unmistakable, the form of her lost son, her Aneurin, and he held a white napkin in his right hand, and this napkin emitted a phosphorescent glow. She tried to cry out, to utter the beloved name. She tried to spring to her feet and throw herself into his arms, but she was unable to stir hand or foot or tongue. She was as one paralyzed, but her heart bounded within her bosom. "Mother," said the apparition, in a voice that seemed to come from a vast distance, yet was articulate and audible. "Mother, you called me back from the world of spirits, and sent me to discharge a task. I have done it. I have touched him on the foot and calf and knee and thigh, on hand and elbow and shoulder, on one side and on the other, on his head, and lastly on his heart, with the white flag, and now he is dead. I did it in all 16 times, and with the 16th he died. I chilled him piecemeal with the white flag. The 16th was laid on his heart, and that stopped beating." Then she lifted her hands slightly, and her stiffened tongue relaxed so far that she was able to murmur, "God be thanked." "Mother," continued the apparition, "there is a 17th remaining." She tried to clasp her hands on her lap, but the fingers were no longer under her control. They had fallen to the side of her chair bed, and hung there lifeless. Her eyes stared wildly at the spectre of her son, but without love in them. Love had faded out of her heart, and given place to hate of his murderer. "Mother," proceeded the vision, "you summoned me, and even in the world of spirits the soul of a child must respond to the cry of a mother, and I have been permitted to come back, and to do your will. And now I am suffered to reveal something to you, to show you what my life would have been had it not been cut short by the shot of a Boer." He stepped towards her, and put forth a vaporous hand and touched her eyes. She felt as though a feather had been passed over them. Then he raised the luminous sheet and shook it. Instantly all about her was changed. Mrs. Winifred Jones was not in her little Welsh cottage, nor was it night. She was no longer alone. She stood in a court in full daylight. She saw before her the judge on his seat, the barristers in wig and gown, the press reporters with their notebooks and pens, a dense crowd thronging every portion of the court, and she knew instinctively, before a word was spoken, without an intimation from the spirit of her son, that she was standing in the divorce court. And she saw there, as co-respondent, her son, older, changed in face, but more altered in expression, and she heard a tale unfolded, full of dishonour and rousing disgust. She was now able to raise her hands. She covered her ears. Her face, crimson with shame, sank on her bosom. She could endure the sight, the words spoken, the revelations made no longer, and she cried out, Aneurin! Aneurin! For the Lord's sake, no more of this! Oh, the day that I have seen you standing here!" At once all passed, and she was again in her bedroom in Honeysuckle Cottage, North Wales, seated with folded hands on her lap, and looking before her wonderingly at the ghostly form of her son. "Is that enough, mother?" She lifted her hands deprecatingly. Again he shook the glimmering white sheet, and it was as though drops of pearly fire fell out of it. And again all was changed. She found herself at Monte Carlo. She knew it instinctively. She was in the great saloon, where were the gambling tables. The electric lights glittered, and the decorations were superb. But all her attention was engrossed on her son, whom she saw at one of the tables staking his last Napoleon. It was indeed her own Aneurin, but with a face on which vice and its consequent degradation were written indelibly. He lost, and turned away, and left the hall and its lights. His mother followed him. He went forth into the gardens. The full moon was shining, and the gravel of the terraces was white as snow. The air was fragrant with the scent of oranges and myrtles. The palms cast black shadows on the soil. The sea lay still, as if asleep, with a gleam over it from the moon. Mrs. Winifred Jones tracked her son, as he stole in and out amongst the shrubs amid the trees, with a sickening fear at her heart. Then she saw him pause by some oleanders, and draw a revolver from his pocket, and place it at his ear. She uttered a cry of agony and horror, and tried to spring forward to dash the weapon from his hand. Then all changed. She was again in her little room in the dusk, and the shadowy form of Aneurin was before her. "Mother," said the spirit, "I have been permitted to come to you, and to show to you what would have been my career if I had not died whilst young and fresh and innocent. You have to thank Jacob Van Heeren that he saved me from such a life of infamy, and such an evil death by my own hand. You should thank and not curse him." She was breathing heavily. Her heart beat so fast that her brain span. She fell on her knees. "Mother," the apparition continued, "there were 17 pebbles cast into the well." "Yes, Aneurin," she whispered. "And there is a 17th white flag. With the 16th Jacob Van Heeren died. The 17th is reserved for you." "Aneurin, I am not fit to die." "Mother, it must be. I must lay the white flag over your head." "Oh, my son, my son!" "It is so ordained," he proceeded. "But there are love and mercy on high, and you shall not be veiled with it till you have made your peace. You have sinned. You have thrust yourself into the council chamber of God. You have claimed to exercise vengeance yourself, and not left it to him to whom vengeance in right belongs." "I know it now," breathed the widow. "And now you must atone for the curses by prayers. You have brought Jacob Van Heeren to his death by your imprecations, and now fold your hands and pray to God for him, your son's murderer. Little have you considered that his acts were due to ignorance, resentment for what he fancied were wrongs, and to having been reared in a mutilated and debased form of Christianity. Pray for him, that God may pardon his many and great transgressions, his falsehood, his treachery, his self-righteousness. You, who have been so greatly wronged, are the right person to forgive and to pray for his soul. In no other way can you so fully show that your heart is turned from wrath to love. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us." She breathed a "yes." Then she clasped her hands. She was already on her knees, and she prayed first the great exemplar's prayer, and then particularly for the man who had wrecked her life with all its hopes. And as she prayed, the lines in her face softened, and the lips lost their hardness, and the fierce light passed utterly away from her eyes, in which the lamp of charity was once more lighted, and the tears formed and rolled down her cheeks. And still she prayed on, bathed in the pearly light from the summer sky at night. Without, in the firmament, twinkled a star, and a night-bird began to sing. And now, mother, pray for yourself. Then she crossed her hands over her bosom and bowed her head, full of self-reproach and shame. And as she prayed, the spirit of her son raised the white flag above her, and let it sail down softly, lightly over the loved head, and as it descended, there fell from it, as it were, a dew of pale fire, and it rested on her head, and fell about her, and she sank forward with her face upon the floor. R.I.P. End of chapter 32, part 2. End of A Book of Ghosts by Sabine Baring-Gould.